Alright guys, welcome everybody. We are live here from Jeju Shinhwa World Resort. We're back in beautiful South Korea for another stop of Triton, the first stop of 2019 in fact. My name is Lex Veltes, alongside me is Randy Nananokalu.
This is going to be a good one. Jeju again. I'm excited for this, and today we're going to have the 250,000 Hong Kong dollar buy-in short deck Ante-Only event. This is equivalent of 32,000 USD.
Yeah, it's very easy. You just divide by 8 approximately and you'll get the US dollar amount.
Yeah, we are also going to have a lot of other events this week. We're going to have a bounty tournament. Have you heard about that one? The short deck Ante-Only bounty tournament.
As if there wasn't action enough in short deck, we're going to get a bounty event now. Very excited to see that one.
Yeah, that's going to be double the stakes, so about 65,000 USD. Then we're going to switch over to No Limit Hold'em, a 500K Hong Kong buy-in event, about 65,000 USD. We're going to have a $1 million short deck Ante-Only event. That is about 127,000 US dollars, and in the main event, 2 million Hong Kong dollars, 250,000 USD. And that was won by Mikita Badziakowski last year. So should be a good event. We will be dealing cards shortly for you guys. Hold cards up. We got multiple featured tables like last time. Lots of transition.
I can't believe that it's going to be a 32K event as a kickoff.
Yeah, this is the small buy-in,
Yeah,
okay?
it's a warm-up event, guys.
The warm-up event last time was a $100,000 Hong Kong buy-in, won by Nick Schulman. So we just upped it 2.5x.
Welcome to Jeju for the next chapter of the Triton Super High Roller Series. I'm Pete Latham. I'll be your host over the next 8 days, where we'll bring you 6 events, the best players in the world, and the biggest prize pools. Excited? You should be. The first event is the 250K Hong Kong dollars short deck tournament. Without further ado, let's hand you over to our crack commentary team, Lex Veldhuis and Randy Liu.
Well, there you go.
So you guys can see some of the players at this table already. Ben Lam, Isaac Haxton. Some new faces will be here today in Jeju.
Man, it's amazing. I can't wait for this action. As you see, we have a double set again. There's going to be very few breaks in the action.
Yeah, I mean, like, what tournament has 2 featured tables that just go back to back? So one of the innovative things in Triton Hold'em, they always try to keep the footage as good as possible for you guys. The highest stakes. Here we go.
Wow, some really good players immediately starting things off here in blue table. Would that be Robert Flink? Oh my God! If that's the guy that's a player from Sweden I've played against a lot. He was actually rumored a little while to be behind the Isildur account, so that says a lot about his play. We'll see though. I don't know exactly. With Ben Lam, Isaac Haxton, Daniel DeVoris, and David Seth. So really strong table there.
Yeah, this is going to be some good action. Now we are playing short deck today. I believe they have the rebuy bullets in this event, so there are multiple chips that will be behind. And I want to point out that, last time there were some No Limit players playing the event. They were a bit, unsure how to play, but now you see so many more of these No Limit players playing the short deck. They just feel like this is where the action is. They got to get in it. It's the hot game right now.
Wait, button is in seat 7? Yeah. There is no 4 seat. Oh, yeah. Right.
So again, we're playing ante-only. The button will do a double ante. Everyone put a single ante. You just got to throw in one more ante to be in the pot. Antes are large in this game, so winning small pots do add up. There's Robert Flink.
That's him.
That's the guy?
Yeah, you can expect a lot of action from him. Like, very smart, aggressive player. Played with him during some EPTs. Really good.
Ben Lam came to some Triton events before, did pretty well. It's back at it.
Yeah, we saw Ben actually adopt really quickly to short deck. Last time playing, it was his first time being in touch with the game, but with his PLO experience, he made a really good impression on us, and he made some really good moves.
First hand underway. Daniel DeVoris, haven't seen him play some short deck before.
I think now with it being adopted at other tournament series as well, and in the States, everybody's realizing, wow, this game is here to stay, and this is serious. Of course, we already knew that here in the Asian scene, but you know, the Western players are really finding out about it, and that they have to get on board because otherwise the game might pass you by. You know?
Yeah, and the Triton Super High Roller Series, it really is one of the few places where you can just play lots of short deck. You really need to come to these stops if you want to play these kind of stakes for this game.
Yeah.
So Flink takes down the first pot of the day, gets better hands to fold. Better absolute hands. The absolute hand in this game isn't that important. Say you got pocket sixes on, you know, you could have the best hand on like King, King, 9. If someone's got Jack 10, they probably have an edge on you.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, everybody has a very big chance to win no matter what holding you have. Of course, there's some situations where you're drawing dead, but it doesn't happen a whole lot. And of course, just to remind you guys that a flush beats a full house in this game. And we took the deuces, threes, fours, and fives out. But the ace is still low as well as high. So the ace can be either be an ace or a 5. So ace, 6, 7, 8, 9 makes a straight.
Yeah, those inside straight draws are a little bit hard to see, but you'll get used to it. You'll see a lot of calling in this game because the pot odds generally are good for you to complete and try and see a cheap flop. So the button is similar to the big blind, puts the most in pre-flop blind. Best position.
And here you just see immediately the amount of odds that Isaac Haxton here with bottom pair and a gut shot have to win over a flop top pair from Seth Davies.
So a very small bet here. Now I think normally a big bet might be able to scare away a hand like ace-6, but when you see such a small bet, well, you might as well call with a backdoor flush draw top pair.
Yeah.
Haxton does take the lead. He's probably thinking that his opponent might have like a weak 2 pair occasionally, although they probably would raise pre-flop, so I actually like this check. Just hoping his opponent has a hand like King 9, you know, ace-6, that might want to turn into a bluff. Check, check on the turn. So actions on Haxton. Trying to decide, can he get a bet called? And I would say it's pretty hard, but it's also hard to get your opponent to bluff here.
Yeah. He's gonna check. I think that Seth probably would have bet with a straight on the turn to protect his hand a little bit. Seth happily gonna take his showdown value. Always nice to win the first one. Oh, that's the second one actually.
The second one.
All right, they're doomed.
So look at that.
Boom.
Featured table. That's secondary featured table. Gabe Pogorski. That is a high action player. Always fun to watch. That's Ivan Leo, my favorite player. Very aggressive. Made a name for himself in these Triton events. Seems the final table, about 80% of the events. Mike Watson, he's new to the Super High Roller Series in Triton. So we're going to be able to transition between tables quickly. Chidwick, pocket queens, going for the call. Bodziakowski, ace-10 offsuit. A killer in every single game.
Yeah, Bodziakowski very well adapted to short decks. We're pretty much playing all the action, all the tournaments, plays cash games, you name it.
Ivan Leo, 9-7 suited. Doesn't get sticky here in position. Now we've seen a lot of players just like limp shove queens. He actually just going to call here, just Chidwick. We have never seen him play short deck before. So when Bodziakowski sees a player limp call pre-flop, he's got to think his ace-10 is good. A lot of players would just limp shove jacks, queens plus, although he actually has queen, his opponent. Usually isn't worried about a 6, but people don't play hands like 6-7 and 6-8.
Yeah, definitely not raising. I think that if you're raising and you're trying to bluff, then you at least want to make sure that your opponent can have a little bit less aces, kings, ace, king. So you're going to see people use ace-10, like Bodziakowski's doing here, more as a bluff than anything else.
So I'm curious to see what Chidwick would do with queens. Just going to call here. Turn card is an 8. I think if I'm Bodziakowski here, I'm going to think my hand is still good. My opponent limp calls pre-flop, check calls the flop. I think Bodziakowski really usually would only be worried against like pocket 10 type hand.
Yeah.
But he's holding a 10, so that's unlikely. He wants to consider making hands like 7-8 and 8-9 pay, jack 10. He actually is behind though, with only 18% equity.
It's like also so important for Bodziakowski to lock down his hand here, or at least lock down the equity that he has. It's going to be so hard for him to play rivers, right? Like, look at all the scare cards, everything except...
Like, what's a safe river card? A 6 and a 10.
Yeah.
And an ace.
An ace. Yeah, it's very hard to play hands on multiple streets. There you go, he locks it down.
Yeah, I'm not surprised he shoves here.
Yeah, it's going to get a call. Oh, he hits the ace. That's the first bullet done for Steven Chidwick.
So it begins.
So it does.
Yeah, slow playing in... I would say generally slow playing in short deck isn't that popular of a strategy because of how vulnerable you are.
Yeah.
It's a game about fold equity, just trying to take down what's in the middle a lot. So you often do see people just like play their hands straightforward and quickly.
And it works because you play bluffs very quickly as well in this game, right? You're not predictable. People make a lot of action. It's very rarely that you see a hand go bet on a flop, bet on a turn, bet on a river.
Yeah. So Pogorski, no stranger to this game. Pocket nines. See what he does here. Just calls. I think this is the right strategy. A lot of players, when you first come into this game, might be like, oh, pocket nines, that's a good hand, and no limit hold'em, therefore I should just raise. But you do just kind of want to try to see cheap flops with these. They don't really play well all in pre-flop. So Greenwood in there. Bodziakowski comes along with 9-8 suited. Ivan Leo pocket jacks.
Always very curious to see how people approach situations here. I don't think that we're going to see a whole lot of conservative lines from Leo. But it's definitely a hand that's very tricky to play, right? Because, I mean, Ace-King is a favorite against jacks, I believe.
Yeah, I would say it's just about a favorite. It's pretty amazing. Like, the equities are very different, and if you just assume they're the same as null and hold'em, you're going to get crushed.
Yeah.
You really need to adjust. Now Mike Watson, ace queen. It might be a tricky spot for him because he probably doesn't play this game too much. He's like, am I supposed to call? Am I supposed to fold? Am I supposed to go all in?
Yeah.
Just lays it down.
Wow, I'm surprised. It's funny because I played online short deck against Mike Watson, And it's funny, yeah, it's like a few weeks ago, and he was really like playing as ace king, ace queen very hard. Like just go all in for 120 antes if it was raised before him and stuff with ace queen. So I was just about to say, like, I know exactly what he's gonna do. But
Good thing you didn't say it.
Yeah.
Well, the stakes are 32,000 US dollars, so you know people do play a little differently when the stakes get higher. Clears out a lot of players so far. Bodziakowski have 9-8 suited. This is a type of hand where you don't mind seeing a flop. He is in trouble here pre-flop. Look at that flop.
wow.
Now, although Ivan Leo has the best hand, they are coin flipping right now.
It's really awesome that we get to see immediately an example of that. It's just like this. I really feel like short deck revolves around straights.
Yes.
That's like the key situation that you're always thinking about. You know, gutters, straights. It's ultimately what you play a lot and what you're gonna be drawing to a lot. So it kind of centers around that.
Yeah, I think if playing your straight draws correctly in this game is really going to produce an edge. Like if you look at this situation here, if you're flipping, if you can get your opponent to fold, you win in general.
Yeah.
So if Bodziakowski shoves here, Ivan Leo will be put in a super tough spot with what looks perceived to be almost drawing dead if his opponent has like king queen. If he can get Ivan to fold pocket jacks here, then shoving is the best play by all means.
Yeah. And you're not even really bluffing, right?
Yeah.
You'll have 50% if somebody calls. It's like, all right, that's fine too. It's impossible for him to make a mistake.
So there we go. All in from Bodziakowski and Ivan Leo here. It's a tough spot because you're basically like, well, is my opponent on a straight draw or does he have me really crushed with like king queen? Well, nice. Wow. That is a big call there.
Yeah.
Definitely not. Some players would definitely fold this here. It correctly makes the call. They are coin flipping.
You could hear it in Mikita's reaction too. He was like, "Okay," you know, or not in a bad way, but he's just like, "Okay, I was really hoping I'd get that to fold."
So just to let you know, an ace would be a straight in this game.
Yeah.
Queen of diamonds.
Just 29% for Bodziakowski here.
Ooh. Nice little hold there for Ivan.
That's a really big call down. The more I think about it, it's just like, well, you're either flipping or drawing very poorly, and great call. There we got Tong Seo Chun here. More faces here in the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series. I like that the Super High Roller Series in Triton, you get players that just don't play any other events, right?
Yeah.
Like whether they're, you know, Asian players or they're, you know, some regs, like just come out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Like you saying Frink, right? I've never seen Frink play any other events before.
Yeah. Yeah, it's its own ecosystem. Everybody has their own habitats here, and you know why? It all comes down to the fact that it's just kind of like a home game here.
Yeah.
So okay, cool. We're gonna play in Jeju now, and you know we might play in Macau, and we're all gonna go there. And it's just gonna. It's like a boys' trip almost. It's.
Yeah, I love that, and it's the highest stakes too, right? It's not like, oh yeah, we're gonna go around a home game, play $2, $4.
Yeah, we need some pain.
So Flink here being very aggressive, 8-6 offsuit. Now what happened in this hand was pre-flop limps gets one king jack to fold. If you can make your opponents fold when you have 8-6 offsuit pre-flop, you're definitely winning chips. Divorce here, king jack offsuit, probably a little bit confused on what to do.
Yeah, it's hard to estimate how much he's been playing this game. A lot of the high stakes guys, of course, friends with other people. They're going to be talking a lot to each other. He closes the action, which is a very nice thing for him, and he's up against an aggressive button.
There's no shot clock. There's no shot clock? There was last time.
Surprising.
Well, good news, in this game, everyone plays really fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's definitely a shot clock left. I wasn't here last time. 6 months ago, whatever it was. Yeah.
So Flink is going to bet here with bottom pair, divorce with inside straight draw. We haven't seen anyone fold this previously, like inside straight draws. They're pretty strong. You have a much better chance of hitting your straight in this game. They're actually coin flipping right now.
That's actually a really good card for Flink because Flink can now make a straight with a 9. So he gains a gut shot.
I think if you're raising a hand like 8-6 offsuit, multi-barreling does come up a lot. You're going to get your opponent to fold a lot, like Queen Jack, Queen 10, hands that would limp call, you know, Ace 8 might fold. King Jack here, it's tough to call again.
Yeah, but he's getting a really good price. I mean, look at this. He has 36% chance to get there. He has a little bit less than a third to call. He gets more than 3.5 to 1.
Lays it down. Well, you said he was an action player, and I already like this Flink guy.
Yeah, let me tell you a short story about him. Him and his friends were playing a 3,000 euro side event. They had a rule that you had to play every single flop in a tournament, every blind level, which were 30-minute blinds. You have to take a beer and a shot. And you had to play 100%. So if somebody just would go all in pre-flop, you'd have to call.
To see a flop.
Then they did it last longer for 5,000 or 10,000, I forget, 5 or 10,000 each with like 6 people. So some of those guys were just limping every hand, and they were still in the tournament after like 3.5 hours, and they were just hammered. And one guy was like, "Oh, I just want to lose all in, I just want to get out." So that's the kind of guy we're dealing here with.
Yeah, it sounds like a good player to have in these games. So in this game, a lot of people share cards. As you can see, 3 players have a King X in their hand. But it's something to take account in this game. So divorce with the absolute best hand, King 10. But I would say it's kind of tough to play. If someone has a queen while you're drawing dead. Haxton has the best draw of Jack 9 suited. Flink is the one betting. It has nothing. And I'll say in this game, you'll see a lot of people stab at paired boards because people actually fold, the best hand a lot like that.
It's also reasonably nice is that, he has really good blockers for exactly a hand like Hexton has, right? He has King 8. It blocks a lot of straight outs possibly for people. That's what people are going to be very focused on. We saw Divorce fold bottom pair on Queen 9 earlier. That's just an indication, he's going to get a lot of 10x hands to fold, just like he did in this hand.
So check, check. All right, so if someone wants to represent the quad queens, they might be able to take down this pot. Haxton, his hand does look like a 10 generally, because a lot of people would raise the flop if they had a trip queens on his board. So he needs to take that into account when deciding if he wants to stab at this or not.
Yeah, because you also open the action to your opponent possibly check raising you.
I think this is one of those cards that you're like, I didn't expect this card to come, actually. What do I do? So Haxton is in the tank here, currently for 50 seconds. He is going to overbet 38,000, trying to represent quads.
Really awesome approach here from Isaac Hexton to this situation. People really don't like calling for chop. So if you bet 20k, people are like, well, it's worth it now. But now you're really calling for a chop. Yeah, you see the disgusted look. You just kind of have to fold.
Yeah, well played by Haxton. Just figures that his opponent's just too unlikely to have a queen. think an important part of that pot was that it wasn't raised pre-flop, so you don't have to worry about someone having like jacks, kings, aces. So the good news is that we're going to see a lot of different strategies, I think, today. You know, I don't think there's one style that just is common throughout this short deck event. You know, these new no limit players playing this, I think they got a different game plan. I'm curious to see how it goes.
Yeah, and I think it's really cool too, because if you have some established, really experienced players at this game, for instance, we saw Tom Dwan raising a lot with like Jack 8 suited, Jack 9 suited, and then we saw Weiken Young raise a lot with Ace Jack and Ace 10 as bluffs, and then we see Tan Xuan limp a lot, you know, and those are like three of the best players that, you know, in my opinion, that I've seen that really impressed me. I mean, there's a lot of great short deck players in the events, but it just stood out to me so much that those guys play different styles.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Now we got Ben Lam putting the pressure on all these like weaker kind of actions. There's one fold Ace Jack. The best hand fold is now Flink here. 10-9 suited. Gonna make the call, and Lam actually getting really good here.
Yeah.
Value jam. Value.
Yeah, Flink was hoping his opponent had a hand like Ace King, Ace Queen.
Good hand to gamble with.
Yeah, they're both really good pre-flop all-in hands. You'll see people play Jack 9 suited, 10-9 suited, and Jack 10 suited play as if it's Ace King, what you're normally used to in regular hold'em.
Mm-hmm.
That's not so good.
It's a bad card for you.
Yeah, Flink's gonna need a straight to chop it up.
74.
Ben Lam's gonna win a good amount of chips there. Now, I believe these events are unlimited re-entry. So you will see people being extra splashy, I think, right now. It's like, yeah, let's build a stack.
Really excited to see Isaac Haxton play this now too. Haxton was incredibly quick at learning and catching up to Pot Limit Omaha. Pretty soon after he started playing it, he was already open sitting very high stakes with not a whole lot of people playing him. Just goes to show how much people respect his poker ability, and rightfully so.
Yeah, it's just kind of like that fear factor. It's like, well, if he's confident enough to play these stakes, he probably knows what he's doing. Let's not find out.
Yeah, exactly.
So DeVore is 10-8 suited. Now flush draws, they are harder to make in this game, but they do rank higher than a full house. So you do want to try and get some chips in play aggressively, because you can get a lot of better hands to fold. Divorce is going to come out betting. Flink, just top pair bottom kicker. He doesn't have many chips left, so he does decide to go all in here. Practically all in, I believe.
28, and you got nothing behind, right?
No, there's 1,000 behind.
Yeah. Oh. So,
We got a little Isaac Haxton giggle there.
So Divorce 41%, just needs to put in 24 more thousand. He's thinking about it. Maybe he thinks his opponent has him crushed with like King Jack suited.
Yeah. He has a gut shot too. No, he does not. All right, cool.
A runner gut shot.
Those are pretty strong actually in this game.
Yeah, there's always those possibilities. Divorce. I'd be kind of surprised if he folds this. Does make the call. Probably doesn't actually know the odds he has. That's why it took some time. So Divorce 41% to scoop the pot.
There it is. The runner gut shot.
That's
Oh, so he wins with the flush. Yeah.
yeah. So as you can see, Flink has a full house. Divorce has a flush.
How do I do this?
but Flink's eliminated because a flush beats a full house.
And their chips in the back right there.
And this is how short deck is played at the Triton Super High Roller Series. And that's because a flush is very, very hard to make in this game.
Exactly, and that's why I act so surprised, because you just don't get to point it out a whole lot, right? You don't see it that often. Like you said, a flush is pretty rare, and then also for somebody to have a boat at the same time.
Yeah, I wonder what Divorce thought. Like, oh, did I win?
Yeah. Wait.
Let me tweet and ask. Did I just push the pot on accident?
Yeah, 100% that there's a little hesitation in people's minds, even the other people at the table, where they go, it's jarring every time. I mean, you have like if you have 10 years of poker experience and you just have to, think about it a different way. And one of the reasons why people call so often is because you get really great pot outs, like you said. Just want to remind people, because you're going to see people limp a lot. And sometimes you got to wonder why they do that. But, think about it this way. The button puts in a double ante. Everybody else at the table already puts in a single. And then you have to call a single ante to see a flop.
So Haxton opening up King Queen. Now taking down pots pre-flop is pretty good because the ante is so large.
Yeah. Actually, I'm not certain.
Close enough.
They are very deep.
I have 160 back.
It wouldn't surprise me if 10-9 offsuit takes the flop here. As long as your opponents aren't dominating you. And they usually wouldn't be. If you have a 10-9 in your hand, your opponent usually isn't raising like ace-9, king-9. So you don't have to worry. Your 9 is usually clean. So Hacks an inside straight draw, king, queen. Does he want to bet? Does he want to check? Try and decide what kind of hands his opponent would call with.
It's a great flop for Hacks, and you see that he's playing around with a very small amount here. Always feel like you're getting taken advantage of when you fold to small bets, and it's true. Alright, so here again, interesting to see that Flink checks it down with ace-10. Ben Lemon a very strong holding as well. And we're going to be talking a lot about the percentages and how big of a percentage people have to win, because it's surprising every time. If you look at Ben Lem's hand, he looks really dominated. He cannot hit a 10. A queen is no good, only a 7, and he still had close to 30% on the flop. Or even more than 30%. Hearts get there. Flink has a 10 of hearts. It might be a very important card for him on this board. At the same time, Ben Lam has a 10 himself. And now you gotta wonder, like, would I bet here with a straight? Well, he has to bet to win.
Dan, do you have the menu over there?
Oh, don't talk about
I
food.
did, but looks like they stole it back.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I hope they're not gonna show me dumplings. So Flink here with top pair and a gutter. Really good board for him.
Hold in.
Kaboom. I'm actually shocked that Ben Lam still has 23% to win this. It's very nice to be back again in this venue. Really like walking around here. You know, actually, I really like it, Randy, when I already know the spots. So
Yeah.
when I'm going somewhere and I know where the good food is and I know where everything is.
Yeah, Jeju, the Shenhua World, it's really a lovely place. It's got a lot of food options. You know, like it's really a good venue to hold a poker tournament.
Yeah.
You know, and the hotel rooms are nice. Definitely recommend it. You know, if you're one of these high rollers that are going to play this event, you can see the numbers are getting bigger. New faces are coming, so you're definitely probably missing out right now if you're not here. So definitely look for some future events and take one of these events down.
Yeah, it's this island is called the Hawaii of Asia as well. It's incredibly beautiful.
And don't forget, they got a theme park.
Oh my goodness. With K-pop blasting from every speaker, it's incredible.
So late registration is open until tomorrow as well, so some new faces probably will show up starting late tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, we have a massive list of confirmed players that are going to be playing over the next week. You know, some guys will come in today, some will come in tomorrow. But numbers are definitely up from last time, and last time we already had a pretty sizable field, especially for the main event. That's going to be 2 million Hong Kong dollar, which is translates to 250,000 US dollar. It's a re-entry. It's kind of insane.
Yeah, that was won by Mikita Badziakowski in Jeju last time. He won a lot of money. To be more specific, he did win 41,250,000 Hong Kong dollars. That's 5.25 million US dollars. He's going to be excited for a chance to defend that title in Jeju. Flink versus Haxton. Flink has the best hand on this flop. Haxton's got the hand that can put the pressure of Queen Jack.
And this is also a board where in regular no limit hold'em you could think, oh, you know, Ace King's going to be good a lot. He's going to have high cards a lot, but the high cards in short deck will just have an insane amount of equity and a very big chance to win. So it doesn't pay off as much to go to the river and see if you're good.
Yeah, in this game, there aren't as many blanks. So while you can have the suspicion you have the best hand, you can't really call off ace king, right? Because there's no 2s, 3s, and 4s that would just come off that you know your opponent didn't hit. In this game, the only blank is a 6.
Yeah.
And, right? And there's so many other cards that could come. If you try to play this style of, oh, if I think I have the best hand, no matter what, always continue, you're probably going to get crushed in this game.
Yeah, true.
You need to know the equities. You need to know when to kind of just push your edges and not just be like, oh, well, you might have the one hand I beat.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
4.
It's pretty sad. Flop is set. Your opponent has their cards folded before you even put money in the pot.
Yeah, I was just hoping his opponent had something.
Looks strong.
Oh, yeah, sure. Sorry. Thank you.
Oh, Luca, can we get a waiter, please?
I like how I've been on my phone this entire time and he comes and looks at you.
I've been on my phone the
So
entire
have
time.
I, yeah.
I've been on my phone the entire time, too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Daniel DeVore is an incredibly good no limit hold'em player. Live, online,
I can actually order.
successful
right away.
everywhere.
So
Let me hold on to the menu after you order.
Yeah, I'll have number 8. The porcini mushroom soup. Yeah, and I think he wanted to order something after as well. No, just one. But I think he wants to order.
Let me just look at the menu for a bit. Come back.
97.
So Flink, Jack 6 offsuit. Now the trend I've seen so far from Flink is that he wants to punish limpers. And because of that, the counter strategy would be to limp with strong hands like ace queen and just limp jamming.
Yep.
Mr. Ace on the river?
Okay, Pogorski.
He's always very chatty. I love that about Pogorski.
Yeah. Yeah, I really love watching him play.
There's Chinwei Lim. Saw him in the previous series.
Ivan would be like the perfect guy if there was ever another poker scene in James Bond and they would do it right this time. He would be the villain that somebody played against. Look at that, stunner shades on.
And they're also like, you know, we don't need to script any hands. You just play poker how you normally play. So Ivan limping Jack 9 offsuit. Watson gonna check 7-8 suited. So Ivan flops the best hand, a pair of jacks, but it's pretty bad board for him. He's just gonna come out betting. He thinks that the dealer button just usually has nothing. Just trying to take down the pot right now. Watson actually has a flush draw. Just calls here. He's not, you know, he's a little worried his opponent occasionally like limps a hand that's very strong that wants to get it in. So I think taking in position makes a lot of sense. Turns the flush. Ivan picks up a little flush draw. So Watson doesn't lose to a full house. Remember, he's got a flush. He's trying to decide, should he try to bet and hope for like a trips type hand to call, or should he just check and try to let his opponent catch up more? He is going to fire some value. That's 8,000. Ivan with that little diamond, trying to think, can he put some pressure on? Should he just call? Should he raise? Should he fold? A lot of options do make sense here, depending on how he thinks Watson would play the hand. So the Bet is 8,000, 19,000 in the middle at the moment. Those are raising chips. Ivan, 35,000 on a semi-bluff. Now, I don't really mind this play. It's not going to work here, clearly. But if Watson had a hand like, say, queen whatever, his opponent can't really call to make a full house because it still loses to a flush.
Exactly, yeah.
So I actually do like the aggressive play. It's not going to work. Now, if you're Watson here, you really should just call here. I think going all in is a big mistake because you don't let your opponent bluff anymore. It's unlikely your opponent's like, I mean, he got a flush. It's just too strong. But I mean, he might think, oh well, Ivan when he raises here is so strong. It's just that no one would raise a full house here on the turn. So we'll see what Watson thinks. Oh, he looks like he's going to shove it all in here. 76,000. Ivan's going to make the call. Feels priced in.
There's outs.
Yeah, he's only got 11%.
Never did.
Never did. So true.
So Ivan Leo needs one of the diamonds. Card is a 6, so Watson's going to double up here. Yeah, I guess it really wasn't too much more for Ivan to call.
I mean, that's really tough to see. If somebody's willing to make moves and call it off, of course, you're going to make a lot of money when you have good hands, but there's going to be so many difficult situations. It doesn't happen a lot in short deck where you're just so confident that you're just like, okay, this is a brilliant situation, you know? If you have Queen Jack on Queen Jack 7, you have top 2 pair, like every turn, except for a 6, is trouble for you.
Yeah.
This level repeats and then not anymore after that.
I think the next one does too.
The next one does too?
Yeah, 2K does. 2K does as well.
Do you want people to jump +2 first?
Yeah.
So we are back to the other featured table. I love that we can switch back and forth.
Yeah, it's really nice. It's constant action.
So Chun here, Ace King suited, bumping it up 7,000. Haxon, he's got position, he's got Queen Jack. It's a good hand to try to see a flop with. A King 10 offsuit, I think it's not really that good of a hand in this game. It's just, you know, it's just a lot of middle stuff, right? And what, you're hoping for a Queen Jack on the flop and
Yeah.
ace. I can see it both ways. Colin, well, he's actually going to limp shove here.
Wow,
Any cameras? Are there any cameras?
that's really aggressive.
Yeah, I would say
What's that?
RFID.
this is not common.
Oh,
No,
there's
but it's
someone
really
in the
cool
corner.
that he recognizes the limp all-in situations. I really like that sort of aggression.
Yeah, so he's in big trouble here. And Ace King suited, dominated. I mean, with King 10, your opponent would call
Ace
like
King, yeah?
Ace King, King Queen, I'd say generally. Divorce flops an inside straight draw. 34% to win outright. They could chop if another club comes on the river.
Oh,
Okay.
there you go.
Nice.
Hard to do.
Hard to do.
He got bailed out there. So, okay, maybe I won't do that play again. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. If your opponents are the type to punish limpers, then reshoving these type of hands certainly goes up in value. Ben Lamb, Jack 10, going to limp in early position. Little pocket pairs just really aren't that good in this game. It's got 17% three-way, but flops to K6.
Wow. You don't see that a lot.
Yeah, usually we're like, yeah, you missed again.
Yeah, it feels like a very rare sight.
So Ben Lamb bets outright. I'm Haxton here, bottom set. Just trying to think about what hands Lamb can have. Now, a lot of people are like, oh, it's a limp pot. He can't have big hands. But the truth is that people limp really big hands, like ace, king, even aces. So he could raise and try to get some value here. There are a lot of tricky turn cards, actually. You don't know if your opponent hit it, say like jack, queen, or king. Your opponent often bets out of inside straight draws. So Haxton does put raising chips in, as expected. Ben Lamb here only has 9%. Doesn't really have much. Correctly lays it down. Just curious, what is he going to order? He's been staring at that food menu for a while now.
Tell me. Please tell me it's dumplings.
Yeah, dumplings.
Man, I was so excited. They had the soup dumplings here at the buffet. They didn't have those last year.
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah.
I need to go get those.
Xiaolong Bao.
Just wondering, is Isaac Haxton going to order Western food or Korean food? That's the question. Ace Queen here, going to complete into hijack. DeForest, let's go Jack 6 suited. I think Flink has had enough of raising in position because people have been limp jamming, so he does check King 10.
Yeah, we saw him check with Ace 10 behind as well. So it seems that he's really going for the
Very
trash.
polarized.
Yeah, very polarized indeed. So it has to be trash or really good. And everything in between, I like playing a pot in position.
And it actually makes a lot of sense because people limp jam so often, you're not going to get. You don't need to play your trash post flop anyways because they're just going to make you fold pre flop. And you don't want to get blown off like middling type hands. So Haxton check calls the flop, turns to queen. That's a card where no one likes. And Jack can make it straight. The ace queen here seems like a good hand to try to get the showdown. He does check. So if I'm Flink here, I'm going to recognize, okay, so Isaac is limping ace queen. I need to be careful raising trash when he limps into me.
3,000.
Oh,
These hands. Wow.
that is a set over set. This looks like a limp pot. So Ivan's going to raise with his bottom set. Your Bodzikowski here of top set, you got to think, well, I've got the absolute best hand right now. Do I raise or do I just call? And it's tricky. I can see it being played both ways because you're out of position. You don't want to go a scary card on turn, goes check, check. Then again, you don't want to raise and get your opponent to fold like an inside straight draw. I would say it's a little bit tricky to play this top set right now.
Yeah, it's very tricky because, like you said, like you just have to hope that somebody has something, but you block all of the good combinations. But then again, if Leo has a gut shot, will he really fold after putting money in? We saw what he just did with the Jack 9.
So Bodzikowski raises, thinks that Ivan has a good enough hand. He is on the button, so he could have random two pairs like Queen 6, 8, 6. There are he's just going to call here. I think Ivan, just in case his opponent's on a bluff, wants to let his opponent continue. Figures the money's going to go all in on turn anyways.
That is an ugly card for both players.
Yeah, good thing the pot, there's not too many chips behind, so it's not really ever a mistake to get it in.
Yeah, and at least all the hands I got there were gut shots, which is a little bit more rare for people to raise with.
Yeah, raise call of like ace-9. Like, just seems absurd, right?
Yeah. Well, it's a double gutter, actually, if they have 10-9.
Yeah, 10-9 would be the most ideal hand. So Ivan here, bottom set. Actually thinking about it a little bit. He's probably thinking, man, I got a set. But I really don't think my opponent is ever bluffing here. And to be fair, that might be true.
Yeah.
I mean, if Ivan can lay this down, this would be super sick.
Yeah, it'd be insane. Because you also still have that in your mind. Well, he could have a straight, but if he has a straight, I can always make a full house.
Queens?
Yeah, I think Ivan's just like, you know what? This is the smallest stakes tournament this series. Let me just go for it.
Yeah.
So he does make the call. 1-6 left in the deck.
Doesn't get there.
So this is event number 1. It's a bit of a warm-up event. It's a big buy-in, actually, 32,000 US dollars.
Hiya. Set over set. Hiya.
Yeah.
So if you guys are wondering, do you see those little like black and orange tickets? Those are the buy chip tickets. In case you run out of stack, you can reload another 100K.
Muy bien, oh.
Pogorski also one of the best players that we've seen, one of the most impressive ones. It's very hard to judge for me who's the best and whatever, because the game is also relatively new to me, and he just seemed very much in control of the situations, what he wanted to do, act very quickly. You know, you just can tell that he has a lot of experience.
He's no stranger to high stakes. You know, some of you guys might not know him besides from the Triton Super High Roller Series, but he has a lot of short deck. When I spoke to him, experience. So, you know, some of these guys you might, oh, just a no-limit player playing some short deck, but no, Pogorski knows what he's doing.
Yep.
So Ivan has mid-pair. We don't know Watson's hand. All right, so the jack on the turn. I like the bet here, Bodziakowski. Wow, look at that. Calls
Yeah.
the jack. That's a good read there, because a lot of people just play, oh, I got mid-pair, I fold.
Yeah.
Fortunately, the king comes on river, so Bodziakowski gets there. I think Pogorski is thinking, I know that card's a bad card. Should I turn it into a bluff?
Wow, this is so good. Man, I love this. This just shows how smart a player Gabe Pogorski is.
Yeah, some players are like, well, I just want to try auto check here, but realizing when to turn your hand into a bluff and taking stabs is very, very important.
Yeah.
Now, some players might be like, oh, I've got top pair, I got a call here, but Bodziakowski actually in an insanely tough spot here, because who just bets out when the flush gets there and the more straights get out there, right?
Yeah.
Like, it really does look like he hit his hand. I would say that if Bodziakowski thinks he's ahead, he's likely beating a jack X of clubs. Like
Yeah, very true. That's a
yeah.
really good point.
Jack 10 of clubs. You
Yeah.
gotta remember, you're holding the king of clubs, so you do block some of those flushes.
Yeah, and I think he has a very funky card in the 10 of spades as well, so that's going to be going through his head, you know. Maybe we'll see somebody else turn a top pair into a rebluff.
Yeah. So Ante-Only, this is a very tricky situation, you know, like he's just thinking, what is Gabe check calling to lead right now? Then he's also thinking maybe Pogorski would bet some clubs on the turn.
Yeah. Excellent points. Wow.
Look at that.
This is some very high level poker. This is just extremely good. This is two guys that both turn a showdown hand into a bluff.
Yeah, that is I would say that raising is superior to calling by all means. Because you can probably get your opponent to fold like 2 pair very easily.
Yeah.
You know, you could easily have the spade flush. He's got the 10 of spades. I think that's a good point that you point out, that he knows that his opponent is less likely to have a flush holding the 10 of spades. So Pogorski, he's just thinking, can he make some really sick rebluff here? Going to lay it down. Don't blame him. Ante-Only did have the best hand, but he actually was turning his hand into a bluff there. Let's say this guy, he's pretty good.
Is there any chance we had the same hand?
Oh, he's not far off.
I don't know. You don't know? Me neither. I think it's very unlikely.
That's very true. I don't think that King 10 would have been a bet. What's up, guys? We are. This is where we're at. This is our little spot here.
Yeah,
20 to 1.
it's going to be some good action all week. Stakes just get bigger every day.
I like that we're facing this way now. Like, you know, we're facing the curtains. We can kind of get. I feel in control of this place.
Yeah, this is going to be a good event.
How much is it?
Ivan going to shove here, pocket sevens, his remaining chips. Watson calls here of ace-10 suited. So don't blame Ivan Leo going all in here with pocket sevens, just 26,000. Watson flops a straight draw. He's got 46%.
Wow.
Turn card is the king. River card is a 10. Ivan Leo makes a straight here. Gonna chip up a little bit. There's Chinwei Lim. So we got a bunch of calling so far. 7-6 offsuit. Probably one of the worst hands in this game. They say that's the equivalent to 2-3 offsuit in no limit hold'em. Bodzikowski on the dealer button, ace queen. It's actually a really good scenario.
Three.
Because on the dealer button, it's expected to make moves. So you want hands like ace queen. And you pretty much are calling most shoves because people are just limp shoving like king queen and queen jack too much. Actually just going to try and shut out everyone, just going all in here.
Yeah, I really like that. It's really hard. Like, what are you going to make it? 20,000? And then a hand like 10-9 suited will still come along.
Yeah.
And then you have a very tough flop decision.
So definitely see players do make these all-in type plays or just raise really huge, practically all in. I think Bodzikowski has definitely adapted really well to these games really quickly.
I was going to say, maybe he folded that because he had somewhere to go or to hide to somebody. It's like, I wonder.
I'm pretty sure that's why.
I see some strong hands limp here. Pogorski with the king-queen suited. Bodzikowski with the ace-jack. I'd say king-queen suited definitely has a little bit of an easier, a little bit more playability in this game. Look at that. That is a pretty flop for Bodzikowski.
All right, so just 99.8%. Okay, it looks like 100% now. So Pogorski putting another bet here. It's a very small bet. It's pretty much designed to try to get like pocket 7s, 8s, 9s to fold. And once he sees Bodzikowski call again, I think he's going to realize what's up.
Yeah. Oh, actually makes still makes a boat.
It does make a full house. If he fires again, he's pretty much saying, I got quad jacks. But
Yeah.
Bodzikowski's got the one with the jack.
He bet pretty small on the turn, so I think he can definitely give Bodzikowski some credit for some like 9s, 8s, 7s still. So
Yeah, I like to check because you do beat those hands in case your opponent did hero call you on the turn.
exactly, yeah.
So Mikita here is trying to think, okay, do I bet small, trying to get like some kind of hand to call, or do I try to get really greedy, trying to get like an ace to call? Would my opponent bet an ace on the turn? That's what he's thinking about.
And would he check the river with it?
Yeah. And I like the small bet here. He's pretty much figured, this guy doesn't have a jack. He doesn't have an ace. Let me
Yeah.
try to make him bluff raise me.
Really good instant fold there by Pogorski for that price, by the way.
Yeah, it's good to be confident in your game, like just having your reads on points. Like, well, if I make this play and he calls, I know I'm going to shut down. Switch it up. It's like multi-tabling commentary. This is amazing.
Yeah. Really strong hand here. One of the better hands to play other than aces. I specifically don't mention kings because kings are still pretty tough to play and reasonably vulnerable in this game.
Jack 10 suited. One of the very aggressive pre-flop hands you should be aggressive with. It's all about taking what's in the middle.
What's the best hand to beat aces again? Is it 10-9? Yeah, it's 10-9, right? 10-9 suited.
It probably is 10-9
Yeah.
suited, yeah. You know, this is one of those games where, like, you know, a no limit hold'em, you're like, okay, all in pre-flop, they probably got queens plus, ace king plus in this game. Now you got to include those hands and include Jack 10 suited, Queen Jack suited, like all these different hands. It's definitely a very action-oriented game. You know, good, it's fun for the players, fun for the viewers. Pocket queens on the dealer button.
This hand, same thing. It wouldn't be a bad hand to just go all in with. Secure what's in the middle.
Yeah, different players do have different strategies. Divorce going to raise here. It wouldn't surprise me if Ben Lamb plays as aggressive. He just shoved Jack 10 suited pre-flop last hand. So he does make the call.
What's up?
Okay.
All right, so we have bottom two pair for Ben Lamb, who's trailing against Divorce's queens when you look at the statistics.
Yeah. I'll tell you though, pocket queens here, it's not too fun to play on this board. So he is going to bet.
8,000.
It's a very small bet. It's not very common in short deck to see these small bets. Pretty much lets your opponent call with anything. Makes it actually really confusing to play post-flop.
It's pretty cool if he decides to put multiple bets in, knowing that he blocks king-queen. Look at that, though.
I think Divorce is like, well, I actually didn't expect to hit these strip queens, but I'll take it. It makes a lot of sense for him to consider checking here because, say he bets, his opponent has a king, goes all in, then what? Price yourself out, something silly. So he does check.
Wow.
That is the perfect card because the flush doesn't get there.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
So Ben Lamb, I mean, he loves this full house. He's just
10? 10.
10,000.
just bets 10,000. My thought here for Ben Lamb betting so small is thinking, Divorce never has a straight because he would just bet the turn.
Yeah.
So he's hoping he gets hero called by like the case jack, some like ace queen.
Some 8-9 maybe.
Yeah, or maybe make his opponent. I don't think he's going to fold jack 10. He's just like, oh, I induced him because I bet so small.
Yeah.
I mean, Ben Lamb knows his opponent can definitely have a big hand like queens here or like aces, you know, ace jack. But sometimes when you bet so small, you're like, oh man, did I induce him? You know, it's definitely not a fun spot here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if Ben Lamb can fold this would be amazing.
Yeah, that would be very, very impressive. Especially, I think the key point is there, what you mentioned, is the fact that he bets small himself. That makes it so hard to get away with, because he has a much stronger hand than he's trying to represent.
Yeah. Because it looks like a block bet with like a king, right? Like, and to be fair, a lot of these players would make a move when the board pairs and try to bluff you off with something.
Yeah. I mean, what if somebody has ace-10?
So I think
You don't have me covered too. You have 80, 81.
so. Some things maybe Ben Lamb thinks about. Okay, how much
Thank you.
does Divorce play short deck? Is he that sick to make a play in this game type that he may be less experienced in.
Yeah, but you know, he's a really, really, really good no limit hold'em player. They make some sick moves when they don't think they're gonna be winning with just calling.
Ben Lamb just talking to himself like, okay. When you're in this situation, you're always trying to think, okay, what kind of hands my opponent would bluff with? Wow, that's an amazing fold.
That is incredible.
That is incredible.
They were 50 antis deep.
Mm-hmm.
That's just incredible. Wow, Ben Lamb just continues to impress us once again here. Immediately, right off the bat.
He literally lost the minimum. That's the only way to lose the minimum. Betting out small and getting raised.
I can't believe it. It's like that to me is outstanding.
Ben Lamb, he was impressive last time. Already impressive this series.
How I don't think anybody expected that to happen.
No.
I was like, okay, he's gonna think for a bit, think, oh well, you know, I can't really fold here, and then call.
That's super sick, especially because it's like you bet so small, which induces plays, and usually does. Oh, it's amazing. Look, if this is how the series is going to start, I just can't imagine the hands later.
Yeah.
So on to the next pot. I'm still thinking about that.
Yeah.
That's pretty sick. Flink 9-6. Now, what's the straight? A 7. 6, 7, 8, 9 ace is a straight in short deck.
It's also straight.
So Haxton with the nuts right now. Trying to think, okay, what can call me? Just put a small bet there, try to get some inside straight draws to call with a pair. Okay.
Told you.
Okay, Flink, you definitely like to go after pots.
Yeah, blocks one of the straights, blocks a second nuts, has a gut shot for a bottom end of the straight. Raises in position too.
Yeah, so if I'm Haxton here, this is what I'm thinking. Well, clearly he's got the nuts. He's just got to think, what hands would my opponent do this on the dealer button? And this is what I would think is that Flink, he might raise like 10-9 if I limp pre-flop. Would he raise King 10? Well, actually, he did check King 10 before. And Haxton's just going to fast play this. He thinks his opponent's got a big... He actually re-raises really small because he knows that he's got the nuts.
Yeah, and it's unlikely that somebody will in position raise with a flush draw that they checked on the flop, or you know that they'll raise with a hand like Jack 8 that you might want to get some more protection with. It's people are either messing around or they have it. They have something that they want to go with, and now he's actually enticing somebody that's messing around to maybe make a very light call. If somebody just has a 10 in their hand or something, I really, really like the sizing from Ike.
Yeah, if you make it bigger, you don't give your opponent room to make a play. He's just gonna call here of 9-6. Okay.
And honestly, that just shows the strength of Haxton's bet sizing there.
Oh my.
Oh, interesting.
That actually is one of the worst cards for Haxton.
Yeah.
A full house beats you, a flush beats you. And a jack is actually a likely card a full house would make, you know, like Jack 8, you know, like...
Queen Jack is a big one here too.
It's actually pretty reasonable. And I think Haxton usually will check here on the river. Your opponent raises and calls you. They look like they got two pair. Because if they got a straight, they probably would rejam on you.
True.
On the turn.
Very true. And if you bet yourself at the same time, you're pretty much saying, oh, I have a boat or a flush, but you only have a straight. So
yeah, you're only getting called by better.
Yeah.
Then again, you're like, do I just bet so my opponent doesn't make some huge play on me? I mean, it's quite tricky.
Whoa, I'm really surprised. Really surprised there
Yeah.
by Ike.
I think I'm not like super in love with the play because I think if I perceive my opponent to have a straight, like King 10, I don't think they would just call the turn, so I'm
Yeah.
not really bluffing my opponent off with a chop.
Exactly, yeah. It's gonna be it's gonna be tough in some situations to even get a call from 10-9.
You know, my read on the situation there is that Isaac actually was turning his hand into a bluff would make the most sense because a flush beats a full house.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it doesn't really make too much sense to shove all in there for value. Yeah, that was... He probably doesn't expect his opponent to have 9-6 either, right? It looks like he's got a piece.
Yeah, but that's kind of why you make that small raise on the turn, so your opponents can peel. So they're gonna peel with some 2 pairs, with some sets,
Yeah.
and some gut shots and stuff. So you kind of have to give them the chance to fire off, because you know if you expect them to kind of mess around there, you're only gonna get called. But better.
Yeah, that definitely was a non-standard hand, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I think I might have went a little bit too deep there in the leveling wars.
Regardless, he does take down that pot onto the next hand. Haxton calls with his inside straight draw. Ben Lamb, when you got pocket 7s on Queen 8-8 and someone calls you, you're just gonna lose the pot. So Ben Lamb, he's thinking, okay, maybe I can get my opponent to fold a queen. And that's why he is going to bet again. I do think that if you're betting these little pairs, you do need to be aggressive a bit more post-flop. Otherwise, you just auto-lose once you check.
Yep.
Wow, nice takedown. It's a lot of adjustments. You know, these plays weren't happening in Jeju last time.
Yeah. I think my guess is that Ben has played a lot in the meantime.
Yeah.
He was definitely one of the enthusiasts. He loved it last time. He plays a lot of live cash games in Vegas, so I'm pretty sure that they've played this a bunch.
Yeah. And like I said, I think we're going to see a lot of different strategies this series. It's going to be cool to watch and see how people adapt. Oh, these are hands that could clash, but they're just calling here, hoping for action behind them. It's going to get minimum action. So you look at this, right? The best hand to put pressure on is actually the 9-7 offsuit. Everyone has absolute garbage on this flop.
3,000.
So he's going to bet out here. We do see a lot of paired board betting in general. Ace King. We actually don't really see too many players call generally here because, like we've been speaking about, is that there's a lot of turn cards we don't really know what to do on besides an ace or a king.
Yeah.
So I'm curious what Divorce thinks he should do here. Does have the best hand, makes the correct call.
It is really cool that sometimes people, even though they know they're going to have to hit one of their cards to catch up, if they don't, they can still put a lot of pressure, repping something that's already on the board.
So we saw Ben Lamb be aggressive with pocket 7s earlier. Just check it back.
Once again, Ante-Only 2,000, 4,000, round number 2.
So they are going to chop this pot unless someone bets and folds.
No good.
No good.
Ace high.
I thought you said no good.
No good.
It's half good.
I think he gets it.
He
Yeah,
gets more.
I'm pretty sure
You
that's
get you give him the extra chip, right? Worst position.
No, you got it.
I know. I'm trying to give it to you. I have 7 now. You have 8.
Yeah.
I would have bet if I'd realized that.
See, it was good.
It was good.
4,000.
Oh,
It is up. 24.
2-4.
Small edges.
Just now the button. I think just now the button.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, that's right.
So the blinds are
You
up.
limped first, right?
Yeah, definitely.
2,000 ante, button ante of 4,000.
All in.
All in.
Flink has had enough. 50 antes though. Definitely getting into the range of things you can just go all in with. Only has 2 guys behind him to beat as well.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense. It's kind of like a money print. You can compare it when you're in the small blind and no limit hold'em and you have like 20 big blinds with pocket deuces or 3s or 4s, and you just go all in because you know you're making money. No headaches.
Yeah.
Looks like there are not enough yellow chips in this tournament.
Not what? Enough yellows.
Yeah. Or maybe we just got a lot of yellows
I mean,
moved
you're
off our
gonna
table.
rebuy.
When,
Yeah.
You're gonna rebuy and use.
They don't
these.
give you yellows, do you, when you rebuy?
Oh, they don't.
no.
you're right.
Probably just.
No, I think they moved Seth when he had.
Yeah, I think
quite a
Seth got
bit.
moved when he had a lot of yellows.
And then, yeah, and then you rebought and you didn't get yellows, right?
Yeah. Maybe if you rebuy with no yellows, I guess.
Cool. We need more yellow chips.
Rebuy.
Just rebuy, you'll get more.
Oh, I love that guy.
Yeah, Flink is becoming one of my favorite players already. We just started the series.
Yeah. I really can't wait to see him play No Limit Hold'em as well. Wow. Ike now with the pre-flop bomb.
All right, so blinds that went up and everyone's just like, okay, time to put the pressure on. Gets 6s to fold. Nice chip up.
4. 4.
What's the problem?
I think you guys need more yellow chips.
Oh, yeah.
You use them.
It's no problem, Ike.
Can
We
they-
got you.
Can they get
Just calls the
more
floor.
yellow chips?
Thanks, Luca.
Thank you.
It's not enough. Yeah, right.
Yeah, 20 more isn't a problem.
I have another interesting Robert Flink story for you.
Okay.
Because him and his friends, a bunch of other guys, like a tournament group from
What does
Sweden,
it mean underneath the Triton poker? Do you know?
they agreed with each other. We're online players, so we're not allowed to make reads based on live tells, and they had to pay a 10,000 euro fine to the other guy in the group if they did it. So he just walked over to a table.
I translate from Chinese.
He started telling this hand history to his friend, and he said, the guy looked nervous, so I called on the river. And the guy said, you're not allowed to do that. And he's like, I know. And he tosses 10,000 euros on the table, and he says, I'm chip leader of the tournament, by the way. These guys are some characters.
Yeah, that's hilarious. It's okay, $10,000 fine. No worries, I'm gonna chip it anyways.
Yeah.
Trouble for Flink. Ace-Jack suited. Haxton limped the kings. Induced to action. So Flink is in trouble. One of the aces
How much?
are
You
dead.
have like 80 or something?
No, I got 100 plus. It's 104.
104.
This should be easy fold for divorce. Base 10 suited. There we go. So only 2 aces remaining. Could make a straight though. Another interesting ways to win the pot.
And I also just want to remind people of the fact that whenever we see percentages for hands, we do not take into account the cards that are folded. So you see the true percentage, what it will be if we didn't know any of the other cards, which I think is really cool because we can learn along that way.
Okay. Check. Come on.
Okay, so that hand's over. Haxton is going to knock out one of Flink's bullets. So Flink is able to use one of those
Here, do you want to give him 10 yellows?
Triton tickets to get another 100,000 chips.
What? Oh, yeah. More.
Now, I believe when you enter, you get 2 extra tickets behind, each worth 100,000. So you get a 300,000, but you play 100,000 at a time.
Yeah. It's something very similar we see in Parliament Omaha tournaments. You see this in games that have insane variance. Just to make the tournament last a little bit better. It also makes it more fun because you keep the action, but people still get to play a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Are you going to?
Yes.
Now, for example, say everyone started at 300,000, you wouldn't really see that much all-ins. You'll see a lot of like tight play, like, oh, I don't want to get blown off my hand, so I check it back, and things like that. So it's actually a way to kind of like, you know, induce the action a little bit, and you know, it's just you don't want them crazy variants like, oh, I'm all in pre-flop, flipping, ace, king, queens.
Exactly. Tune pretty card dead so far at this table.
Haxton is crushing right now.
More foods.
Yeah, where's the food at? Oh, wow. So Haxton just open shove pocket nines into ace queen, it looks like.
77.
I feel like ace queen is a slight favorite here pre-flop, I believe. Does that
I think
sound
so
about
too.
right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, see, told you.
Yeah, easy. Easy Kotka. Oh, okay, that's a real card. Oh,
I didn't see that.
I am good at this game.
Sorry.
Okay, so Haxton is going to win another pot there, chipping up. Looks like Ben Lamb didn't even see the flush until his cards got turned over. So Ben Lamb is going to get another 100,000 chips, loses one of his entry tickets. This is a 32,000 US dollar buy-in event, 250,000 Hong Kong dollars. Event number one.
Bounty one. We'll be having a lot more fun.
That is true. This would be sweet. Bounty one.
So Ben Lamb is referring to a future event, event number 2. It's a short deck bounty tournament, double the stakes, 65,000 USD to play. Every bust out is a bounty. So every one of those tickets.
Shit, sorry guys. Oh wait, the
Hand was over.
Alright.
We'll be streaming that event tomorrow, sometime after this event finishes. Don't forget, after that, we have a No Limit Hold'em event. That's event number 3.
There's 28 right now. And there's level 3, and you have to play for 8 levels. 70 probably. 80, around 70.
Yeah, a lot, I think. I don't know. I mean, I don't know who all is here and planning on coming later.
So there's gonna be a lot of re-entries as well.
Yeah. Just with the people who are already here, I think it's getting to a high number.
Oh, yeah.
The party license in the box.
You want your cards right here. Yeah, like that. That's how they read them.
So King Queen is all in. Isaac Haxton folds ace 9. No way Flink is folding this.
It's not very fun.
That's always the case with poker players. They always want to see blood.
Yeah, they're
Whenever
like,
you see 2 guys play big pot and both have ace king, everybody's like, ugh, I watched all that for nothing.
And you know, like, they always see the runners, like, oh, how can I get there, right? Like, they always go club.
Yeah, oh, there you
Yeah,
go,
see?
club.
Someone's going to say club, you know? That's a chop pot. Now, just to continue, we're going to have a $1 million short deck event. It's 125,000 USD. The main event, that's a 3-day event, is a 2 million Hong Kong dollar buy-in event, 250,000. Every single one of these events, a limited re-entry. It's some big stakes here. And I'll say, in short deck, generally speaking, if I was to guess, when you come into this event, you should be expecting on average to buy in like 2.5 times or something, right? Like, you don't just come in here with one bullet YOLO.
Yeah.
You got to bring extra bullets just in case, because it's expected.
Yeah, it's expected. Yeah, if you get to the money somehow with one bullet, it's more of a miracle than something you should expect.
Jaya. Massage?
Every time I see a player like Lamb limp something like the King Queen there, I'm always wondering if is he gonna limp raise or is he gonna limp call, something like that. It's really interesting to see how different players approach these spots.
So Tong Chun here got a little tricky with pocket kings, gets outflopped by the button.
7.
Now, what I've seen as a common trend from Lamb is that he limps under the gun pretty much his strongs and okay hand holdings, and he seems to like to bet out on these ace high flops a lot because he knows he limps ace king, ace queen, ace jack, and just hoping his opponent don't have an ace because they will always fold. It's not going to work this time. Flink actually has top 2 pair. I don't think Flink knows that he's just betting out often like this, because if he did, he probably would consider slow playing. Usually when someone bets out, they've got a piece, and they might have ace king.
Yeah.
So Tong Chun folds pocket 7s under gun. I actually think that's a fine play. The hand just really doesn't play good.
Yeah, I really like those plays with bottom pairs. Even if you flop a set, if you look at how big percentage of straight draws have, in no limit hold'em, when you flop a set, you feel like you lock it up, right? You never really feel like you can lose the hand anymore.
Yeah, your opponent does have more equity against your set, and also it's hard to flop a set. And your opponent, someone usually has a 7. It's like 1 out left in the deck. To Forest, Queen Jack offsuit. This is one of those middling hands that does usually play pretty aggressively. Switch it over. Another featured table here. We do have 2 featured tables active all of the time.
Ivan Liao here with a very strong hand.
You got a lot of chips now. Yeah.
Pogorski of ace jack. That's a big raise,
Wow.
52,000.
That is a big raise.
How much you playing? 160 about.
Man, that's not what you want to hear when you have one guy that beats. When a guy with 16 antes.
Yeah, and you make it
Listen.
52K, you pretty much have to call any kind of raise
Yeah.
priced in. He's really trying to push out Badzikowski. It's like, okay, I just want to get it in with Ivan Leo.
Yeah. I think it's still very smart to make it 50,000 and not go all in, though, because you wouldn't do that with aces and kings, right?
Yeah. You need to try to make it seem like you would have a good hand.
Yeah. Very unlucky for him to run into ace queen there, honestly.
I have my chips already in. All week long. Snap call. Ace jack. Call.
This really shows what I love about these tournaments is that Ivan Liao kind of immediately teases him. Wow, you snap call that?
So Badzikowski
Definitely.
doing well, just like Isaac Haxton.
Yeah, massive stack now for him, but tides changed quickly in this game.
I was on the button.
Boom, some chip counts. Badzikowski here showing with 4 starting stacks. Is that true?
Yeah, he just
It
won
is.
that huge pot just now.
It is 4 starting stacks. There you go.
And he's got the bullet tickets behind too.
Yeah, I think that this is kind of a needle to Pogorski because we saw him lose all those chips in the last hand. So that actually means that Badzikowski should have.
Yeah, I'm thinking some of those chip counts maybe a little bit off. Should be.
I wonder if Pogorski maybe put 2 bullets in for re-entry.
It's possible. No, it looks like he used 1. Just wanted to needle him.
Yeah.
Okay, well, this looks like trouble for Wei Lim here. Badzikowski's got to think, okay, what's the best way to get my opponent to do something and get it in bad?
All in.
Oh, just shoves all in. Trying to make it look like he's pushing him off of a hand.
You know me so well.
That's funny that Ivan Leo just said it the moment it happens.
King Queen. I don't fault him for calling
No,
here.
not at all.
Yeah.
Only strong hands. Ace king or ace queen.
I mean, 10-9 offsuit would make the same move. Maybe even 10-8 offsuits, you know? You have so few people to beat.
It's easy to bad beat people. So fuck it. That's
Yeah.
What
You just punish this need, huh?
Yeah, she's spiking.
Oh, that's actually a really good flop for him.
He can hit a 10.
I think it's coming.
Queen would help.
I mean, really good is maybe an overstatement. but
Improvement.
Yeah.
GG.
Okay, GG. It's like perfect timing.
Yeah.
Whoops.
GG.
96.
I love how we're getting a play-by-play commentary from Ivan Liao. And again, you know, it just shows how relaxed everybody is and how much everybody's used to playing with each other. People just like to trash talk each other. You know, people laugh at each other for losing $500,000 pots.
Yeah, some places are like that's a big no-no, but here it's just like, okay, say whatever you want, have fun.
Yeah. It's like a house rule.
Mhm.
This is just the way this is here. And
Yeah, you gotta talk smack to enjoy.
I am. I am.
Ayam ah. Hijack hantam you masuk lah. Apa mau tunggu?
it's an
Back
impressive
over here.
stack from Ike.
Why is this stack so far from him though?
Yeah.
That's I'm like,
Maybe it's perspective, but whenever I sit next to somebody who has a stack next to them, I'm always like, yo, can you keep it within your triangle of your hands, please?
Yeah.
Keep it within your arms.
I was gonna say like June really chipped up it. Dealer button, Jack 10 suited. I think this is a good spot to be a bit aggressive.
Yeah, we're gonna see some action. And then you always get the question, how much?
And it's a good question. Don't really know what's the right number. 20,000. Respectable.
I think when people want to put a little bit of pressure, you usually see 5 antes. Man, Jack 10 suited looks so pretty when you get it in this game. You know, you have some games, obviously Hold'em as aces and kings, and in Parliament Omaha when you get really pretty double suited aces like ace, ace, Jack 10 double suited, but Jack 10 suited takes it for me in this game.
Yeah.
When you see that hand, it's just, oh, here we go, you know?
Jack 10 suited is the hand of this game.
Yeah, that's it.
Just checking out Ben Lamb's stack, trying to decide, okay, do I raise and just like get it in? You know, hands do play differently based on the stack sizes.
Yeah, very much so. Nobody's going to look at Lamb's stack and think, oh, I can't let this pot get too big. But just like we saw with Pogorski, you're more worried about the people behind you because it's pretty easy to wake up with a good hand here.
So Lamb is going to make the call here. Figures, well, he doesn't have that many chips behind, so he can't really play it wrong post-flop. So once he flops a piece, he's going to go aggressive with it. Yeah, your opponent doesn't have many chips left. Wouldn't be surprised if Haxton just goes, okay, practically all in.
He's got to lock it up.
Yeah, it makes 0 sense to check back to here. So he does bet and fold.
Just black's probably fine. I threw a quarter too.
Yeah, I saw it. You said just what?
That's fine.
Yeah.
Like doing what he's been doing all of his life, stacking chips.
Yeah, it's a one-way direction.
Yeah. I don't think there are a lot of people in the world that can say, oh, I really got Ike's number. I got him again, you know? You may get him once.
All right, so we see some limps. Going to take a 4-way flop.
Haxton with the only real hands. Was in like a top starting hands. Wow, this a lot of people flop a piece. I mean, we see Flink with top and bottom pair, but 2 really strong flush draws. I mean, Lamb has the gutter and the straight flush draw gut shot.
Yeah, everyone's got like these reasonable pieces. They're not amazing,
Yeah.
but they're kind of like worth continuing in some fashion.
Especially in a limp pot, it's going to be very hard for Robert Flink to expect somebody to have a hand like King, Queen of Spades, Ace, Jack of Spades. Those hands will get raised quite a bit.
Ben Lamb's going to fold his weak spade.
Man, I would be so tempted.
Yeah.
Straight flush draw.
Yeah, I would say it's very tempting. I guess it's just like, oh, there's still 2 guys to act, and maybe my spade will not be good anymore if they continue. Divorce calls. Just rooting for that spade right now. So Flink counterfeited his 2 pair, checks it.
He looks so tilted.
Yeah, it's like, okay,
Honestly.
that's pretty much a really good river for him.
Yeah, yeah. What do you do where you're divorced here? Because, you know, a flush still beats you. I mean, there was no action on the turn, so it's pretty safe to say that your full house is going to be good. But then what does your opponent have? You know, maybe he'll try to give him some room to bluff.
So it's kind of like a blocker value bet. Gonna chop it up.
Split.
Daniel DeVore is building a reasonable stack here. Robert Flink on his last bullet, last bullet of his first buy-in.
I like how I say first buy-in, like, okay, we know he's going to reload.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Like, I just don't know how much experience he has. I really like the way he's playing so far, but it could also just be from, you know, poker talented at poker position.
I would say that most of the time when players kind of come out like just really firing, they usually have a lot of experience, because if you're into a new game, you kind of take it slow usually, like more straightforward. So my read is that he probably is a more experienced player, but you know, that could just be YOLO.
Yeah, I mean, if you're naturally aggressive, you're gonna look pretty experienced at this game pretty quickly.
So Haxton snap calls with pocket jacks. Lamb's got an overcard. Haxton makes trip jacks. Ben Lamb. Okay, never mind. Quads. I think this might be the third quads we've seen so far today.
Yeah.
Have you lost a hand yet?
Not many.
Okay. Jack 10, you know, like, if he thought his opponent had ace king and ace queen, he would make this call. Or two ace kings, right?
For sure.
Just discipline fold.
Made a great fold.
You're gonna regret it.
You
No.
He doesn't regret it because he knows he'd only win half the pot.
Yeah.
93, 103.
That shows the difference. Like, Bugorski is like, you're gonna regret it because you could have won.
Classic short deck matchup.
Yeah, yeah. You actually have it over 60%.
Usually I'm the suited one, but
You're crushing.
Pachikowski's just like, no, I know it's the right place, so whatever comes, I don't care.
Like a little 9-8.
Not anymore.
A little 9-8.
Wow, so Watson, 62% equity to get some of these chips.
That was a great card on the turn there.
Wow, what a hold. Wow.
It's funny because after that flop, it's actually a suck out.
Yeah. It always feels bad. You got a straight draw, you miss. Okay, Lamb. Instantly all in again. Ace-8 suited against the kings.
He has potential. This is insane. Like, Ike's not losing hands.
I think Ben Lamb's officially eliminated from this tournament. Gonna need to find 250,000 more Hong Kong dollars to get back in the event. I do think he is going to re-enter. First elimination. Isaac Haxton only stacking chips. So Chun doesn't have many chips left, gonna go all in with 10-9 offsuit.
Really good hand to pick as well. I mean, not that he has many options, but 10-9 is just a great hand.
Haxton's trying to decide, should he call, should he reshove, should he just re-raise small? Just going to call here. divorce. I mean, ace-9's not really a great spot. Then again, he might be thinking, would Haxton really just call if his hand was really big?
Yeah, I
Maybe
agree.
I can move him off of it. I think it's something to consider.
Yeah, you'd be doing your opponent a huge favor if you have a big hand here by letting them catch up.
Looks like he's going to try and take one in position. I mean, it's almost never wrong to see a flop on the dealer button in this game.
True.
Tong Chun's got the best hand, 10-9. Haxton, he realizes he has to win at showdown. Is it worth betting to try to get divorce to fold? With just a straight draw. So it does make a lot of sense to check.
Yeah, in a dead pot situation, if you bluff out the third guy, you still have to win the main pot, and you're just not going to do that with ace-9 very often.
Yeah, there's no reason to bet here.
Spicy turn.
Again, you got to win at showdown, and you're likely behind against the all-in player, so no reason to bet. So divorce, he's got open and a straight draw. Makes a lot of sense to check. Here comes the river card. It's a 7. All right, so Tong Chun is going to triple up here.
Yeah.
I think Tong Chun's like, I hope I'm ahead. He doesn't really know he's ahead. I mean, divorce, we just checked it. There we go.
Oh, it's nice to stay alive. Saves you a bullet. Big difference, actually. I mean, he goes up to almost 100,000.
Yeah, it's pretty much almost like having a re-entry bullet used.
Yeah.
So ace-9 here. I would say generally calling is a standard play. Hoping to see a free flop.
Yeah, especially with 4 players. Ace-9, I think ace-9, ace-8 are definitely very trap hands because they kind of look reasonable, but...
I think Flink's like, I had enough.
Yeah.
I'm back to punishing these limps.
Yeah.
It's like 100.
Slightly more.
And there's definitely going to be situations where we're going to see people call there with 9-8 suited.
Yeah, definitely, like, especially in the early levels, like, people just kind of want to gamble it up a little bit more. I think it didn't even cross Divorce's mind, really.
Do they know we're four-handed? There's at least one six-handed, Tim.
Does anyone even know that he busted?
I don't know.
Nope.
I mean, Luke is usually on top of things.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Luke and Kate are usually good, but...
I think he might be doing something over there.
All right, here comes those pocket aces limping.
Yeah, very cool. You're going to see this a lot with aces, ace, king, kings, because people limp so often you really need to have some aces in there. Otherwise, you know, it's just very easy to play against Oh wow, I'm actually surprised some of these hands check. Really strong holdings here for a limp pot.
Yeah, Haxton's like, God dang it, why did I
Yeah.
raise?
And now it's a disaster too. I mean, it's really good to limp aces, of course, but when it gets checked around or limped around and you see a flop like this, I mean, it's pretty dry, but in a way, again, you know, think of a good turn.
Yeah, it's not a good turn. I think the good news is that his opponents aren't that deep, so like, you know, he can be like, okay, I just hope someone's got Jack 10 here a lot.
Yeah.
Or like some King Queen. And people don't really play Queen 9 and Queen 6, so there's not that many 2 pairs. He's going to get some calls. And when your opponent just calls, though, that's the tricky part, is you don't know, like, is the king a good card? Is it a bad card? You know, like Jack of 10.
Exactly, because even if you hit an ace, it makes a straight.
Yeah, the Jack is awful here, right? Like, and you don't. Divorce is not the one you want to be calling because he's got the deeper stacks of the remaining players. Like, for example, aces is really tough to play. You bet 20,000, your opponent shoves. Like, oh, is my opponent making a semi-bluff? Like, what do I do?
Yeah.
Does he bet against hands like King Queen? I think checking, let's just see what happens.
And it's tough too, because if you're in that situation where there's not a single good turn, people can call with a lot. Like, should you really be trying to take the pot with aces on a board like this against 3 other people? Because I don't think he's betting any turn except for an ace and a 6.
Yeah. And maybe a
Feels
7.
comfortable.
Yeah,
Feels
those
comfortable.
are the best
like,
cards.
And then a 7 is already dodgy to where you start thinking, I should check and hope that I'm good.
Oh,
you know?
yeah, because they can have like ace 8, right? Like inside straight draws.
Yeah.
So Divorce is going to bet top 2 pair. Axton. I'm thinking he might lay this down. It's just like, okay, I call. What am I hoping for on a river? Well, not a 10. Not a jack, not a queen, not a king.
Yeah, same thing.
Not an 8.
You're hoping for a 6 or an ace, and even then you don't know you're good. So.
Yeah, because imagine your opponent could easily have 10-8, king 10. Right? That'd be awful. Yeah. So Haxton does make a side fold there. I think his opponent was just like too deep behind.
And there we see Lucas Greenwood.
You got space? Not really.
His brother Sam also in the house. Saw them both walking around earlier.
So I believe the Greenwoods did not play any of the short deck last time. Seems like they've came prepared.
I think you're right, yeah.
Yeah, I wonder, is there anyone coming just for the no limit? I don't really think so. Very few players. Everyone seems to have picked up this game. That's a pretty clear all-in of kings when you only have 66,000 behind.
60 something.
To start to shuffle, complete that hand. 15-minute break, guys.
Looks like there will be a break after this hand. Haxton with pocket jacks. Calls here. King, queen suited. You got an all-in and a call. It's quite dicey actually.
It's kind of similar. It's a little bit bigger, but it's very similar in the position they were in before.
It's tricky because Haxton, he knows that Haxton would call wider than normal because Chune's shove is quite small.
Yeah.
So that makes king, queen suited look much better. Now the equities you see are is against the pocket kings. You know, there would be a side pot to play for as well if they happen to go all in.
Yeah, that's important to remember. How much can I make against the other guy?
It sucks because you're like, well, do I call 62,000 pre-flop and only play like 100K behind? That's not too fun either. He's thinking, okay, he does go all in, just
great
thinking,
reads.
am I ever ahead?
How much is it?
And his answer is yes.
It's like between 140 and 150, I think. Between 140 and 150.
Now, I was going to point out that I'm surprised Haxton didn't reshove all in,
Second.
because that would have shut out the king-queen suited, I
Yeah.
think, very likely.
Yeah, we'll see him do this again, and I also think there was a lot to say for doing it with the ace-jack last time as well. Letting in hands is very dangerous.
Yeah, I can't fold.
So he is going to make the call. Yeah, I think if Haxton was going to raise, call it off anyways,
Yeah.
then reshoving would be better because you want someone to fold king-queen suited against you.
Yeah.
So now he's going to have to risk a lot of chips here. He can still win if he hits a jack. Divorce is actually in really bad shape, but if he hits a queen, he would take the side pot, so it's not the end of the world. Okay, that's pretty safe for for Chun there.
Yeah.
Oh, Isaac Haxton. He just laughs.
Chun's like, yeah, it's not funny. Oh my god,
Okay.
Divorce gets there.
Okay. Cool. So one. Hold up.
It's like, oh, I shouldn't have left.
One. He
No,
wins
I
the
win the
pot.
putt.
He wins
I
the
win the
pot.
putt.
So,
So you
I
just
owe
owe me
162. Yeah. Yeah.
That's pretty unlucky for Kings. Loses to both hands.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. How do you get third in that situation?
Hey, if Haxton reshoved, he would have scooped the pot. Things have changed, so maybe a slight adjusting he might consider. That is the break coming up here. We're going to short, 10-minute break here. We're going to show you some highlights. Looks like it's all Isaac Haxton right now.
Yeah, we've already seen a lot of action. There's a lot more to come for you guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you shortly.
Ace Jack, the best handful is now Flink here. 10-9 suited. Gonna make the call, and Lamb actually getting really good here.
Yeah.
Value jam. Value.
Yeah, Flink was hoping his opponent had a hand like Ace King, Ace Queen.
Good hand to gamble with.
Yeah, they're both really good pre-flop all-in hands. You'll see people play Jack-9 suited, 10-9 suited, and Jack-10 suited play as if it's Ace-King, what you're normally used to in regular Hold'em.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bad card for you.
Yeah, Flink's gonna need a straight to chop it up.
74.
Ben Lamb's gonna win a good amount of chips there. Now, I believe these events are unlimited re-entry. So you will see people being extra splashy, I think, right now. It's like, yeah, let's build a stack. A King 10 offsuit, I think it's not really that good of a hand in this game. It's just, you know, it's just a lot of middle stuff, right? And what, you're hoping for a Queen Jack on the flop and
Yeah.
ace. I can see it both ways. Calling, well, he's actually going to limp shove here.
Wow.
Any cameras? Are there any
That's
cameras?
really aggressive.
Yeah, I would say
What's that?
RFID.
this is not common.
Oh,
No,
there's
but it's
somewhere
really
in
cool
the-
that he recognizes the limp all-in situations. I really like that sort of aggression.
Yeah, so he's in big trouble here. And Ace King suited, dominated. I mean, with King 10, your opponent would call
Ace
like
King, yeah?
Ace King, King Queen, I'd say generally. Divorce flops an inside straight draw. 34% to win outright. They could chop if another club comes on the river.
Oh,
Okay.
there you go.
Nice.
Hard to do.
He got bailed out there. So, okay, maybe I won't do that play again. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. If your opponents are the type to punish limpers, then reshoving these type of hands certainly goes, raise call of like ace-9. Like, just seems absurd, right?
Yeah. Well, it's a double gutter, actually, if they have 10-9.
Yeah, 10-9 would be the
it.
most ideal hand. So Ivan here, bottom set. Actually thinking about it a little bit. He's probably thinking, man, I got a set. But I really don't think my opponent is ever bluffing here. And to be fair, that might be true.
Yeah.
I mean, if Ivan can lay this down, this would be super sick.
Yeah, it'd be insane. Because you also still have that in your mind. Well, he could have a straight. But if he has a straight, I can always make a full house.
Queens?
Yeah, I think Ivan's just like, you know what? This is the smallest stakes tournament this series. Let me just go for it.
Yeah.
So he does make the call. 1-6 left in the deck.
Doesn't get there.
So this is event number 1. It's a bit of a warm-up event. It's a big buy-in, actually, 32,000 US dollars.
Hiya. Set over set. Hiya.
All right, so just 99.8%. Okay, it looks like 100% now. So Pogorski putting another bet here. It's a very small bet. It's pretty much designed to try to get like pocket 7s, 8s, 9s to fold. And once he sees Błaszczykowski call again, I think he's going to realize what's up.
Yeah. Oh, actually makes still makes a boat.
He does make a full house. If he fires again, he's pretty much saying, I got quad jacks. But
Yeah.
Błaszczykowski's got the one with the jack.
He bet pretty small on the turn, so I think he can definitely give Błaszczykowski some credit for some like 9s, 8s, 7s still. So
Yeah, I like to check because you do beat those hands in case your opponent did hero call you on the turn.
exactly, yeah.
So Mikita here is trying to think, okay, do I bet small, trying to get like some kind of hand to call, or do I try to get really greedy, trying to get like an ace to call? Would my opponent bet an ace on the turn? That's what he's thinking about.
And would he check the river with it?
Yeah. And I like the small bet here. He's pretty much figured, this guy doesn't have a jack. He doesn't have an ace. Let me
Yeah.
try to make him bluff raise me.
Really good instant fold there by Pogorski for that price, by the way.
Yeah, it's good to be confident in your game. Like, just perfect card because the flush doesn't get there.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
So Ben Lamb, I mean, he loves this full house. He's just
10? 10.
10,000.
just bets 10,000. My thought here for Ben Lamb betting so small is thinking, Divorce never has a straight because he would just bet the turn.
Yeah.
So he's hoping he gets hero called by like the case jack, some like ace queen.
Some 8-9 maybe.
Yeah, or maybe make his opponent. I don't think he's going to fold jack 10. He's just like, oh, I induced him because I bet so small.
Yeah.
I mean, Ben Lamb knows his opponent can definitely have a big hand like queens here, or like aces, you know, ace jack. Then sometimes when you bet so small, you're like, oh man, did I induce him? You know, it's definitely not a fun spot here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if Ben Lamb can fold this would be amazing.
Yeah, that would be very, very impressive. Especially, I think the key point is there, what you mentioned, is the fact that he bets small himself. That makes it so hard to get away with, because he has a much stronger hand than he's trying to represent.
Yeah. Because it looks like a block bet with like a king, right? Like, and to be fair, a lot of these players would make a move when the board pairs and try to bluff you off with something.
Yeah. I mean, what if somebody has ace-10?
So I think...
You don't have any cover two. You have 80, 81.
So some things maybe Ben Lamb thinks about, okay, how much does DeVos play short deck? Is he that sick to make a play in this game type that he may be less experienced in?
Yeah, but you know, he's a really, really, really good no-limit hold'em player. They make some sick moves when they don't think they're going to be winning with just calling.
Ben Lamb just talking to himself like, okay. When you're in this situation, you're always trying to think, okay, what kind of hands my opponent would bluff with? Wow, that's an amazing fold.
That is incredible.
That is incredible.
They were 50 antes deep.
Mm-hmm.
That's just incredible. Wow, Ben Lamb just... Alright guys, welcome back. We're here for more fast-paced action, as you saw from the beautiful Jeju Shinra World Resort. Very nice there, multiple hotels. I'm a little bit pissed off about the water theme park. Last time we were here, it opened on the last day, and now it's a little bit cold outside.
Yeah, it's quite cold, but it's okay. It's still a great place to be. Lots of wonderful food options. They got Korean food, Western food, any kind of food to cater to your type. And we've got the high stakes action for the Triton Super High Roller Series. This is a short deck ante-only 250,000 Hong Kong dollar buy-in. That is a 32,000 USD buy-in. Unlimited re-entry. This is just the first day of streaming. We've got a lot of streaming for you guys every single day. So do hit that follow button so you can get more action. Let's take a look at the two tables here. Isaac Haxton is the tournament chip leader, it seems. 401,000. Daniel DeVos just won that huge pot, the last hand before the last break. It's up there as well.
Yeah, it's funny that with the side pot he thought, oh no, you know, King Queen does pretty good against jacks, but you know, not if somebody actually has kings. But he still got there on the river. But you're going to see a lot of those situations in short deck where you feel like somebody doesn't have a chance, and then the board rolls out a certain way. They walk away with the pot.
So first hand, let's see what happens. Haxton is going to just call here.
Could pick up a lot of chips potentially here.
I'm just thinking shove, right?
Yeah, there you go. Nice.
You know, when you got about 52 antes, it just makes a lot of sense.
We got all in 3 ways: kings,
Kings.
jacks, king queen suited, and king queen suited 1.
Scooped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, that story could have been so much more exciting.
Yeah.
Oh, runner.
Flop game ace 8 7.
There we go.
King queen
Yeah,
1.
there you go. It's important from a poker appreciation
You
standpoint.
turn the jack, river to 10.
Yeah. I went nuts.
Alrighty here, so Bodzikowski raising ace queen.
20,000.
Pogorski with pocket 9s.
These guys are really deep.
Yeah, they're very deep, so that's why he is going to try and take a flop here. Really rooting for that 9.
Really does seem like Pogorski did win a lot of chips there. Amazing flop.
Bodzikowski, yeah, it's bets. I like the small bet.
Yeah, it's good. Like, you're gonna get so many folds. You want ace highs to stick around.
That is a full house. I'm wondering if Bodzikowski is thinking, does my opponent have a queen? Then I should bet. I don't think my opponent has a queen. Then I need to check. Look at that check.
Yeah, very, very smart.
That's beautiful.
It's not necessarily a card he's going to be too happy about. Is there we are,
Yeah.
guys.
Hey, guys.
Yeah, we just preempted a little bit earlier, but we're here on a beautiful theater piece. We're lounging out. There's a massive TV that you guys can't see. We have our own laptops.
The setup is really just really nice for us. I'm loving it. Happy we're going to be streaming all the high stakes action. Stakes are getting bigger every single time.
Yeah. I think normally we're in a small commentator booth, and they gave us a stage here, as you guys could see.
Yeah,
so just a little sneak peek behind the scenes there.
So back to the action. Bodzikowski checked the turn. It's going for a pot-sized bet. Yeah, but of course you just got 2 9s. Lay it down.
I've been playing quite a bit of short deck myself, and it's really nice now in comparison. Last time we were in Jeju in August, it was a lot about it for me was like knowing the game, and you told me a lot about the game yourself, and now it's cool that I've had some experience playing it to see where the traps are and what's a really tough situation to play, and just seeing guys like this with whole cards face up is a real treat.
Yeah, so like the first time I was like, okay, let me get my feet wet, just kind of get the basics down. Now it's like, how do I fine-tune my play? And watching streams, especially like the best players that show up to this event, is really going to elevate your game really quickly. So I think you should get some tips and watch some Bodzikowski, some Ivan Leo.
Yep. Oh man, hard to follow Ivan Leo.
Very contrasting styles.
Yeah.
But this is a no-brainer all-in with ace queen. You got 34,000. He knows it. He's all in.
And now this is again where that interesting part starts. Like, how light is Bodzikowski gonna call, and how is he gonna play with people behind him?
The thing is, Ivan's the type of guy that's like, I actually want to get called because I want to double up or use my re-entry chip.
Yeah.
When was the last time you played a hand? Months ago. Oh, for real.
All right, so Chinwei Lim and Ivan Leo gonna go at it.
Who won it? Who won it?
So top 2 pair for Ivan. Okay. That is called a full house. Straight's no good.
And Wei Lim is one of the more solid players as well at short deck, but you know he realizes as well just the amount of percent he has to win.
Yeah, I think he realized there's so Ivan wasn't that deep, so he just made the call here of Jack 7, just hoping his cards are alive, and they were.
Van Lam on his second buy-in here.
Yeah, so he actually did re-enter the tournament. So he's in for 2 entries.
So set for Ben Lam. Very coordinated board though. I mean, there's no immediate straights possible, but obviously a lot of straight draws and the spades also there.
Ben Lam basically hoping someone bets and is pretty much going to try to get all in. I think by... I kind of like this play because say he bets, most of the straight draws just call you and then you're like, oh, what do I do on the turn? So by going for the check raise, you kind of like force all of the money in on the flop. Because like you said, you know, you remember earlier you said bet the aces, what do you do on all these turn cards, right? So I think there's definitely merit to checking when there's 5 ways, just hoping someone's got like anything, bets.
Such an easier way to get the money in. So a lot of hands that are going to bet will just call your bet, and then you're going to have to play a tough turn. Really amazing spot here for Ben Lam. So much dead money in the pot as well.
He definitely wants to raise here. Wow, I was just gonna call. Okay, that's very interesting to me because I'm thinking you want to shut out people with inside straight draws because it's easier to make a straight in this game.
We saw him do that earlier too with the Jack 10. He flatted the flop as well on Ace Jack 10. And this is also very very dangerous.
Yeah, so you do see the inside straight draw making the call. See how it works out.
Wow, brick. Man, I would love to just go all in here on a brick.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's a weird, like usually you don't just take the lead. I think Ben Lam should strongly consider it because Bodzikowski overcalled.
Yeah.
If it's just him and Ivan, they'll check. So he is just going to lead out
I
here.
love this.
It actually looks very drawy. Now, obviously, I mean, this is just a cooler. Like, you're not going to fold when you turn to flush draw, and you've got 2 pair.
Yeah.
Good sweat.
25% for Ivan Leo. Doesn't get there.
One of my favorite things here is just the immediate reactions after a hand, and it's gonna get. And the funny thing is that it's gonna get worse as the stakes get higher. If this hand happened in the 250K dollar main event, people just be laughing at each other. Haha, you miss your flush draw. You know, bye bye. Just.
So Ben Lam's second bullet working out for him right now. Ivan Leo is going to use one of those re-entry tickets. Yeah, I like that they upgraded the tickets. You know, before they just kind of had this yellow paper, but now it's like Triton branded.
Yeah, it's nice.
It's like little things that just really are nice here.
I feel like those are massive trap hands as well. You know, 10-6, 10-7 offsuit.
Yeah, you will see almost everyone fold like the 10-7 offsuits, 10-6, like the king 8s, the queen 8s, the queen.
Oh,
the
man,
queen 9 is
that's
like
ultimate trash.
Yeah, they're really bad.
King 8s, ugh, yeah.
And I'll tell you why. Like, you might be thinking, some players might be like, oh, well, I can make 2 pair, like king 8, right? But the thing is, it comes king 10-8, and someone wants to get in with you. They either have better 2 pair, or they got a straight that's flipping with you.
Yeah. So very coordinated board once again. Pogorski with top 2. He's doing pretty well here. Leo was really good. It was a really good hand to bet here. Having a 10 or an 8 in your hand here is just amazing. People are going to be so scared of a straight.
And when you bet out into 5 players, it looks a lot stronger, so people will generally fold like probably a weak top pair here, I would guess.
Yeah.
So Ivan just checks. Pogorski checks it back.
The cool thing that we saw about Ivan is sometimes when players check this turn, you think, wow, that's a pretty good bluffing opportunity. But Ivan sometimes likes to bluff when the pot is even bigger. He'll wait for his opponent to bet. It's like, now I got you, now I'll bluff, you know?
Ivan does stab here. I don't fault him for betting because once his opponent checks back the ace on the turn, it kind of looks like he's pretty weak. And then another overcard comes, so if the opponent has like, wow,
there you go.
Folded. Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah, great bluff.
Yeah, I was going to say, because the king is like, okay, well, if my opponent checks back, he probably has like jack 9, 10, 9. He's not going to call bet, so that's why I like the bet from Ivan.
Yeah.
I don't think Ivan expected his opponent to have 2 pair and fold, though.
No, I agree. But it's, you know, if your opponent doesn't have a draw and they call on that board, they could have some 2 pairs, and then it's not a great run out for the meter, you know. The ace makes the 8 have a straight. Man, aggression really pays off in this game, in the smaller situations especially, because I feel like if people have a lot of money invested, it's very hard for them to get away from strong hands. But it's those little pots that make you so much money because of all the antes that people put in.
Yeah. I want to point out that I think Pogorski thought Ivan was very strong on a flop because he bet out into 5 players.
Exactly, yeah. All right, we're going to see a flop here.
I'm wondering what cards are left in the deck. I'm just looking at these hands. Okay, there's some queen, there's some aces out there. Queen 10, 8. And everyone doesn't really have a nice piece here. Kowski does have top pair, but he's got 5 opponents. Jack 9 is very easy for someone to have. 10, 8, Queen 10. I'd be pretty worried, so that's why he does check.
Yeah, I think out of all these hands, I'd rather have the jacks. Almost, it gives you a lot of future bluffing opportunities, immediate bluffing opportunities. Some running spades that are good for you, some running sets.
So it's a funny turn card. Gives everyone improvement, but not a clean improvement. Watson does have a straight here. And it's usually safe to say that you've got the best hand. I'm surprised he's not betting, though, because ace-king is less likely from his opponents because the cutoff and dealer probably would have raised.
True. Yeah. You really have to look at like what positions limped exactly.
Yeah, I think hand reading is actually pretty important. The best way to hand read is actually to look at the positions of your opponents.
Mm-hmm.
So Kowski knows Pogorski takes stabs, so he's actually quite tempted of king-queen. He knows he's got to draw to the nut straight. It's tricky, though, because Pogorski is betting to 5 players.
I think Pogorski also thinks, you know, I don't think my opponents have ace-king here a lot. So, and if they have a 9, they're not raising me. So whatever, I'm going to bet, you know?
Yeah, if they have ace-king, they probably would bet the turn themselves, I would think.
Mm-hmm.
So Watson here really, I think he should think he has the best hand because ace-king probably would either bet the turn himself or they would raise now.
Yeah.
And I find it highly unlikely that Pogorski didn't raise ace-king in the cutoff. So, yes, Watson does make the shove here. I think this is the correct play. Pogorski is just like, okay, my call. How he's probably like, whatever, I'm going to get there. How often do you actually have a 9? He actually does have a 9.
And 43% Pogorski. 43% all in on the turn with a set against a straight. That's quite unreal.
Well, Podzikowski would have scooped that. Shut him out of the pot.
Pogorski just thinking to himself, I like that turn. Man, I remember the Montenegro edition where they played, what was it, 200K buy-in short deck cash game?
Yeah.
That was insane. Pogorski was just firing, and that, like, you know, he had to as well. Of course, like, he's very experienced at cash game, but that was insane how fast that went.
Yeah, it's funny. It's like, it's higher stakes, but they splash more than in the tournaments.
Yeah, because, you know, they know about tournament life. Cash game's like, oh, nice, rebuy.
Yeah, and there was $1 million pots, like, just 4 people, like, yeah, I'm all in. I've got 9-7 suited or whatever.
Yeah.
So that's definitely a treat. You should definitely watch that. That is on the Triton YouTube channel. Get the chance. I mean, Triton, they've got the biggest cash game pots on there, the biggest tournaments, and it's only getting bigger and bigger. You know, they definitely take player feedback, and they love to hear from you guys on social media, so do let them know.
Biggest official buy-in ever this year, huh?
Yeah. That's a tease.
That's a tease.
Back to the action. Watson bets with his open-ended. Well, actually, it looks like some of the. Okay, he just bet 8,000. Action. Ben Lamb folds bottom 2 pair.
Wow, I love that.
Yeah,
that is such a PLO thing to do. That's just really smart to keep yourself out of trouble.
Because a lot of bad turn cards, you wouldn't know what to do on, like a 9, a 10.
Exactly. And then if you go all in and you get calls, you're probably behind with bottom 2. Even if your opponent has a draw, you're going to be behind against ace set of diamonds. I mean, I'm just kind of saying that, but I assume that is true.
I think you're right, actually, because a lot of counterfeits. So Podzikowski here, he's got a pair and a nut flush draw. He can actually really put some pressure. He can take this in position and see what happens in multiple ways to move his opponent off of his hand. I think any play is actually good. He's going to go for the aggressive one and raise 45,000.
Still, even though it's a big raise, still a good price to call here for Watson.
Yeah, I think Watson's thinking, man, that's bigger than I normally expect, but this is short deck. People are going to raise bigger because the equities run closer. So Watson with an open-ended straight draw. So he's gonna call here. He probably thinks that once he makes it 45,000, his opponent isn't gonna fold, so there's no reason to shove on the flop.
Especially with so many people again on the flop.
Great. Thank you.
Comes the turn card.
The nizzles.
I wonder if this is you know, a lot of times people are like, oh, I make my hand, I need to keep betting. I wonder what Podzikowski thinks. He's got to think, okay, what does his opponent bets and calls on the flop?
Yeah. It's just another one of those spots where you just make more money by checking.
And the thing is, say you put your opponent, that's a nice check.
Yeah,
I was going to say, if you put your opponent on 7s and 8s, they might not call your bet because they still lose to a flush.
Yeah. Man, Mikita always impresses, just always.
Yeah, I think he's really upped his game.
Yeah.
this series with short deck. I think before they were actually betting when they hit the flush, but now I've seen checks. It's what you would do if you had like 2 pair. You would be, oh, I need to check this and try to get the showdown.
Yeah.
So you definitely want to do it with good hands. I'm telling you, if you got 10-9 here, like you see like you see the weak action on turn, you're so tempted to bluff. That's why it makes checking back a flush on the turn very good. There's no way Watson thinks he's got the best hand.
I agree with you. And if you really are certain that your opponent has 2 pair, then
It just
giving up.
decides, yeah, my opponent's got too strong of a hand.
Good read by him.
Yeah.
Good read, because this would be a really good spot to try and take one off, especially because if it goes check-check, like you said, you're just not expecting to win.
I actually expect a lot of the players would actually fire here with 10-9.
Yeah.
It would be wrong in this case. So I don't think betting is a bad play or a good play. I was just saying, like, I expect them to do it.
Yeah, yeah. It's definitely a good spot for it, but, you know, that's why Mike Watson's very good as well. He sniffs out that maybe not this time.
I think Watson also probably identifies if he does bet, he's bluffing at a strong range. So quick fold. It's like Makita tried to make his hand look as bluffy as possible.
Yeah.
Here we go, back on the other table.
Damn, was that was a fold from 10-8 suited, I think, from Daniel DeVoris.
I would say that's actually at least a limp.
Yeah.
Generally. But,
that's a very strong hand.
Yeah.
How much? 65?
Well, that's actually a bad spot for Jack 10, but I think we're still going to be surprised at how much equity it has.
Yeah, the good thing about Ace 10 Ace Jack, you're trying to like call off against Jack 10 exactly.
Yeah.
But they will go all in with this hand. So comes a flop.
And again, it's not bad. It's always 25% with a gut shot.
Okay, good card.
Yeah, that's a very good card indeed. Alright, and we see Flink win one. We haven't seen him win many all-ins.
Yeah, Tong Chun is getting just things not going his way. You know, he lost that huge pot with the Kings earlier. Just lost another all-in. Well, in this tournament, you do get multiple bullets, so, you know, helps reduce the variance.
I don't know how many bullets he still has left. I think he's on his last one, but who knows what happened in the meantime.
Thank you.
Okay, do you like that? We can just switch back and forth.
Boom.
Give you the best action. You don't see this anywhere else. So Pogorski, Ace-Jack suited. The trend has been that undergun pretty much limps his whole range. They don't really, haven't seen anyone come out raising yet. See if that changes with maybe some of the other players. So Watson.
Check it.
So we got to see 2 top pairs. I don't blame Wei Lim to consider betting, thinking he's got the best hand.
You have to be pretty sure that you take it down on the flop, because it's another one of those cases where, okay, so the turn comes now what?
Yeah,
You know?
it sucks, right? I mean, you actually want 2 folds because you don't want people turning hands into bluffs against you or getting there.
Yeah.
So Pogorski just shoves all in here.
Whoa, he had land behind him still. Wow, this is a pretty insane read actually. If you look at how big this pot is, like Wei Lim has 130,000 behind, and he has Ace Jack. He has a very, very weak holding here.
Yeah, I think Pogorski is thinking, okay, Wei Lim, he's in the cutoff, so he's very likely to raise a hand that's better than Ace Jack right now on the flop, like Ace Queen plus.
Yeah.
So I think that's why he feels very confident in going all in here and trying to get hero called by a hand like Ace 9, Ace 10. As you can see, Wei Lim's actually thinking about it.
Yeah.
But sometimes the price is just too much.
Yeah. Wow, this is an excellent read. Just read it out, think, yeah, you know what? And sometimes it's an advantage when the pot is, or the stacks are a little bit deeper behind because you know that people won't just call it off with straight draws or gutters.
I want to point out that you made a very good point there that, you know, the turn comes whatever and you don't know what to do. I think by Pogorski playing, he just knew he had the best hand.
Yeah, lock it in.
And just lock it in. Because, you know, like the turn comes to one of those middling straight cards. You're like, oh man, I don't know what to do, so I check. Maybe I get, you might get moved off the hand.
I think it's something that we saw Ten Shuen do a lot, is where he bets with Ace 9, but then he continues betting because he just turns it into a bluff. So he's like, I don't think this is good. I'm just going to assume that my opponents are still drawing and just put a lot of pressure with it.
Yeah, and this is one of those games where people fast play a lot. So actually multi-barreling people who just call does seem like a pretty reasonable strategy. Just because they're probably not that strong if they just called you on flop. So Pogorski, okay, King 6 offsuit. It's a bad hand in this game, but he's on the dealer button.
Is it 20 in this stack?
Trying to put the pressure on.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
So pocket jacks here. Look, if Pogorski was shorter, this would be an easy all-in. Now it's actually kind of tricky because he knows Pogorski makes moves, but then he doesn't want to risk 200,000 with pocket jacks.
The downside is massive.
And now he has to just call here. And the thing is, it's not even that fun to play post-flop, but he's kind of like forced to, given the stack situation.
Man, that's a tough board to get folds on.
Yeah.
I really like that check.
It's like too often your guy has like Queen Jack, Queen 10.
Yeah. This could be a cool turn to try and bet big on, like get away with a 50k stab or something. That's good.
I think a bet would get all the queens and nines and stuff to fold.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like this. Now, in short deck, your opponent usually has a piece, but the thing is, they will fold those pieces.
Exactly. Yeah. It's not like, you know, you can have a strong hand as well, and this is a pretty random board.
He's going for it. Huh? He's going for it. For the glory.
Big hand.
I got the glory. The glory is yours.
Oh man, that's funny.
Big turn.
It's funny too, because he's the one that keeps talking about it. Look, Bechikowski's already yawning. He's like, I don't care, dude.
I actually really like the way Pogorski decided to bet that turn.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like you said, like that's a bad flop to bet. So some pretty good like hand reading there.
Yeah, that's great. Sniffs out the situation really well. Man, you can just tell by from Pogorski's demeanor and his table talk and everything that he's just going to get into a lot of games because he's insanely fun to play with. It doesn't even matter that he's really good at the games, you know. He's just going to get invited because you just have more fun with him at the table.
Yeah. And he's an action player, as you can see.
Yeah.
And he did play that, you know, that huge cash game, the short deck. So this is a limp pot. Pogorski correctly calls of ace queen high, turns the ace. Still can hit an 8 to make a straight. Ben, he's gonna fire again. He's trying to get hands like 7-8, 7-9 to fold.
And this is trouble. When you get called here,
Yeah, I would
is it
say.
a min raise?
No.
Going for glory again?
Oh, he did min raise him because that's 15 to 30,000.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
One card if you fold.
I'll show
No one ever says they're going to show you one card, right? They'll show you both cards or none.
But it's also like these guys are both pros. Pros don't care when you say that. You know, that's like a thing people say to make people fold. In Vegas or something. I'll show you when I fold, bro. Oh wow, Ben Lam's position. He's sticking around. Oh, he spikes the 8.
Now Ben Lam's interested. So Pogorski quickly checks, it seems.
Could this be one of those situations? Yeah. One of the situations where you call because you want to make a move on the river and then you hit, but it's not really strong enough to value bet.
Yeah, just grunted. I was like, what did you just do?
I was going for the glory. To get you to call with that.
Oh man, that's fun.
You're gonna look like a real genius when you check call the river.
Yeah. Not today though.
No.
Not today.
No, sir.
All right, so for the people just tuning in, we're on our very first event of a action-packed series here. This is the 250,000 Hong Kong dollar event, which translates to 32,000 US dollar. And we've been going for a few hours here now. We've seen a lot of action already. A lot of people trickling in today or tomorrow. We're gonna have a full week of exciting action for you guys.
All right, so Isaac is back on the menu.
Oh man, these guys need to stop talking about food. I'm getting really hungry.
No, they've been looking at this menu for like 2 hours. I haven't seen anyone get any food yet.
Yeah, this is the ultimate tease. I think Ike just hates me.
Maybe it's harder to order than to play poker for them.
Could I have the asparagus dumpling?
What?
And the seasonal vegetables with garlic?
Oh, stop. Asparagus dumpling, that's trying too hard. That's... I can't get down with that. We either go for roasted veggies or some straight up pork dumplings.
So that's the order you get after 2 hours of looking at the menu. All right, so Haxton bets trip 10s, Greenwood with middle pair. Going to call here.
Man, I love it when people raise the 9 in that spot. Kind of use it as a blocker.
To like a full house, yeah.
Yeah, because it's, you know, again, there's no safe turns except for 10 or 9. Just kind of lock it down in a way.
The good point is that, like you always say this, no safe turns. That's the thing. You actually may want to consider playing your hands fast on the flop because you don't really know what to do on the turn.
Yeah, and it's not even because you're not good at the situation, but it's just incredibly hard to put your opponent on hand. Even in Ike's position here, it's just like, okay, well, I guess. I mean, this is all you can hope for, right, in this game.
So he's going to put a pretty big bet in there. Just trying to get called by, like, you know, Jack 10 type hands. Doesn't want to give a free card, and it's going to chip up.
And I think the problem with Queen 9 is if somebody bets this flop multi-way, they're usually gonna fire again, even if they have like king jack or queen jack, and then you end up in a situation where okay, that doesn't look safe or this doesn't look good, I fold. Of course, there's some running straights you can make with queen 9, but puts you in a very dodgy situation. Luke with the queens.
Trying to set the trap, going for a limp shove. I think he might get some action from Flink. Nope, Flink, like ace 10, you know, and king 10, Flink has been checking these hands a little bit more often on the dealer button. Out flops Greenwood. Greenwood's got the blockers to the nuts straight, so that is why he's betting.
Yeah, I like the bet.
Yeah, I think Greenwood knows now that once he got snap called on the flop, he's probably behind.
Now the real question, do you go all the way? Are you going for glory?
Now, if I'm Greenwood here, I'm thinking Flink check back on the dealer button. He doesn't have ace king, he doesn't have ace jack. Probably doesn't have king jack. He probably has a weak ace or like a weak king, a random king. So that's why he's betting again.
Yeah, I love this bet.
Now, Flink is actually stronger than expected, I would say. Because the inside straight draw actually helps a lot. So that's why he is going to call here.
Gut shots are super powerful. That's a tough card to bluff.
Yeah, I think queens here was actually a good two-barrel spot. You are going to get a lot of like very weak aces to fold or like weak kings. Jacks, of course.
Ooh.
But now you bet twice. But maybe he's just like, man, I don't have any chips left. Should I just like go all in here? Again, though, I think Greenwood's thinking my opponent really would have raised pre-flop on the dealer button, but I just gave up.
Yep.
He's like, I could have maybe got the hand to fold.
Yeah.
I wouldn't fault him for, I think actually betting there would be pretty cool, actually.
It'd be cruel, but it's a little bit YOLO, you know?
Yeah, because I'm thinking, how often does my opponent have a jack? It's pretty hard, right?
Yeah, that is
Like,
hard.
call to flop and turn, check back the dealer button.
But he's gonna have more jack combinations than ace combinations because he checked before the flop.
Yeah. I think like if people can figure out these like tough spots, they're really gonna crush.
Yeah, that's exactly like that's what we saw earlier with Pogorski turning second pair into a bluff on the river, and then Bajikowski turning top pair into a bluff over that. That was just one of those. All right, these guys are insane at marginal situations.
I thought you was great.
No. Hold on.
Pocket kings just shoving, trying to make it look like a weak hand. Now, sometimes in this game, you do try to make your hand look weak and get crying called by like these king jacks and queen jacks that might just originally call your raise.
Yep.
Of course, sometimes you shut out your opponents, but in this situation, whether he raised to like 30,000 or all in, would have got no action.
Ante 3,000, bottom 6,000. Was a 3-6.
블라인드 라인에서 NT 3,000, 버튼 6,000, NT 3,000, 버튼 6,000입니다.
It's 6 now.
No, next hand.
Next hand.
King, queen. Gonna make the call. All right, so we got a 5-way flop coming. If you're like me, Lex, I'm looking at all the hands. Okay, what do they got?
You're gonna see me biting my lip, like scanning the cards.
Yeah, like silence. Let me analyze who's got the best hand. Divorce has top 2 pair. Flink's got the pair and the straight draw. Greenwood's got a pair and a straight draw.
Another one of those. Please let me just take it down on the flop spots.
Yeah, actually, you can see Divorce bets really small. He bets only 6,000. Maybe his logic is like, well, if someone's got a straight, they're gonna raise me.
22,000.
So Flink is gonna raise. And it sucks when you got bet and a raise in front of you. Got a decent hand here, Queen Jack. Yeah, it is possible one of his opponents have ace queen, so I don't fault him for folding there.
Yeah, for sure.
So if you're a Divorce, you're a top 2 pair. My first instinct, let's just call and see a turn card. We're too deep.
Oh, for sure, yeah. I mean, if you go like Jack 10 and King 10 are not raising this board, so you're up against a bluff or something that beats you.
That's exactly right. Now's the time to pray for that Jack or King so you know how to play on the turn card. So Flink gets there.
And now we get to that situation again. Do you check because you want to just represent something different? In Flink's shoes, or do you immediately going to try and get some value?
Yeah, I think Flink just needs to bet to protect himself against 2 pair. It's unlikely his opponent's going to turn a hand into a bluff. So that's why you do see him reach for chips right now.
16,000.
Oh man, I love the small bet.
Yeah, he basically is putting him on 2 pair and said, hey, make a crying call.
Mm-hmm.
King Jack. Man, that price is really good. Then again, you probably know you're behind. And I would like to think that the implied odds is like 0%. If it pairs on the river and you lead out, Flink knows you have a full house.
Exactly. So you have to look exactly at the situation, the way it is now on the turn.
So it looks like he thinks the odds are just too good. It's a nice bet from Flink, I would say.
Very nice.
There's a 7. Brings a backdoor flush.
He has the Queen of Clubs. Oh man, I love this.
I'll tell you what Flink is thinking. He's basically like, well, if you got 2 pair, you're not going to call another bet anyways. So I might as well try to bluff you off of a straight.
Perfect points, yeah. Get some chance, you gotta chop the fold possibly.
Picked up 16,000 extra, I would say. I think most players would have bet more.
Yeah. Every time I just hope Pogorski's gonna play in the hand.
We still got 2 cards right here. Yeah, he's gonna play. So I want to point out the blinds are now 3,000 ante, button ante of 6,000. So we got a 4-way pot coming.
So straight draw for a Lamb here against the top pair of Pogorski.
It's a straight for Lamb. I don't blame Pogorski for betting once he goes checks around. I like the call here. I think Lamb, I've noticed that when he's got big hands, he likes to call because he knows that if he raises, it looks like exactly what it is. It's the only way he can get more values by just calling.
Yeah, it's cool. I really like it.
Same bet.
Same bet. Who says that?
Yeah,
Same bet.
I know.
That was my bet, right? On the turn? It's the same. I forget
So this is a bit of a blocking bet. So your Ben Lamb here, do you raise it big? Do you raise it small? You're trying to represent like a missed flush draw or like 8-9. 64,000. So Pogorski actually bet really small on the river. You know, he might think differently. If I bet small, maybe I induce.
Yeah.
Pogorski's probably thinking, okay, would my opponent raise here for weak 2 pair? Like 7-8? Because if that's the case, then he should definitely fold.
That's a great point, yeah. If he doesn't, then all of a sudden all those missed draws look very plausible.
Makes the call. And you can see the different thought process. You know, Ben Lamb bet small, and he still folded when he had a big hand. But Pogorski is like, I bet small, I probably induce some raises and make the call.
And it's hard for him because if you don't expect people to just flat call with a straight on the turn, it's really hard to put them on a hand because you know they're not going to raise the set even.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So now everyone has seen Ben Lamb kind of consistently make these calls with really big hands. They need to be a little bit more careful on later streets.
Yeah.
So Ben Lamb is the table chip leader at the moment.
Oh, really?
So Pogorski gonna just shove all in here with King 10, hoping to pick up the antes.
So what have you been doing if you haven't been playing short deck?
I've been betting a lot on sports lately.
Winning?
Ups and downs. But it's fun. It's been keeping my gambling, like, you know, urges.
Your gambling's been keeping your gambling urges in control?
Right.
Is that what you're saying?
It's been keeping me satisfied, I should say.
Oh, okay.
I just gamble to be satisfied, you know?
Get it?
Gamble to be satisfied.
Satisfying check.
So we got another limp pot here.
Four players. Sorry. Good.
So Mike Watson's got top pair, very weak kicker. He's trying to decide, okay, do I have the best hand? Should I just bet? But then again, would I commit if someone raises on top? So he is going to fire just a small bet, hoping to take it down. Pogorski is going to snap shove all in here. He's got a pair and a flush draw. And now this is the thing. It's tricky to bet small because you might end up folding the best hand. King 8 is very weak and it's going to lay down the best hand. So Pogorski takes that pot. So you need to be careful betting sometimes because of the action that your opponents can do.
Deuces.
You know, if your opponents were playing very straightforward, then betting could becomes a much better play.
Play this. How many entries will there be? Kind of slowing down.
75.
There's like
90.
6 or 7 that haven't entered yet, right?
Right,
and some bosses.
And we're probably on for one bullet, right? And by the end of it,
I went for 2.
yeah, or 2 buy-ins.
Yeah, that table's tough, man.
You know when the antes get huge and everyone's just buying in and firing like that shit adds up real fast.
3,000.
So this is the first event, the 250,000 Hong Kong dollar, 32,000 USD short deck event. This is day 1. It's a 2-day event. We're playing the final table and stuff tomorrow.
I'll do it. I'm checking.
And then immediately after, the stakes will double
I'm not going to be a hero.
for the 500,000 Hong Kong dollar bounty event.
Minimum.
So Pogorski is just doing word bets to the minimum.
No, you get top set.
That was real strong. Maybe they put it on stream and you get to see.
Set my reminder right now. 30 minutes from now.
I hope you guys watch the stream of all my hands today. I hope you guys watch it, make some good reads on what the fuck I'm doing.
All right.
I think that's the first walk we've seen today.
You had it.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, man. I didn't have it.
So registration is still open until tomorrow. So there should be a lot of new faces tomorrow as well. I didn't want to fly in a little bit early. These guys are going to go splash a bit. Jack 10 suited. Definitely a premium hand in short deck. Ben Lamb with Ace Jack. Kind of a tricky spot because the undergun opened. You got multiple players behind you. And you're reasonably deep. Ace Jack is kind of a tricky. And he's going to shove all in here, just putting the pressure. And he's probably going to get called by Jack 10 because his hand, a lot of people would do this with Ace Queen, Ace King.
My whole thought process right now is, do I feel like gambling? You got me covered? Yeah, I see the rates. Do I feel like gambling? I like gambling, but I'm satisfied already, I think.
So Jack 10,
I think I'm satisfied.
if he thinks his opponent has Ace Queen, Ace King, then he would make the call. If his opponent is shoving hands like Ace Jack, then calling becomes a lot worse. So he is going to lay it down. And that's actually a very good laydown considering what he's up against.
I'm so upset you said that because I wasn't going to show you no matter what. You just owned the shit out of me.
I mean, it's on stream.
I was going to say no.
No, well.
You beat me to it.
You think we had the same hand? Was there a chance?
Nah. No. Like,
You had to call it in.
near zero.
Maybe though. Now that you say it like that.
Near zero. Really? Maybe, I guess it's like 1% then. The more I think about it.
So Ben Lamb is going to complete with 10-9 offsuit. Yeah, don't forget. So tomorrow we will see the end of this event. Then we'll play. We're also going to have a bounty short deck event coming up. That's event number 2, 500,000 Hong Kong dollar buy-in. We're going to have a no limit event, 6 max, 500,000 Hong Kong dollar buy-in. That's 65,000 USD. We're also going to have a 1 million Hong Kong dollar buy-in short deck event. That's unlimited re-entry. That's 125,000 USD. And then we're going to have a 2 million Hong Kong dollar event. That's 250,000 USD.
Whatever, dude.
That's our stream schedule for you guys. So don't forget to follow the channel. Be streaming every single day. And tomorrow will actually start earlier by about 2 hours, just to let you know.
Yeah,
so don't show up late. So Ben Lamb's going to bet here for straight. Queen 6. It's about as weak as it gets. Korsky is not letting it go, just trying to think of some hands he beats. He's very tempted.
Good bet, man.
Can lay down.
King?
No.
So Chin-Wei Lim going to shove here in first position, just trying to take down some blinds and antes. Gets snap called by Pogorski, ace-10.
Damn, my king jack was spicy right now.
Oh.
I want to.
Tournaments, man.
Chin-Wei Lim looking for a 7. There's the 7. Pogorski's got 30% to win it outright, 13% to chop it up. Turn card is a 6. Picks up the diamond draw.
Just gonna try to get him with the pre-count.
There's the flush.
Old school.
So Chin-Wei Lim busts that bullet. He still has 1 re-entry ticket, so this looks like it's going to be his last bullet. Get 100K. Back to the other table. Haxton calls with Queen 10. Greenwood all in ace queen offsuit. Pretty sure Haxton's going to call if it's just 30,000 more, roughly. So there's the all-in, a call. Greenwood at risk of ace-queen. Both players flop a queen. Haxton needs 10. Picks up some extra outs, can hit a 9 to make a straight. Nope. So another short stack getting his chips in. This time he doubles up.
It's like a 7 or an 8 on the door.
Yeah.
Everything else gives you a straight draw pretty much. I mean, really so.
So we'll see a difference in short stack strategy. Green one actually folds a7 under the gun. Daniel Divorce, No Limit Crusher here, doing pretty well in this short deck event. Queen Jack, trying to decide should he raise, should he call. Usually you check out your opponent's stacks to decide which play is better.
All in.
Well, just shoves all in, so likely the players behind him are pretty short stack for him to shove Queen Jack. Well, actually, they aren't that short, so I'm actually quite surprised he shoves so much. But I guess, like I said, Divorce, some of these guys are going to have different strategies going into this event. But interesting to see how that develops. So Divorce folds 9-8 offsuit under gun. A little bit surprising. 9-7 suited for Isaac Haxton. So I got one player behind him who's very short. Gonna call. Greenwood King 7's gotta be pretty happy here that his opponent just called. A lot of players would just shove them all in. So he's gonna go check. Haxton picks up an inside straight draw. Given his opponent checked pre-flop with a short stack, he probably doesn't think his opponent has an ace too often. Haxton analyzing his opponent's stack, trying to see should he go for a multi-street bluff here. Just gonna shove all in here. And I think that's very good hand reading from Haxton. It's like, well, if his opponent only has like 70K behind, he's probably going to shove any ace when it limps in that situation pre-flop, and he's probably not going to call off with mid-pair or bottom pair. So Haxton would really only be worried about a random 2-pair. So Tong Xiao Chun's gonna shove all in King Queen. Haxton, pocket tens. His
I
opponent.
didn't say anything. I said thank you.
Haxton's like, I don't want to put all those chips in with pocket tens.
Call.
So he's just gonna call. That could have been dicey. Yeah, I don't think Haxton would want to shove all in case Divorce wakes up with a hand. Greenwood Jack 9 suited. Given the hands he's up against, would actually be okay to make the call. He doesn't know it. As you can see, it's very split, 28, 28, 27% between those 3 of the 4 players. So Greenwood, Jack 9 suited.
Let's change that before there's a mistake.
really seems to be on the cusp here. And he's going to go for it. So we have a three-way all-in here. Jack 9, King Queen, Pocket 10s. Actually, no one really has like a really premium hand here. Very even chance for all of the players. So far, a total of 32 entries. 7 eliminations. You can see out in the bottom right. So Greenwood flops the best hand. Isaac Haxton needs one of the 3 9s remaining. Turn card is a 6. Greenwood just hoping to hold. And there's the king. So Dong Chun is going to triple up here.
3 more than the...
Yeah.
Pretty fair fight.
Yeah, he's got 13 more than the all-in was.
13 more than the all-in was?
The all-in was 66, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So pay him 66, pay him 68, right?
68.
Yeah.
Oh, 68, okay.
So
Then 11.
pay him 68. Yeah. And you have...
That's his, right?
That's his, yeah. It's 11 more?
Yeah.
Nice side plus.
Lucas Greenwood down to 7 antes. So in that situation, Lucas Greenwood actually beat Isaac Haxton, so that's why he's got some chips behind. He's got 1 bullet behind in case he busts his stack. Every bullet's worth 100,000 chips. Pocket 7s. I like the fold. We've been saying it over and over. Under the gun, little pairs, they just really don't play that well. Haxton, he's going to complete with King 10 suited. 9-7 offsuit. Man, when you're so short, it's quite tempting to get in there with any hand because you're putting in 3,000 one ante every hand. So the math might actually say this is the hand to go with. Otherwise, you get less of a pot next hand. He's going to wait for the next hand. Divorce, Ace, Jack, offsuit. Flink wakes up with pocket queens on the dealer button. And everyone is pretty deep here. I mean, at least 80 antes deep. So Daniel Divorce trying to think, okay, what should I raise it up to? It's going to make it 10 antes, 30,000. Flank here of pocket queens. Now, I would say that generally most players here would just shove all in. They don't, in this game, in short deck, you don't make it like 80,000. And because the equities run so close, you don't want your opponent to be able to see a flop and then you're confused on what to do. Because they almost always have equity to call. It's actually split between these 3 players. 34, 32, 34%. And pocket queens is actually the premium.
All in.
So Flink is going to shove all in.
How much is it?
Like 250.
215?
250. I think.
Like 250?
So Daniel Divorce, Ace, Jack. He's got 40% against pocket queens. It's actually pretty good
240,
equity.
right?
Makes the call because he thinks he's up against Jack 10 and Queen Jacks often enough. Flink is a slight favorite here, 60-40. And that pretty much seals the deal. Divorce needs running cards to make a straight.
As good as you can get.
Oh no, what a card.
Wow. Turn some straight draws.
248, right?
Yeah. Divorce is going to give a lot of chips over to Flink. Flink, possibly the chip leader of the tournament with 508,000. Yeah, ace jack there. It's like, you might be thinking, well, what if my opponent has kings, queens, ace, king, ace, queen? But when your opponent is reshoving like jack 10 suiteds, you know, some queen jack suited sometimes, ace jack definitely becomes much closer because against those hands, you're dominating him. And Divorce clearly thought about that already because he didn't take too long to make a call despite the sizes. So Queen Jack suited, going to be a no-brainer for Greenwood. He's all in for very little. Be very tempting to get it in with a lot of hands because he's so short. Divorce does players left behind to act. There's the call.
9, 9, 10.
What a flop for Greenwood. So there's only 4 remaining flush cards, as you can see. It is hard to make a flush in this game.
Too late.
So Greenwood on his last bullet. His last 100,000 chips before he has to put in another 32,000 USD to get back in. First time playing Triton Super High Roller Series for short deck. Not working out.
Yeah, it's end of level 8.
And this is level 5.
Yeah.
So 100,000 in chips is 33 antes at this moment. The equities do run so much closer too in short deck. So ace jack again for Divorce.
All in.
So Divorce is going to open shove here. So guys, do follow Triton Poker on social media. They are on Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, you know, anything you think of. A lot of other confirmed players are coming. I'm not sure if they're going to register today or tomorrow. So Haxton with Jack 9 in the cutoff. Makes the call. Green would have ace queen. You got a short stack. Just push the equity in. Don't let people try to outplay you post flop. There we go. Let's keep pushing those small equities. So Robert Flink is, I believe, the tournament chip leader, 499,000 chips. Isaac Haxton been swinging down a little bit. Divorce got cut down by Flink, that hand you saw earlier. At this featured table, blinds are 3,000, 6,000. We can thank Jeju Xinhua World, the Landing Casino Resort, for hosting this event at their venue. Wow, so we got a bunch of pocket pairs here. Daniel Divorce with pocket queens on the dealer button. We've seen him shove all in. We've seen him make it about 10 antes. It's really like calculating, trying to decide what's the best play. It looks like he is going to go for 10 antes as usual, 30,000. Flink lets go the pocket eights. Now pocket jacks is a pretty tough spot here. Just gonna call. I think the stacks are a little bit too deep for him to want to go all in. Just take a flop. Oh, nasty. Both players flopping the set. And you're divorced here. Now, some players in No Limits like, well, I've got top set. Maybe I should just slow play. But in this game, your opponent is going to have hands like 10-9, King-10 that are doing very well against your top set. Your opponent's going to limp call like King-Jack, Jack-10, and probably call bet. So definitely worth putting some chips in, trying to get your opponent to continue in very bad shape. So 45,000 from Divorce. Your Tong Chun here, you've got mid-set. Seems like you're pretty happy here. Just gonna call. Trying to set the trap here, but he's actually way behind. Turn card is a 9. King-10 and 10-8 do make a straight. Of course, Divorce would be a little bit worried about these hands, but his hand is just too strong and too vulnerable to do anything but keep betting. He's got 127,000 behind, 162,000 in the middle.
All in.
So he's going to shove. So all in and call, set over set. One out remaining, 4% for Tong Chun. River card is a king, and Tong Chun loses that huge pot.
About 120.
It's pretty unlucky there.
Yeah, 127. Or is there? Yeah, one. Yeah.
Right.
So Daniel Divorce loses a big hand, wins a big hand, set over set. Tong Chun. Very unlucky, man. He just runs up his stack just to lose it in a huge cooler on a dry flop.
Dan, can I get a stack of yellow?
Yellows? Yep.
We're going to be in a new level next hand. 4,000 ante, 8,000 on the bottom. 4,000, 8,000 next hand, please.
Looks like the blinds will be going up to 4,000, 8,000 coming up. Ace 10 suited. It's got 33 antes. Is this a limp? Is this an all-in? I can see it going both ways.
He only has a few people to beat.
How much is it?
9800.
Now, I would say that pocket nines here is usually a fold.
Yeah.
I don't know if Daniel DeVore, he should know this, but you know, he's less experienced, so he might not think that. Because in No Limit Hold'em, this is like, oh yeah, I'm all in.
Great spot. Wow, great laydown by him.
Yeah,
really good folds. Like immediately seeing him make that laydown actually makes me question how much experience he has, because this is not an easy adjustment to make when you're new to short deck.
Is it 4-8 now?
Yeah, they announced it a while ago. Or not a while ago, but yeah, they definitely said 4-8. I think they just didn't start the clock.
Yeah, okay.
$4,000, $8,000.
So, is it 4-8 now?
It's getting really
Yeah,
expensive.
It's just frozen.
Okay.
Like the clock below it is going. Like the clock that counts
Yeah,
down
it's
the time
weird.
to the break.
Okay. Oh yeah, 36.
Some guys in the chat was just on a short food break. I mean, when people start ordering food and stuff, it's impossible. You guys know how I get when I get hungry. So Greenwood's here. Limping, very speculative hand, of course, lower pairs. That's why people always limp them, fold them to raises a lot. I like this raise size by Daniel DeVore. Shun wastes no time.
That's less, right?
He's all in for less than a call. It's good news for him. After that disaster of a hand, he might win some chips back. Possibilities for a chop.
24.
Does not
24?
happen. And with all those antes, that's actually a pretty sizable pot there for Tune. All in for 24,000, end up with 60K, not too bad. It's just a dynamic that you're going to see a lot. As we've been seeing all day, people call because they get great pot odds, then people in position will show aggression. A lot of this game gets decided before the flop, really trying to outmaneuver your opponents. Very important to see who's at the button, what the stack sizes are. It's about as worst of a hand as it gets. Queen 6, I would say, like third worst hand in the short deck.
I can bet this, right? 4.
You can bet 4. That's allowed.
Yeah, 100. Yeah, okay. I can bet 4, of course, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so for the people wondering, our commentary and the chat are watching the same thing. There we see some of the outer tables. Lots of action already, especially for the first event. I remember last year we... oh, there he is, Paul Foy. One of the founders of Triton series. Just love to see him play always. Very chatty. Very happy at the table, smiling a lot.
你睇下咩牌嚟？我想知。你一定 call 唔到㗎啦。媽聽我。
Seems like Ike lost back some chips since I was last in the booth.
$380 or something.
Before this is an excellent big bet player. One of the most feared no limit hold'em players. No surprise that he's playing this game well. Wow, this is a big flop for Greenwood. He flops middle pair and a flush draw. Ike with a possible blocker play for both a possible straight and a flush, but that's a lot of maybes. And then DeForest is just really not too happy with this board. We see Forrest do these plays a lot where he bets 20% on the flop. We saw him do it earlier with King Jack on King Jack 10. Greenwood's having none of it. Now it's decision time. And the problem here is that if your opponent has a draw, they still have such a big chance to win. Luke takes it down. Another little tour of the room here. Like I said, a lot of tables, first event. Bring Kenny there. It's announced on social media I was going to keep it gangster today. Gangster or wizard, you decide, chat. You're a wizard, Bryn. Bryn always keeps things interesting. Very fun player to follow. Straight back to the action here. Chun trying to increase his short stack once more. I mean, when you are on the button, you almost are priced in against a 7 big blind stack.
Hold on. I flicked in like. Oh, you already took all of it. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Wasn't that the problem? And so Chun pulls out ahead and locks it up there. Ace-10 is very shaky in short deck all-in situations, but if you get a price that good, you're gonna really like your hand, especially knowing that people value 10-9 and Jack-10 and hands like that very highly, rightfully so.
It's kind of hot here, right?
Yeah.
I can confirm that it's hot in the tournament room. Yesterday I was a tiny bit late, jet-lagged. Forgot I had to do something. I ran over here, and then when I got here I thought I was going to pass out. It's a little bit toasty. It's kind of nice though. It's better than an air-conditioned poker room where you always feel like you're going to get sick. Haxton under the gun. So Haxton down at a 30 antes. Wow, I was even hesitating saying it. That's how fast you can get short stacked. And that's why also I think that when people were asking him at the start, oh, Ike, have you lost the hand yet? He's like, no, but you know, you could tell from his reaction as well that he knows there's a long way to go. Wow, this is very unfortunate for him. This could be a massive pot here. Daniel DeVore dominating Haxton. It's a little bit less tragic than it is in No Limit Hold'em. Ace Queen has a little bit more chance, of course, because there's less blanks in the deck.
All in.
My best guess is that Ace Queen has a little over 30%. Could be a straight 70-30. Pulls out ahead on the flop. As you can see, it's so crazy. Still 40%. It goes down now because the king is no longer any good. And finishes in style. So Isaac Haxton with a massive pot there. So back to the run good. Nothing we really could do with the hand though. You can either limp and play it for all in, or just open shove.
I thought you said 249. Yeah.
So now DeVore is left with only 8.5 antes. Wait, why does it say 18? Don't make me look bad. Oh, okay, because it's 4,000 ante. All right. So it was a 60 ante shove from Ike. All right, chat. All right, I got this. Of course, because the button is a double ante. See, I made a no limit hold'em mistake there. I thought it was 4-8 as in blinds. But it's a double ante on the button. No, before us, ace queen here.
All in.
That's a very small all-in. Jacks is definitely not. That is a big move with Ike still behind you. Ike is very close to fling stack. That was pretty dangerous to go all the way there with pocket jacks. Don't forget that in short deck, ace king is actually a small statistical favorite over jacks. Needs a jack to take the force stack.
70.
Actually makes that pot a lot more massive. Ike just won off the fours. Let's not forget this is a $32,000 buy-in. Third playable hand in a row for divorce. 40 antes. Cracks a smile and folds. And if you don't use your bullets, there comes a moment in the tournament where everybody is forced to use them. And you will just get the chips for it. $100,000 per bullet ticket. Ooh, Jack 9 fold there. That's pretty... I think we can just call that tight. That's definitely tight. Jack's an offsuit, but still. Jack 9 plays pretty well, especially with the price you're getting. 3 people behind you. Both players with pretty reasonable hands. And this, these kind of boards always favor the person that paid a little bit of money to see the flop. Whereas the button has a random hand. Of course, the structure in these smaller events, it feels weird to say it about a $32,000 buy-in, but structure is going to be a little bit more pacey. There's still a lot of technical moves you can make. You have to have a great feel for the table. Do people like to raise from the button? Do they limp a lot of strong hands? Or maybe normally they don't, but now they do because the button's aggressive. There's all these things to consider. Flink is indeed a very known online player from years ago. Swedish player. This is the first time I've seen him in about 8 years or so, so hasn't lost touch with poker.
Pay, right?
Right. Yeah.
Said at the start of the stream too, he was first rumored to be the guy behind the Isildur account. Of course, later we found out that was Victor Blom, but Robert Flink, one of the people that was rumored to be Isildur. And that says a lot about his style and his capabilities.
Yeah, it's too extra in there.
Ace King, hand that lends itself really well for limp raising. Because if you raise, you're gonna get flat called a lot, and Ace King plays very tough on a lot of boards. I would say that Ace King, the standard that most people do is definitely limp raise it. Daniel DeForest now with a reasonable Broadway. That's over 40 antes. I really like that he calls two people limping. It's a little bit scary.
That was one short.
Hawkeye Ike. So Greenwood here with the best of it. As you can see, Tune has a pretty reasonable chance. Man, even DeForest is 21%. It's crazy. This is definitely a spot where you just kind of want to take it down. That changes things. DeForest pulls out ahead. 21% doing him some good. Tune didn't bet a good shot there. Tune definitely on the tighter side for this game, but game is also so new. You see a lot of different styles. Hexton out with the action. Doesn't have a heart in his hands. Doesn't have a flush draw. This is super aggressive. Two overs and a gut shot's a pretty powerful hand, but doesn't get away with it. Gets there. I really wonder what Ike's gonna do here. It's usually a card his opponent might hit a pair on. I don't think that DeForest would be checking back here if he hits a queen. You gotta. That's a big bet. Ike really trying to bank on the fact that DeForest has made two pair or better. Should be a really good card for DeForest, generally speaking. I think if DeForest with his stack, if he has two pair or set, he's gonna go all in a lot. So the queen makes him a lot of two pairs, top pairs, or lower straights. Love this bet sizing by Ike. The more I think about it. I mean, DeForest blocks two very important straights here. The hearts miss. It's very unlikely that Ike will go all in like this with a set or two pair. So he's really looking at a straight or a bluff. There's legitimately nothing else that Isaac Hexton goes all in here for value with. So, and the problem for DeForest is that he blocks both Ace King and King 9. This is, it seems like such a situation where he has a very weak holding, but in fact he has a pretty reasonable hand to make a hero call with. It's really hard to put Ike on a straight here. Even if you think about 8-9, like a hand that you don't have a blocker for, would Ike really go that big with it? Wow, I think it's a good fold. He had a very marginal holding. Like, props to him for considering it, and props for folding. And I think what made it a tough decision there is that bet sizing by Ike, and that's why it was so good. And here we see some chip counts now. Ike, after that lucky pot against Dvoris, up to 128 antes. That's actually considered just real deep. 512,000. Robert Flink is second. 400,000. June at the bottom of the rankings. 22 antes. He's been struggling on. That's a short stack for a while though.
So you got your bullet tickets, right? You got your tickets?
Yeah.
But you use
Here we see some of the outer table chip counts. Man, I see sorry that I got distracted, but I see Bryn Kenny walking by. He has a long coat as well. I have to go with the gangster look. Definitely not the first time we see him wear some costume. All of it. Damn, that's a big all-in there for Queen 10.
maybe.
Pogorski not known to hold it back.
Now 140, 147.
Ben Lamb's gonna call. And oh, this is amazing. What a read. Oh, there's Richard Young as well.
Put on one. Oh yeah.
If you put both people on high cards, 10-9 does really well.
Ooh. Everyone sharing a card?
Yeah, there's no way Ace Queen wins this. Even though you
can definitely win.
You guys double dominated.
I don't want to trade against him. 10-9.
Yeah, being the third in. If somebody goes all in there.
No, I don't like Ace Queen. Yeah.
You know, Ace Queen, yeah, no way. But
Oh, that's some hearts.
uh-oh.
I don't like your chances.
Yeah, there the money goes.
Well,
Hit a heart, please.
heart's still good. Anti-sweating Ben Lamb there. It's funny.
Make something happen.
Yeah, it's
Right,
not,
must
it's
be
not
nice.
fair to see Ace Queen win, right?
Right, and then they just hit a boat, no sweat.
So brutal. Yeah.
No, oh yeah. But since you won, I'm gonna consider it there wasn't.
I will say I would have taken that.
Well, I think that was a cool call. If you see somebody go all in for 40 antes, it's going to be a lot of ace king, ace queen. Then you see somebody call 40 antes. It's usually not, with people behind them, jack 10 or 10-9. So I think it's an excellent read there. 10-9 is going to be doing very well there. If the other two guys share one card, you're already automatically a favorite.
No, I don't have chance for it.
Oh, there's Juanda as well. Like I said, I got distracted when Bryn Kenny walked by. Didn't see the chip counts. Good to see Juanda. Also, very experienced in general, obviously, but also was playing games here in the Asian scene.
Didn't work last time, try it again, right?
There's Pogorski.
It worked that one time where everyone folded.
Again with a very, very aggressive all-in. Very, very loose.
All in. I was going to call, but now I don't think I can call anymore. I am going to fold.
Nope, sorry.
I'm going to make a big laydown. Ah,
oh, that's
nice
it.
small creature.
There's a lot of jacks
Yeah, I
left there.
folded king too.
There's a lot of jacks or queen, ace, queen, 10s out there.
There's a 10.
Almost your wish.
Watch the queen come. Here you go, Richard.
Oh my goodness, you were so good.
I haven't hit him today. Oh, I'll see you guys for too long.
That's it for Pogorski.
10, there it is.
Didn't you have a queen?
Yeah. Nice needle. King queen, bro.
Anyone else fold queen?
Takes it in very good stride. Richard Young, also one of the founders of Triton.
Where were you before this?
One of the people who makes all of this happen.
Yeah. That's where I live. In
Triton
Florida.
also
I just came here.
donates all the money they make with organizing tournaments to charity. These guys just want to play, and they want to decide where and for how much. Really cool that they do it this way. Obviously, lots of people working in the organization. Lots of dealers, TV people traveling with, so I think it's a really cool enterprise.
The usual suspect. I'm going to fold.
The registration is still open as far as I know, so we won't know anything on the payouts just yet. Nice little pickup there for Richard Young. His son, Waiken Young, also very, very good at short deck. To me, one of the most impressive players I've seen last edition in Jeju here. And the Triton series, the Jeju event, starts off the new season. Also have a next stop is announced to be early in May in Montenegro. Very exciting, very nice location. I think a lot of you guys remember that for May 2018 as well. Lots of action.
Yeah, really is. Teacher,
Bang.
160 altogether.
It's a good flop for Mike Watson. He flops a flush draw. Ben Lam with bottom pair is not going to be too excited about it. Richard Young has a double gut shot. A 6 or a 10 will make him a straight. Ten no longer good. Watson with a gut shot of his own. But this is where the guessing game starts. Did my opponent slow play? Two pair better on the flop, or are they drawing as well? Watson gets there. He has a second nuts. Only ace-high flush will beat him. Of course, in short deck, flushes beat full houses. Very hard to make a flush. So an overbet all in on the river. Nice spot there from Mike. Been around since the start, pretty much. Start of online poker, that is. I know poker wasn't invented in the 2000s.
I am going to go all in.
It's allowed. Nice hand to do it with 40 antes. Just like that. King 8, Queen 7, Jack 6. Those are all pure trash hands. Ace 7 offsuits. All real big trouble. Really need to play cards that are at least suited, but they need to be able to make straights. Played with Joanna a few times, and one of the things he's really scary at is pre-flop play. Debatably the best deuce to 7 single draw, no limit player in the world, or one of the at least. I've tried to 4-bet Joanna twice in my life. I'm 0 for 2. 5-bet me all in, showed me a 3 with a smile after. Pretty much never tried again. All kidding aside, he's incredible at those spots. You guys are alright, quads beat a flush.
Hello.
That's actually something I forget a lot in short deck.
First bullet, second bullet, third bullet.
Oh my. Forrest here with top pair. It's like one of those situations where you just kind of want all in your hands. I just want to take it right now. I don't want to see it turn.
Yeah, and didn't you're like, well, I got a lot of chips too, so it's very tricky based on the stack size. But you're like, I don't want to give a free card to 5 guys. I don't want to bet and get raised. Like it's like sometimes you wish you're shorter so you can go all in.
Yeah, for real. I just love hearing somebody banging the table in the back, and then a bunch of people laughing.
No, that's the best part.
Yeah.
So Divorce didn't bet the flop. Definitely wouldn't want to bet this turn card. And now he's got to fade so many cards. That's a good card for him.
Yeah, that's good. It's a diamond, but
so if he decides to bet here, he's pretty much trying to get called by King Jack exactly, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
And he is going to put that kind of blocker small bet out there.
What's it?
Queen is 38.
I love watching Wai Kin Yong play.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out who it could be in that hat from behind. I should have just known it was Bryn.
Yeah, Wai Kin Yong is excellent. He has no fear. He's very smart. Plays very well balanced. You always want to give him credit for having it, but plays aggressive enough to take advantage of that.
Mm-hmm. Plays the biggest cash games.
It's just crazy, isn't it, to think about like what kind of cash games such a young guy plays. It's insane.
When I say biggest, I mean like big cash games.
Yeah, yeah. And we're not talking about like 200, 400 online here, you know?
So the blinds are 4,000 ante, button ante of 8,000. Tong Chun shoving here. 40 antes of ace jack. Very reasonable. It's a type of hand where you're hoping to just take it down pre-flop.
Yeah. Playing flops with ace jack, ace 10 suited, or ace queen offsuit does it. Whoa!
I think this is very loose with King 10 suited because
It's very loose.
Tong Chun is not shoving that shallow.
Also, he's been playing very, very conservative in all-in situations.
Yeah, and if King 10, you don't dominate King Queen, like, you're just hoping your opponent has Jack 10.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. And then against everything else, you're in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
That is a big call. Ike really not shying away from the big pots pre-flop. He just had a really big pot with Ace King against Ace Queen against Ace King against the Forest. So.
Tong Chun is not his day. Like, he just loses all the all-ins. Gets it in good too.
This is the most unfortunate when you don't really expect to get called and you still lose. It's like, oh wow.
Yeah.
This is great for me, but
let's get out of here.
Yeah.
What did this guy do?
Looks like it.
Alright, so Tong Chun is eliminated officially. If he wants to get back in.
Shuffle, please complete the hand you're on. Otherwise, you can send your players on a 15-minute break.
Looks like a break is coming up.
Break, right? Break.
And as usual, on the break, we'll have highlights for you guys. Also catch up on some of the action. Maybe rewatch some hands as well, because so much has happened. So don't go anywhere. We're going to go for a short break, and we'll be right back with you with some more live action in the $32,000 opening event here in Jeju, South Korea.
See you soon.
I look pretty experienced at this game pretty quickly.
So Haxton snap calls with pocket jacks. Lamb's got an overcard. So Haxton makes trip jacks. Ben Lamb. Okay, never mind. Quads. I think this might be the third quads we've seen so far today.
Yeah.
Have you lost a hand yet?
Not many.
Chips.
That was a great card on the turn there.
Wow, what a hold. Wow.
It's funny because after that flop, it's actually a suck out.
Yeah. It always feels bad. You got a straight draw, you miss. Okay, Lamb. Instantly all in again. Ace-8 suited against the Kings.
He has potential. This is insane. Like, Ike's not losing hands.
I think Ben Lamb's officially eliminated from this tournament. Gonna need to find 250,000 more Hong Kong dollars to get back in the event. Like, Haxton's trying to decide, should he call? Should he reshove? Should he just re-raise small? Just going to call here. So divorce. I mean, ace-9's not really a great spot. Then again, he might be thinking, would Haxton really just call if his hand was really big?
Yeah, I
Maybe
agree.
I can move him off of it. I think it's something to consider.
Yeah, you'd be doing your opponent a huge favor if you have a big hand here by letting them catch up.
Looks like he's going to try and take one in position. I mean, it's almost never wrong to see a flop on a dealer button in this game.
True.
Tong Chun's got the best hand, 10-9. Haxton, he realizes he has to win at showdown. Is it worth betting to try to get divorce to fold? With just a straight draw. So it does make a lot of sense to check.
Yeah, in a dead pot situation, if you bluff out the third guy, you still have to win the main pot, and you're just not going to do that with ace-9 very often.
Yeah, there's no reason to bet here.
Spicy turn.
Again, you got to win at showdown, and you're likely behind against the all-in player, so no reason to bet. So divorce, he's got open and a straight draw. Makes a lot of sense to check. Here comes the river card. It's a 7. All right, so Tong Chun is going to triple up here.
Yeah.
I think Tong Chun's like, I hope I'm ahead. He doesn't really know he's ahead. I mean, divorce, we just checked it. There we go.
Oh, it's nice to stay alive. Saves you a bullet. Big difference, actually. I mean, damn, was that was a fold from 10-8 suited, I think, from Daniel Divorce.
I would say that's actually at least a limp.
Yeah.
Generally. But,
that's a very strong hand.
Yeah.
How much? 65?
Well, that's actually a bad spot for Jack 10, but I think we're still going to be surprised at how much equity it has.
Yeah, the good thing about Ace 10 Ace Jack, you're trying to like call off against Jack 10 exactly.
Yeah.
But they will go all in with this hand. So comes a flop.
And again, it's not bad. It's always 25% with a gut shot.
Okay, good card.
Yeah, that's a very good card indeed. All right, and we see Flink win one. We haven't seen him win many all-ins.
Yeah, Tong Chun is getting just things not going his way. You know, he lost that huge pot. The king calls with Queen 10. Greenwood all in Ace Queen offsuit. Pretty sure Haxton's going to call if it's just 30,000 more, roughly. So there's the all-in, a call. Greenwood at risk of ace-queen. Both players flop a queen. Haxton needs 10. Picks up some extra outs, can hit a 9 to make a straight. Nope. So another short stack. Getting his chips in. This time he doubles up.
It's like a 7 or an 8 on the turn.
Yeah.
Everything else gives you a straight draw pretty much. I mean,
Yeah, I don't think Haxton would want to shove all in case Divorce wakes up with a hand. Greenwood Jack 9 suited. given the hands he's up against, would actually be okay to make the call. He doesn't know it. As you can see, it's very split, 28, 28, 27% between those 3 of the 4 players. So Greenwood, Jack 9 suited.
Let's change that before there's a mistake.
It's really seems to be on the cusp here, and he's going to go for it. So we have a 3-way all-in here. Jack 9, King Queen, Pocket 10s. Actually, no one really has like a really premium hand here. Very even chance for all of the players. So far, a total of 32 entries. 7 eliminations. You can see out in the bottom right. So Greenwood flops the best hand. Isaac Haxton needs one of the 3 9s remaining. Turn card is a 6. Greenwood just hoping to hold. And there's the king. So Dong Chun is going to triple up here.
3 more than the...
Yeah.
Pretty fair fight.
Yeah, he's got 13 more than the all-in was.
13 more than the all-in was?
The all-in was 66, right?
Yeah.
Be very tempting to get it in with a lot of hands because he's so short. Divorce still has players left behind to act. There's the call.
9, 9, 10.
What a flop for Greenwood. So there's only 4 remaining flush cards, as you can see. It is hard to make a flush in this game.
Too late.
So Greenwood on his last bullet. His last 100,000 chips before he has to put in another 32,000 USD to get back in. First time playing Triton Super High Roller Series for short deck button. We've seen him shove all in. We've seen him make it about 10 antes. It's really like calculating, trying to decide what's the best play. It looks like he is going to go for 10 antes as usual, 30,000. Flink lets go the pocket 8s. Now pocket jacks is a pretty tough spot here. Just gonna call. I think the stacks are a little bit too deep for him to want to go all in. Just take a flop. Oh, nasty. Both players flopping the set. And you divorce here. Now, some players in No Limits like, well, I've got top set. Maybe I should just slow play, but in this game, your opponent is going to have hands like 10-9, King-10 that are doing very well against your top set. Your opponent's going to limp call like King-Jack, Jack-10, and probably call bet. So definitely worth putting some chips in, trying to get your opponent to continue in very bad shape. So 45,000 from Divorce. Your Tong Chun here, you've got mid-set. Seems like you're pretty happy here. Just going to call. Trying to set the trap here, but he's actually way behind. Turn card is a 9. King 10 and 10-8 do make a straight. A Of course, Divorce would be a little bit worried about these hands, but his hand is just too strong and too vulnerable to do anything but keep betting. He's got 127,000 behind, 162,000 in the middle.
All in.
So he's going to shove. So all in and call, set over set. 1 out remaining, 4% for Tong Chun. River card is a king, and Tong Chun loses that huge pot.
At 120.
It's pretty unlucky there.
Yeah, 127. Or is there? Yeah, one.
Straight back to the action here. Chun's trying to increase his short stack once more. I mean, when you are on the button, you almost are priced in against a 7 big blind
Sorry,
stack.
hold on. I flicked in like. Oh, you already took all of it. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Wasn't that the problem? And so Chun pulls out ahead and locks it up there. Ace 10 is very shaky in short deck Collins. Alright guys, we are back. More high stakes action. Jeju Shinwa World Resort. Really nice entrance here. As you can see, it's a tiny bit chilly, but doesn't stop people from going here. Very busy still, lots of stuff to do. 3 parks. Beautiful island.
Yeah, lots of good food, lots of high stakes action as we know it. And today we're playing the first event, short deck, ante-only, 250,000 Hong Kong dollar buy-in. That is 32,000 USD. Unlimited re-entry. Players are already in for multiple bullets. We'll be playing day 1 today, and tomorrow we'll have day 2 of this event. And if that finishes early, we'll likely transition to event number 2, which is double the stakes. Here's the chip counts. Jason Kuhn, 1.133 million chips. Where did he come from?
Where did that come from?
If you didn't know, Jason Kuhn did win the $1 million short deck event previously, in the previous series, so he's no stranger to short deck, and it seems like he's crushing already. So it looks like we're gonna get a lot of new faces here. This is gonna be nice. And I like to see that, you know, the Triton Super High Roller Series, ever since we first streamed this, the events are getting bigger, the production's getting better. We got 2 featured tables for you guys that switches whenever there's good action, and we got Bryn Kenny with a hat, a wizard hat.
Wei Long Chen there. And now we got Sam Green with that table. Peter Jetton also played a lot last series in Jeju.
Just a reminder to all the dealers, if you lose a player on your table, please make sure you shout loud and clear, seat open, and
There's Jetton. We remember him from some previous events as well. I'm just staring at this, this costume.
It's amazing.
It's good.
I like that it's all blacked out and then he has some insane watch.
Yeah,
to
no,
go
that's
with
the thing. It actually super stands out with its outfit.
Yeah, weird flex.
How much? 72.
So Shan Ong here with Ace King. He's gonna go all in. And in a good situation.
Wei Long Chen, very solid.
Yeah, I would say he's one of the most solid players we've seen.
Yeah.
You know, he's got well-timed bluffs, but it's not too crazy out of line.
Yeah. Plays very smartly at no limit hold'em too.
Well, that's bad news for Wei Long Chen. He's going to need, like, what, the jack and the 10.
Always a sweat, dude. Oh, okay. GG.
Yeah, very rarely you're drawing dead on a turn in this game.
I mean, how often do we see that? Oh, that's a great flop. Uh-oh. And then, wow. And then everybody at the table just laughs because, like, yeah, that happened to me yesterday, you know?
Good news for him. That wasn't too big of a pot.
Man, it's such...
2 hands from now.
Next hand could be.
Probably average like 3 hands from now.
How great is it to just show up at a poker tournament looking like that?
Yeah,
that is amazing.
It's like the biggest stakes short deck event he's played. He's just like, yeah, I'm going to come out with this outfit. And I'm pretty sure one of the first time he played the short deck for a Triton Super High Roller Series, he registered like right on the bubble, like right before registration closed, and bust like the first hand.
Yeah, yeah. He like open ripped it with I think
a little pocket
or
pair,
or something.
So we got Lebedev here. He's a new face to the Super High Roller Series here in Triton. Shoving Queen 8 suited. I would say this is not really a common play we see for short stack.
Yeah. 16 antes though, you can go very far. What I do like about the play is that he still has some fold equity. It's not where people are just gonna side call him with ace-8 offsuit or something, right?
Yeah, and you do have the kind of cards that are for usually live.
Yeah.
Green with 10-9 suited. It's a bit tricky because his opponent has him covered for a lot of antes. So like, you don't really want to reshove all in because what if Jeton wakes up a hand? You don't really want to call because you might put in 75K and fold the rest.
Yeah, he's only in trouble against a few hands.
So Jeton jacks.
Yeah.
400.
So remember, when you don't reshove, you do let your opponents make plays like this with jacks.
I mean, it's tragic if you let somebody do this when they have ace-queen, for instance. We saw the same a few situations with Ike. Pushing out that last guy and just, praying that he doesn't have anything. But especially if you have good equity hands. I mean, 10-9 suited flips against ace-king.
Yeah.
450.
So it's really tough for it to be that bad. I mean, you have 30% against aces. It's not bad either.
I think a lot of people can correctly deduce that you usually don't have ace-king, because a lot of people just reshove ace-king like all the time, right? Try to isolate it out. So when you call, if you're going to call these shoves, you need to make sure you have some strong hands in there so that people can't just always reshove on you.
Yeah.
So Greenwood in the tank of 10-9 suited, trying to decide, does he have the odds to call? How often is he up against an overpair, which is what he would be worried about? He's probably pretty certain his opponent wouldn't reshove 10 or 9 that's dominating, so there's the hands. So we got Sergey Lebedev here, Queen 8 suited.
This is mine, right? Yeah. For now.
I like that joke.
Sergey's like, just give me that queen.
Yeah.
Oh,
there it is.
Oops.
Yeah. There's Greenwood straight. Oh. He didn't have 10-9 of hearts, right? He had 10-9 of spades?
10-9 of spades.
Okay, yeah.
A straight flush draw? Oh, that would have been fun to sweat, right? Like,
yeah.
Straight foils. All right. So that's Sergey Lebedev for you guys. He just got eliminated in one hand on his featured table.
Sure, we'll see more of him.
Yeah, he can still re-enter. 32,000 more US dollars.
All right, please stop.
Yeah, who's whistling?
Yeah. No, I do that on stream sometimes. People always lose their minds. And I understand why now.
What'd you have?
Okay, stop.
Who's the culprit?
Look at Bryn, man. Look at this.
perfect seat. It's not blocked or anything, you know.
He looks like one of the characters if you would just have a poker game and they pick all these characters and there's a cowboy and there's a gangster. He just he looks like one of those games. He's raid boss number 1.
Yeah.
Peter Jetton with a massive stack now, almost 600,000.
He's got king, queen suited. This is definitely okay to raise.
It's always nice to kind of filter out the field a little bit with hands like this or ace-jack and ace-queen. Playing multi-way to a flop, you really need to hit some insane monsters. Like you kind of start at open-ended straight draw plus, and then 2-pair plus. Like flopping a single pair is already pretty tough.
So he makes it 50,000. Xian Ong here of 10-9 is going to let it go. Jack 8 suited. It's out there too. There we go. Nice pickup.
Yep.
You risked 50,000, got about 35,000 in profit. I'd say that's a pretty good deal, king queen suited.
I really like his sizing as well, making it 10 antes.
Yeah, it seems like 10 antes is the method that a lot of these guys have been going with an open raise. 621,000.
It's funny because when the blinds are smaller, they actually choose to go for like 5 or 6 antes. And when the blinds go up, people just want to secure what's in the middle because it's such a impactful pot already.
Yeah. The key in this game is to get your opponents to fold equity. Trying to chip up safely. So we got multi-way limp pot. Bryn Kenny flops best. Checks over to Wai-Leong Chan. Pocket sixes. He's going to take a free card. So Jetton picks up a straight draw. Even though both his opponents have a better hand than him, if he decided to bet, which he didn't, it probably would have took it down. Checks around. Ace high is the best hand. Both pairs get counterfeited on his river.
Whoever wants it takes it, I think.
Bryn Kenny's like, I was trying to get the showdown, but now he knows he can't win.
Oh, man. Gotta hand it to Bryn.
Well done.
Yeah. Definitely not afraid of looking at the margins.
Yeah, it's funny how sometimes you have a game plan like, oh, I got a pair, just check it down. Wait, I can't win. But it's about adjusting. And he realized, well, I got a bet to take down this pot. Sure, it looks like no one has a 10. They would have bet by the turn by now. And likely no one has a queen. So here's Bryn Kenny just licking those chips. Well done. 22 antes. He did late register in this tournament. So far, we have a total of 44 entries and 26 remaining. Registration is still open up to tomorrow. Jetton, Jack 10 suited. It's going to make it 40,000. 8 antes pre-flop. Because the equities run close, you do want to size up so that your opponents don't have the odds to call pre-flop. Wai-Leong Chan, ace-9 suited in position. Wow, reshoves all in. Ace-9 suited.
Whoa, that's very aggressive.
Yeah, I would say this is a little bit uncharacteristic.
That is massive. That could be the biggest pot we've seen so far.
Yeah, it could be. I'm not sure Jen doesn't really strike me as a type to want to call off this many chips.
No.
Now, I'll say this. Now, ace-9 suited, when you shove here, yes, it's a lot of chips.
Yeah.
But the more chips you have, the less your opponent's calling range becomes, right? So like hands like ace-queen, they might not want to call, what is this, 83 big antes pre-flop. So that does come to advantage when you do shove more chips in. Of course, you're risking more. So there's pros and cons to it. Like Jack-10 suited here, if Weilong Chan shoved less, probably would be calling, but he just lets it go.
I mean, you have to seriously consider ace-king there as well.
Yeah.
How often are people going to shove ace-queen for 80 antes?
I don't think they are.
Yeah. But I still don't know if that makes this good in a way. But if you know that people are going to have to think about ace-king and you block aces.
Yeah, if Jen is going to only call with, say, kings, aces, and ace-king, then it's a pretty reasonable play as long as Jen is opening more than just those hands, like raise, folding, like, you know, Jack-10 suited, Queen-Jack suited, King-Queen suited, King-Queen offsuit, things like this. So it's about, like, deciding what range your opponent has, what hands he's going to call with, what hands he's going to fold with, and then you can decide what's the best play against that. You know, and I believe Jeton, if I recall, you know, he makes some tighter folds pre-flop, so I think you got more fold equity.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Bryn Kenny's all in here. Ace-9 offsuit. It's only got 21 antes. And this is why you limp ace-king. You get people to shove at you.
It'd be funny if Weilong Chan goes, I had that hand last hand. What, ace-king? No. It's like, no way.
Bryn Kenny needing some help here. Oh, that's a fun one. 5 cards remaining to make a flush.
Do it.
Done.
Royal. Why is nobody looking at the royal?
Yeah, put a straight flush on the board and we'll royal flush into Kenny's hand. So Bryn Kenny makes the nut flush. Must be the outfit. Helped a lot.
What? I've been placing my cards right here. Somewhere different?
Is that what we're supposed to do?
Don't talk to a man in a gangster outfit like that.
Or where do you want me to put it?
Yeah.
Here?
I'm putting it here, yeah?
I think so. I've been doing that every hand now, so maybe not.
I haven't done it once.
Like his laugh.
Yeah.
So we got some not that great hands from all these players. Looks like everyone's trying to see a flop here.
Man, you know that 7-6 is very bad in this game, but when you have 7-6 suited, you kind of think, eh.
Yeah, 7-6 is definitely the equivalent of 2-3 offsuit and Nolan Hold'em. I would say it's probably okay in the cutoff to complete, just because you're probably going to get to see a flop, and just hoping to flop a flush draw.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't have faulted him if he just outright folded.
Yeah.
I think 7-6 offsuit just needs to go into pitch every time, though.
Yeah.
So Bryn Kenny is going to bet here with a straight. He's got to redraw to a higher straight. Chan will make the call with the straight. So he needs to dodge a queen.
Luca. Luca.
So you're Bryn Kenny here. You gotta decide: should you bet for value against two pair, or try to check and get a flush draw to bet at you? Decide to check. Oh, check, check.
Holy.
Oh.
Okay. Oh.
Oh,
What is a huge pot?
it looks like Pogorski went all in for a short stack. Paul Foy isolated with King 7, got called by Ivan Liao, who has the second nuts and a spade draw, by the
Yeah.
way.
So he can actually scoop the pot.
Yeah.
This is a huge pot. Comes a river card. Ace.
Wow. And this is also Pogorski's second tournament buy-in, as far as we're aware of.
Yeah, and Paul Foy is going to lose pretty much all of his chips here.
Love that we're able to catch that hand.
So yeah, Ivan's been doing pretty well getting moved to this table.
Almost full? Almost full?
Yeah.
Almost
full.
Flush
We don't have S10. Probably I don't have S10 too. I don't lose.
Just having fun.
I see Chow as well.
Yeah, this looks like the fun table.
Yeah, plenty of action here. Chow showed up in some really cool highlights that you guys might have caught from YouTube in the run towards this event. Posted some highlights.
Yeah, I remember that No Limit event that he was in, that he final tabled. It's just the craziest hands were happening. It was against Greenwood, I believe.
Yeah. Some very smart bluffs by him.
So it looks like Paul Foy has been eliminated from the tournament. He's probably going to get back in there, though. This is an unlimited re-entry event. There's Bay. We saw him play in previous Triton events. Got one fold. It's a little bit too short to get Chow to fold, so comes an all-in situation.
Look, they're already smiling.
Yeah.
They're already smiling. Oh, nice, I got to do it.
This is like a home game. I think all these guys just play with each other all the time.
For sure.
So 265,000 in the middle. Chun versus Chow. Here comes the flop. Ooh.
It's a fair fight. Well, not really, but...
Just needs to hit that jack.
Right. Now this is a pretty fair fight.
Wow. All right. So 43% for Chow.
That includes chops, I believe. Boom.
Boom. It's over.
Yeah. That would be a typical short deck run out.
Yeah. I think we've seen this several times already. So Tong Chun, again, just cannot win a hand. Back over here, Bryn Kenny, King 10 suited, Jet of Ace Jack. So this is hijack, shoving on the underground +1 limp. Ace Jack, I mean, you do actually beat a lot of hands like Queen Jack, King Jack, Jack 10. But it looks like he's going to lay it down.
Yeah, as we saw with All In, or the call that Ike made earlier, I think that King 10 is much better suited if you have the aggression yourself, because at least you know your opponents can fold ace highs as you saw here. If you're calling, you're just going to be up against those hands a lot.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Again, this is a game about fold equity. You want to be the one putting in the aggression. Jetton's going to limp ace-10 offsuit. Pocket queens, Wailan Chen.
Man, this game is just so much action because you just know there's going to be people limping and you know there's going to be flops and nobody believes each other.
Yeah.
At the same time, everybody has a big chance to win. That's why I love this. Man, I love this game so much.
Oh, pocket kings for Greenwood.
Wow.
So, you know, in this game, people don't 3-bet that isn't all in. It just seems too suspicious. You make it like, say, 110K. Even though you don't want to make 110K. You don't want your opponent to be calling to see a flop with like ace-jack and flop an ace. So I would say that almost everyone would shove all in here, pocket kings. I don't know what Greenwood's going to do. I mean, definitely has thought about this game, probably in a different way as well. But all in is the standard play. He is going to make it. So Chan with pocket queens. It is a lot of chips. Then again, you put in 50,000.
Yeah, queens is a very tough hand to play. Like the way people always complain about pocket jacks and hold'em.
Yeah, queens is that one when you're deep enough in this game.
Yeah, and queens is even worse probably, because people overreact to pocket jacks and limit hold'em. And queens is legitimately tough.
You know, if Greenwood only had like say 250K, I think he would call pretty quickly. I think here it's a lot, and I don't fault him for thinking about it.
Yeah.
Blue free? How much is it?
Yeah, so he's got to make this call. I think if your opponent ever shoves like ace, queen, ace, jack, you just got to call here.
Yeah.
300, right?
So we saw Wailan Chen has 25% equity here, pair situations in this game. So a little bit better than in No Limit Hold'em. Hey.
Boom.
It's going to need some straight cards.
There's always a sweat to this game.
Not this time.
Again, wow. Proving me wrong time after time.
That's 2 times it'll ever happen, just because you said that. Guarantee, you don't say it, there's a 10 on a turn.
Yeah, just when everybody feels comfortable. That's a big pot, so down to the trenches now for Wailan Chen.
First ever short deck tournament luck.
Oh.
It's powerful.
230?
Greenwood's got to feel pretty good about his first short deck event.
Oh man, not food again.
Cut down. Lost 330,000 chips there. Still in it though. Short deck definitely is one of those games where, you know, if you got a short stack, you can really spin it up. And the bigger the antes makes it much more likely. Oh man, ace queen. Pocket aces.
What are you going to do? 430-ish. Maybe 450.
I think Greenwood should be happy that Kenny didn't raise, because then he might accidentally reshove and get in bad.
Whoa.
What?
Whoa, what?
What did you just do?
That is 90 antes.
Oh. This is not even a raise in front of him. It's just a limp. I think that's a bit of a misstep there. It's a little bit overdoing it. I mean, I know there's a lot of antes in the middle, but it's too big of a risk when your opponent... He even asked Jetton how much he had behind, which is quite surprising.
I also think that if you make it like 80,000 or 100,000 there, you have the same opportunity against Bryn, but nobody's gonna go all in with a hand worse than yours.
Yeah.
And if they do, it's Jack 10 suited what you're flipping against.
Yeah, I think Greenwood definitely a big misstep here, and he's in big trouble.
7-8.
There's an 8. He can chop with a 7.
He's gonna hit for sure. Wow.
Would have been so tough.
Yeah.
He was gonna hit.
So many outs.
So if Jason Kuhn stayed at the million stack that we saw him earlier, that means that Jeton would be number 2 in the tournament right now.
Yeah, that's right.
Because you say at 9-10, yeah. Pretty tired.
So Greenwood lost a ton of chips there. Here comes the chip counts at this table. Jeton has 942,000. Everyone else is quite short relative to him. I think Greenwood's going to look back on that play and realize he probably made a slight mistake there. Sometimes you just got to play and, you know, make some plays and learn from them.
Yeah.
Got to fall to get back. Oh, he's got some dumplings, it looks like. I think he'll be,
no.
He's fine.
Well, then I'm happy he lost the pot.
He's got like 2 baskets full.
Man, that's it's still rough. However way you look at it, there's only one guy for Greenwood to wake up with a hand behind him, and just to be in that much trouble against aces, that is really, really unfortunate.
Yeah, and you also got the ace blocker, so it's harder for your opponent to have pocket aces. But even though you have a blocker, sometimes your opponents can actually have the hand. I think sometimes people will just don't think about that, right? Like, oh, it's just bad luck.
Yeah, and it's also much more likely for people in this game to have ace queen and ace king against aces just because of all the deuces through 5s missing.
John Juanda here. Looks like he just got moved here. I don't recall seeing John Juanda play just short deck before. So this might be his first Triton Super High Roller Series event. Greenwood all in of jacks. This makes a lot of sense when you only have 220,000 remaining.
I was just saying earlier that I really think that Juanda is one of the best people I've personally played against pre-flop. He's amazing at no limit, deuces 7, single draw because of that reason. And since this game happens, you know, with a lot of pre-flop situations, I think Juanda is going to be a force in this game, and I'm sure that he's played it a lot in the Asian scene.
Definitely familiar with the game, with the Asian players. I mean, he's one of the...
No, you mean inside the casino or?
Oh, like there's a good place leaving the casino?
No, I think it's just normal. Yeah, but there's one barbecue outside casino. It's near the airport. It's like really good.
Oh, but near the airport, it's far to go for this.
About 30. We go there sometimes, like because just for the barbecues.
Okay. If you go there, tell me. I'll come with you.
All right, so Juanda, he knows how to play Jack 10. I'll tell you that. Oh, Jeton of aces again.
Yeah, it's okay.
Wow.
This
what about the Chinese restaurant up the escalator one time? Like on the second floor, right from when you go down one from the lobby, there's like Chinese restaurant on the right.
Okay, let's go.
Yes, I love it. He's holding my hand. Do you still want to go all in?
That's why I love my hand now. See, he's got pizza, right?
No, I'm gonna be cut. Aces again.
That's big enough.
This time I don't think aces hold though.
No, you have no chance.
Yeah, no way.
0.
So everyone telling your aces have no chance.
10-10x with chop.
I can always make a running full house or something. You guys flop straight.
It's true. Well, there you go.
Ah!
Wow. Joanda has a free roll there.
Dead. Dead.
Alright, so Joanda is going to make the nut straight. Scoops that pot. I guess they were right. The aces have no chance of winning.
Yeah, just 90.
Is there more?
Too much.
So we see Chun here going all in under the gun. I mean, I've just seen Chun with no chips the whole time. Every time we switch over to the table, it's like it's an all-in situation for him.
Yeah, he almost gets it in good or flipping. It's got to turn around sooner or later. All right, so Chun is all in again. Ace 10 dominating Bay, Jack 10 off. So these are two short stacks going at it. Out flopped again.
Wow.
Chun needs an ace. Okay.
All right.
There we go.
I was sorry, it's an ace or back to bed.
Yeah, he's even a bit surprised. Tong Chun gonna get the much needed double. We're almost at 50 entries, 49 right now.
Here we see in the background the other table. Both these tables side by side.
Yeah, Bay really doesn't have many chips left. It's just gonna go all in with King 7 suited. Chow, Ace 10 of hearts.
Wow, look at these stacks from Ivan, Liao, and Chow. I love watching these guys play.
Yeah, I feel like it's very scary playing against Ivan Leal with deep stacks, because he's always willing to make a play post-flop. The deeper you are, the more worried you gotta be too.
Yeah.
This is actually a big pot here. Yeah. It's a 5-way raised pot.
He's already grabbing his bullets.
Yeah. 8, 8,
wow, all
8.
right.
Tong Chun flops quads of 8, 6.
It's Chun time now.
Unfortunately, there's a side pot, so people won't be really kind of going nuts at it.
Yeah, somebody really needs to fill up here. There you go. I mean, it's always going to happen, right? It's
yeah,
so,
someone's going to make a pair.
Somebody's going to make a both here.
Chow bets out. I mean, I like betting out here because you don't want to give a free card to like a Jack, Queen, King. And Tong Chun, he doesn't have many chips behind, so he actually might be able to get a good amount of chips in on the river.
Yes. Wouldn't have minded a raise either. Make a 10 feel very safe about his hands.
Well, I mean,
yeah,
his hand's over.
Yeah.
Double up for Tong Chun.
There is spades, but I don't think that Chun is deep enough for...
I think Chow puts Chun on a 10.
Oh, this is so disgusting when...
Yeah, it's only 50,000 more.
Amazing, I'm more amazing. I'm amazing.
Yeah, it's too small to be amazing. So it's good to see Chun winning some pots finally.
佢唔跌英華 check 料啦，但係都冇理由 check 高啊。
Alright, Bay gets to try again. Pogorski playing it slow here with very strong hands. Jeju now at 470,000. Let's point that out for a second.
Yeah. It's an interesting one.
Yeah.
Both players have a pair and a flush draw. Bay's going to check. He's got a club draw too.
I mean, it's impossible. There's not going to be a club if 3 people have a club.
Yeah. And what club is left?
Yeah.
The 6 of clubs and the queen. There's 3 clubs left.
Yeah.
So Pogorski's the one betting. He makes the call here. River card is the queen. Pogorski looks like he's going to try to get some value out of an ace.
Pretty big bet. 75,000 it seems.
Pretty much on a bluff catcher. If there's someone to consider calling against, it's probably Pogorski. He's got some bluffs. He does make the call. Pogorski's going to win it.
Antes of 6,000, bottom 12,000. And once again,
looks like Pogorski bet about half the pot. Got paid off.
And registration will close at the end of this level.
Did you take back my? Did you take mine? Yeah, no. Okay. I call.
So we still see Jeton here with more than 800,000. Very spicy board for Kenny here. He blocks all the straights. Lots of money in the middle.
So it's going to put a semi-bluff.
All in.
John Juana of Queen 10.
It's actually best case scenario here for Bryn.
Yeah, Bryn Kenny has 53% equity to get some chips back.
It's pretty interesting matchup.
Yeah, it's not a common matchup.
Oh, that is such a bad card for me that turn.
80.
Bryn Kenny gonna double up again.
It's 7 off. I'm so two timbers. Put it 7 off.
Sick.
Oh, that's expensive.
6 and 12.
So new ante 6,000.
They already approved it. Now the
It's getting more and more expensive.
Deciding where, like which cities will get licenses. I think they will only give out 2 licenses.
Okay.
And I predict. Then after that they'll have, you know, to build it. I predict like 2021 or 22.
So they haven't broken ground on anything yet?
No, not yet. They haven't even decided on the location.
It's going to be like one in a few cities, right? Like 2 or 3 cities?
I think they will only pick 2 cities, maybe 1 in each city. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Nick said 3 cities that they were going to approve.
I am gonna, since the blind went up already, I'm gonna go all in. 160-ish. One down.
That'll be sick
much?
when they have casinos in Japan.
About 160, maybe 165
nice.
if I'm lucky. Or 170.
They're building one, you know. They're building it more.
They haven't like approved it yet, but apparently like.
I'll still take you out when you go to Tokyo if you ask me.
Oh, free?
Yeah, like one in Yokohama.
Is it done already? Have they decided?
People like
Oh,
they
gamble.
think that it's like
let
done
me
deal.
think. Let me think.
That like MGM will open one, Marina Bay Sands will open one. I think it's like Osaka.
Yeah, Osaka. Osaka, I heard, yes.
And
Osaka.
I forget, my friend said a third one, I forget which one. Oh, and Hokkaido he said also.
Hokkaido? It's not gonna be in Nisco, right?
That'd be sick.
Yeah, it'd be sick.
It should be.
Yeah, it should be in
Niseko
Nisco
for sure.
I'll show you if
I'm
you
not sure,
tell me
like
what
the
you have.
earthquake, I think.
It's 10-9.
That'd be sick. Go snowboarding and go to
Yeah,
casino
I
at
know,
night.
yeah.
I
Should
know.
have called. Just
Right?
like put the casino at the bottom of the mountain.
I think so.
Just like
You don't
snowboard
have
straight to
time.
the casino right there.
Yeah.
Ski in, ski out casino.
Yeah. They'd be really sick, you know, if you're there.
What? Oh, change? Oh, we have to do that now.
Right
Okay.
now?
Yeah, one level of like turning in all your cards apparently.
Okay.
And you can still buy in at the end, right?
Yes.
Oh yeah,
Now
then you
we
get
are
all
playing
3
the
stacks
real
immediately.
balls.
Sam, trade in your bullet.
So at the end of 35, you still can do it, or
Oh,
Yeah,
I think
before
that's
until
good.
the
I
next
think
level
I like
starts.
so there's time in between
150.
this level, the next level.
Well, not really time in between, but they'll give like
One-
people a second.
one level of
if,
trading
like
in.
you bust out still in
Yeah,
this
yeah,
level,
yeah.
you can still do
Previous
that.
tournament, they make it end of this level. You have to change it, end of this level.
Yeah,
You know, they,
I think they want to get some more
Yes.
rebuys.
That means if you
This is a good rule to get more rebuys for sure.
play with
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it makes a little like.
I'm a
different
winning
dynamics
player. This is how much I'm winning.
Makes it fun.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. In then I'm even now.
This is an important hand.
I'm a break-even player.
Emotional hand here.
So the rule is that on this last level here, you must turn in your bullet cards and claim them for the 100,000 chips. And the reason is that I believe the players said previously that they're too short given the ante, so it's just too much of a shove, too much chance for the short stacks. So that's kind of a new thing they did for this event here.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
I like that change.
At least I'm pretty sure that's why.
That would be a lot of assumption. I think that they had a council, and then somebody suggested, and then probably.
Yeah, I'm changing my mind slightly now, but that is the reason. I remember them talking about that in the previous series, the players. And you know, the good thing about the Triton Super High Rollers is that we let you hear all the table chat.
Yeah.
You know, we try not to block that out for you guys. I know you guys like to hear that. Hope you guys appreciate that.
Yeah, especially in this scene, it's really cool. I think everybody's very curious to hear what people are talking about or what they're up to, or you know, they're talking about previous games and stuff. And
Tell you, if I see a lot of weakness and this board runs out, you probably could just bet and auto win the pot.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, well, does he have a flush? Does he have a straight? It's like super scary. And Jetton's the one that's recognizing that no one really has anything. Gets better hands to fold. I like it.
Nice little pickup.
Yeah, I think if you play like a little bit snug sometimes, if you choose when to bluff well timed, it works like way more often. So you do need to look for these spots to stab. So I like that play from Jen. Over 1 million chips. He's probably the top 2 stack of the tournament, possibly the chip leader if Jason Kuhn lost some chips at all.
All right, only 6 antes here for Ong.
Yeah, I would say normally pocket sixes is a fold, but he's so short you can't blame him.
Yeah, he's also gonna get the bigger ante the next hand. The button ante, the double one.
Yeah, if he has any chance folds pre-flop, then this is not gonna work. I mean, there's no way jacks are folding. King 10, I can see this consider going all in.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go, all in.
Wow.
Okay. Ray Kenny's like, can I take my cards back?
Yeah. That's a good spot for Wei Long Chen.
Yeah, Bryn Kenny isn't too far behind though. I mean, if he hits a king, his opponents have very few outs to come back.
Ooh.
Wow.
The jack, yeah.
Wow.
Heart, yeah.
Sick game where you have a sweat there.
Yeah.
108?
Yeah, flop a full house. Yeah, you can still lose a pot.
Good luck, guys.
So it looks like Ong's been eliminated from the tournament. There goes Shin Ong. He can still rebuy. Looks like this is the last level of registration.
It's okay, Sam. We'll wait for you. I keep thinking it's like no limit and I'm in the small blind.
Happy the heart didn't hit actually. It would have been dirty.
I know.
Too dirty.
Old habit. It's hard to change it.
Then in a couple days when the no limit tournaments come, you'll be anteing every hand.
Yeah. You're gonna be limping every hand. Moving all in with Jack 10. Calling all in with 10-9 suited.
So Bryn now on the ropes has to take a spot. Does so with Queen 8 suited.
84.
I don't know what Sam is up to. I'm gonna fall.
Good fold by Joanda. Ace 10 just doesn't really work out very well.
Barely beat.
It seems like everyone who's made kind of a play with these like weaker hands has always gotten called.
Yeah.
I think, wow, look at that. Oh, that's actually pretty bad. 2 8s left. Okay. Doesn't get there. So Bryn Kenny officially eliminated.
Man, that must have been a lot of work to put the microphone on him.
Yeah, I feel like in this game, your opponents just wake up with a hand too often. And if the shorter you are, they're still going to call you just because you have less chips. I'm starting to think like shoving like these weak hands when you're short, it's just not really worth it.
Doesn't cut it, yeah. You're almost, because it's an ante game, the comeback mechanic is really huge. If you get really short, like down to 3 antes, you're still going to quadruple or triple up.
That's right. And with good equity, too.
Yeah.
John Juan, a 10-9 offsuit.
You play to this level, right?
Yeah, all
Do you
in.
play to, end on this level, right?
282.
And continues tomorrow? Or
So yes, looks like he actually has 282,000.
We gotta play a while longer, I think.
Oh.
It's like
This is not on the last level?
Looks like you're like ace 9 or something.
I'm asking you.
That's
I don't know.
painful. It's like, man, would call 150, right? We'll call 200. Only 4
I do think they should give us a
too.
player though, because there's only 4 of us and there's like 7 people at all these other tables.
Yeah.
I guess we're getting
See
guys
if we can
who-
get the floor over.
Looks like Jetton's saying they should rebalance the tables.
Can you ask for the floor?
Yeah, especially in a game with antes, when play goes so fast, you have a big disadvantage over other tables. It's not even that much of an advantage for Jetton with a big stack because people got so many all-in opportunities now.
I like playing four-handed. It's my specialty. All in.
Man. John Juana's so funny.
So he's shoving here with Queen
Are
10.
we supposed to stop four-handed or not?
No, because there's no table that is 7 and it's -2, but I will balance right
Okay. Actually, there's not. I don't know if that is right answer.
Oh, I thought that table was 7-handed, but I was counting masseuse.
The masseuse is not a player, Peter Jetton.
I was thinking they should tell the dealer either to stop or not when four-handed, right?
Yeah, I just
They
want it to be fair. I
Yeah,
don't care
yeah,
which
yeah,
way. I
they-
don't care which way it goes.
they usually would tell the dealer. I think they should. I'm going to fold. So do you guys usually stop when it's four-handed?
No, we don't do a table that swings.
Pardon me?
We're not going to stop it, but you
Okay,
gotta-
no. I said normally when it's four people left, and like let's say everybody else is full table, do you stop or not? No. Okay. Okay, then that's good. That's very good. Thank you.
So we got a limp pot here. Greenwood has an inside straight draw. Gonna start out firing. I do like betting with a straight draw here on the ace high board. You can easily represent hands like ace jack, ace king that might try to limp shove that didn't get the opportunity to.
Need to be 12, buddy. Right?
I really like raising here from Jetton's perspective. I just don't think that turns are very easy ever.
Yeah, I think it's a play like that doesn't seem like you would consider, but I think it's actually a good play too. Because your opponent's not going to do some crazy rebluff on you.
Exactly.
And they're very deep. But then again, maybe he is probably able to get Greenwood to continue firing, but actually doesn't fire.
But you don't really want that though.
Yeah,
Like whenever somebody bets a turn, you're just gonna be like, ah, damn it.
Yeah, you need a safe turn card that he fires, right? Like,
yeah.
Say the turn's like a 10, that'd be like a disaster.
And then the turn is too big to raise, so then your only options are to call or fold. And then they fire the river, and you're like, ah, damn it, should have folded the flop or what? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So-
I think I wouldn't be surprised like they don't play that much deep stack for short deck. Like they're very comfortable with like,
Yeah.
you know, 40 antes and 50 antes, and I think Jeton, you know, she's like, well, I just want to keep the pot small. But yeah, I do agree like that. There's probably some strategy out there where raising the flop with one pair is perfectly fine. He probably just hasn't thought about it that much.
Yeah, I mean, like just thinking about it, it's almost like a blocker play where you have reasonable equity. I think it's very comparable to, for instance, when you check raise bottom pair on 10-4 deuce in no limit hold'em from the blinds. Like you're pretty sure you have the best hand, but check calling puts you in disaster spots. You also deny some equity to your opponents by doing it. So I think it's very comparable, those situations.
Yeah, I would say this game is about denying your opponent equity.
Yeah.
If you get them to fold it, you do well in this game.
Yeah.
So Peter Jeton, over 1 million chips.
Massive chip lead for him.
I already got this thing, yeah.
So Joanda flops 2 pair on the dealer button. We got a new player sitting down here. Looks like Daniel DeVoris is back.
35. Yeah, just got hold right.
It's about a pot-sized bet here.
Yeah, I like it. You just really want to shut out a lot of hands.
Wylong makes a play.
2 pairs.
And that's 40%.
Wai Leong, don't gamble. I don't want to rebuy.
Chop the pot.
40% equity.
This particular matchup.
I don't know what's the percentage here. Oh,
It's a pretty good card. I just assume everything's a flip in this game. Probably a flip.
You have to rebuy. Follow me?
I have 250 over 300.
Oh, follow me. Bye, guys.
See you later.
All right, so it looks like Wylon Chan's been eliminated. And we got the red table here. Registration is still open. 54 entries.
It's getting a little bit more debatable to late reg with 16 big blind, 16 antes, excuse me, but at the same time, stacks have insane comeback potential. Plus, you buy in for all your 300,000.
That's right.
So it is 50 antes.
Go. Go.
All right, so Pogorski calls with Jack 10 has 44%. Just about a coin flip.
Mua
42% for straight draw.
There it
Hope
is.
gets there.
2-2 indeed. Rough going there for Bay.
It's like Pogorski's been got a swingy day from. A nice pot here.
Look how fast these guys play.
Yeah, this is the fast table.
Yeah.
Everyone's really deep. So some of these hands you might see raising normally with your shorter stacks, but here I can see a lot of them just playing more passively. You don't want to get some crazy pots. So look at this. Chow's got an open-ended straight draw. Ivan's got top pair and a flush draw.
Pogorski
Checks
has
around.
Pogorski has a gut shot with a potential backdoor or a potential flush blocker.
So Chow's the one betting out with his open-ended straight draw. Okay, so we've got some draws. Man, none of them get there. Pretty scary to continue firing from Chow when he gets called in 2 spots, but oh, he's really thinking about this.
55,000. Small. Let's see if it works.
Yeah, I think he's just hoping his opponents have queens and they're going to fold, but Ivan's got top pair.
Yeah. Full house.
死我咩副考？你講4票遲啲啦，下次。Quad, OK。
Should have said quads, huh?
會好玩喎呢個。我睇翻啦。嗯？冇啦，我想你保留到聽日啦，唔想你咁早，咁早同我 say goodbye 嘅。
You know, if no one had a king there, I actually think that bet would have worked. I think Chow was basically like, well, I don't expect my opponent to check back a king on the flop, so...
Yeah, true.
That's why he stabbed. And it didn't cost him too much as long as they always fold a queen there, and I think they would.
Whoa.
Pocket kings. So we'll say it's just going to re-raise it to 150,000. I mean, they are very deep, so I can see why he's not just shoving. This will give Chow the opportunity to make a mistake. Face queen. When you see a raise and a 3-bet, I mean, you don't really see a 3-bet that's not all in too often, so this is a good fold.
Yeah, really good fold. It's something I've been very curious about. You don't see a whole lot of re-raising before the flop and how that mechanic works. It's raises, limp raises, and all-ins a lot, but it's really interesting to see when players go and make re-raises. I think we've seen Tom Dwan do it with a few hands.
He might be the only player that's done it.
Yeah, for sure.
But you got to be pretty deep stack in order to jet. Otherwise, well, you're pretty much all in. Pogorski is being aggressive right now. I think with the four-handed, he thinks he can just take down the blinds and antes a lot. So he is coming in for raises.
Very hot though. Very hot, very hot, very hot.
So Tong Chun going to open up ace-jack of clubs. So it looks like Pogorski pretty comfortable playing in position here. top pair for Chun. There's a lot of straight draws out there. Betting 40,000. Pogorski just has an inside straight draw. Still going to make the call. Thinks there's some scary cards he can represent on the turn. Or you can just hit the straight and your opponent makes two pair.
Yeah. And we saw he had 23% still, and that's with an out blocked.
Yeah, it's a pretty bad card for Chun. He knows like 10-9 gets there, King 10, flushes. 100,000. I would say this is a tough spot actually with two pair. Sometimes you're, oh, I just made my hand. Am I really going to fold it right now? But you got to look. There's still a lot of chips to play behind. So if you make this call here, you might be faced with a bigger bet. And you're hoping for an ace or a jack on the river. That might not be good if your opponent already has a flush.
Yeah, and the problem is if you consider this too long, you just look weak. And then you increase the chance of getting barreled on the river possibly. But you're right, this is really tough. This is one of those things where your no-limit hold'em brain just says, oh, nice, okay, let's just take it easy or something. But but it's also, I think what makes this situation the toughest is because you're playing against Pogorski. And Pogorski loves to fire. He loves to turn stuff into bluffs. We've seen that before.
And then sometimes you're thinking, maybe my opponent has ace jack or queen jack. So then you're like, oh, do I really want to fold this?
Yeah.
So he is going to make the call. Just kind of see what happens on the river. Well, I think that card basically says, I know I'm not ahead anymore. It's going to save him from a tough decision on the river. Pogorski needs to decide, should he turn his, maybe try to bluff him off of a 10? Or maybe just check, just in case he's getting trapped. So he's going to shove all in here. I think he's just trying to move Chun off of a chop occasionally. And it's a really big pot, so I do like that he's looking for ways to win out instead of just checking and maybe chop.
Yeah, absolutely.
Have either one of you bought in 3 times? Buy in 3 times? Why can't?
How you bought in 3
That's
times?
3 times? Same.
Yeah, it looks like they're starting the race again. Who bought in the most times?
There's probably a 4 out there, I'm thinking.
Yeah, there has to be. I mean, we saw some people. Even I think Ivan Liao fired 5 bullets into the $250,000 main event last year.
And that's US dollars.
Yeah, that's US dollars.
No, thanks. I'm okay.
I think we saw some people in the opening event, I think, which was a 25K last year. And we saw people with 7 bullets.
Yeah, they were in for a ton.
I think it was Liao, actually.
I think Ivan was in minimum 5 bullets every tournament, but he final tabled every tournament.
Yeah.
Except he bubbled the main event.
Yeah.
Which was on the final table.
Ice black coffee 2個，跟住一個 green tea frappuccino，跟住一個 ice latte。你話？
Wow, that's a lot of drinks.
Okay, yeah. Hope that's for more than one person.
Yeah. Good to see Waiken Yong at the table again, too. That's a nice flop. Both players have something. Gotcha's very powerful in this game. Look at that. That's the Jin card.
That is a Waiken you're going to have to rebuy.
Yeah. Wow, Chung's day is really turned around.
Yeah, you just got to have the heart to keep playing. So Waiken just bets really small. He knows he's going to get all in anyways, just in case he can get his opponent to make a marginal call.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's the worst. Man, because that feeling that you have when that 8 gets there.
That's like the best card.
Yeah. And everybody's saying chopla. Not gonna happen.
冇人黏㗎啦嗰度，all in 啦，我黏咗，即有冇搞錯？我得20個大嘛。
Let's just laugh at Wykin, everyone.
That's so funny. All right, guys. So here again, behind the scenes. I hope you guys are enjoying the action. We've seen we got up to almost 60 entries in the opening event. $32,000. I think late registration is going to close very soon, but I think we can be very happy with this number.
Yeah, it's very big, and more players are coming in tomorrow. The buy-in's going to double for event number 2, and then that's going to double for like event number 4, and then double again up to 2 million Hong Kong dollars, which is 250,000 USD for the main event.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is, I think the action is going to keep doubling as well, because it doesn't really get to a point where people become tighter. People just keep getting more and more aggressive.
That's right. So glad to watch this action with you guys. Be sure to follow the channel and stream every day.
Yeah, we're going to be here for the next 8 days.
Yeah, that's right.
Very nice.
Should be good stuff. Back to the action.
I think it's Buffalo.
Ben Lam being aggressive. Juanda picks up the nut straight, 10-8.
The game on Monday.
Against Edmonton?
Against Buffalo. Last Monday.
The thing is,
that was like 3 games
you
ago,
want to be...
And they lost?
They won.
You want to raise?
Yeah.
But then you don't want to show that you likely have 10-8. So what do you do?
Yeah.
Wasn't that Montreal?
It was definitely against Buffalo on a Monday night.
Okay.
There's a chance I'm fucking up the score, but I think it was 6-3.
Yeah, I think 6-3 was like they came back against the Habs.
All in?
All in.
I think both games were 6-3.
Slammy would know.
If you have some wonky combo with a spade in it, with some spades in it, it's pretty cool.
I think it would be a good semi-bluff, actually.
Yeah, 10-9 of spades or something. I mean, obviously, Ben Lam has a 10 of spades, but, you know, there's comparable hands to find there.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to raise, you have to make it all in because that's how you would bluff with it.
Yeah.
And I don't fault Juanda for raising here because he might be very confused on a lot of turn cards, river cards. I mean, this is for a lot of chips.
So we're going to rent out a movie theater or something? Watch the game?
Ben Lam just got to lay this down. He does.
My building sent like an email that was like, hey, just like a reminder, like, these rooms haven't really been being used. We have like a movie theater and like some other room. Like if you
like all these amenities that are taking up space.
Yeah, they're like, if you can rent them if you want. And I'm like, yeah, I'll just like if I like remember whatever, I'll just be like, hey, can I get like the theater tonight and just like watch like the Leafs game by myself in it?
Have you done that?
No, I got the email today. I haven't. Yeah.
Well, one of my buddies used to live in like the TIFF building on like King and John. And like for the World Cup, we just always rent out, or like you didn't have to pay for it if you just lived in the building. You just book it.
They want you to like give I think they want you to put down like a deposit, but it's refundable, obviously.
Handle the forest goes for it. Jeton probably not going to come along for the ride. Juanda might be a little bit enticed though. Still 30 antes to call.
Yeah, I would say most of the guys have been folding pocket nines here. Just because you got players behind the act. You got Jack 10 you're behind. Yeah, so good discipline fold.
It's pretty light.
Andy, please.
Well, we started late.
Yeah.
Like an hour late almost, so we're gonna play until
almost
like
an hour.
1:30 or something, or
Yeah,
2?
no, I'm fading a lot, but I was like, God damn it, I'm like super tired, and it's like 9:30. At least it's kind of light.
Cool. That looks so tired.
Yeah, you only got here like a day ago, right?
And Walton has slightly consumed their left melatonin in my hotel room in Seoul.
You left what?
Melatonin in my hotel room in Seoul.
It's like, I'm sure someone else has it here.
So-
Oh, Timmy actually usually has some.
Is Tim here?
Yeah.
What's he up to?
Big bet.
I
Yeah,
think
about
he's
900,000.
here with Hansku.
I feel like gambling. They do like vacation
bet.
stuff beforehand, or
Yeah, they went to Japan before.
That's it. Did he? Did Tim message you?
Gambling would have
John?
been making it 40.
That's small gambler.
How about going
Yeah,
Tokyo?
big time gambler on
I
this
think we
table.
did it.
That wasn't gambling.
Andy, please.
There's.
Andy, please.
You know, I think you just jinxed me, dude.
But no, it's not a. There's no break, right?
Bet big.
Yeah, but it's still like before the start of like.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, this time I'm going to fold. I'm not going to gamble.
John did it.
What did I do?
Yeah,
One
Greenwood's.
One
One
bullet.
aces.
Well, because I came here late.
That's the secret.
I just came here like
But not
1.5
even, because you still
hours.
have to put all 3 for the last 40 minutes.
It's a long time.
You know exactly what he's thinking about it. He's like, God damn it. Am I really gonna bust?
55.
Especially after saying all that we did it shit.
Try to give us complete that round. Until 8,000, 16,000 on the bottom. Once again, until 8,000 or 16,000.
That sounded like outer table big action. So next hand blinds will be up. Aces versus King Jack. Top set.
It's not a bad flop for King Jack. Every time you flop a gut shot on a random board, a rainbow board, it's pretty nice. It's definitely worth continuing.
You're very deep stack too, so you definitely get more implied odds. Greenwood top set. You really just don't want to be checking this game, just because your opponent always can have some outs. So he is going to fire, putting a small bet out there.
45. 45.
He wants his opponent to continue with like Jack 10, Queen 10 type hands, hands that need both the turn and river to catch up.
The registration is officially closed, guys.
So a very good price for Ben Lamb. King Jack. Wow, he lays down to King Jack suited.
Wow, that's very surprising.
I
guess his bet that small?
Yeah.
I don't understand.
You need to have
Yeah,
like
it's
a,
kind of like they should.
a quick
they
call.
should
They would have
stagger.
let you. They would have let you.
If you busted in the last hand before, I think they would have let you as well.
It happened last
Yeah,
time.
so you weren't free rolling there.
Just to be fair to everybody, like if you
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Because I know, like, as soon
That's
as they announced
very
it,
last hand.
I could read your thoughts. You were like, oh, fuck, I'm free rolling this hand. If I bust, I don't even have to rebuy.
Yeah, but they would have said, oh sir, we'll give you the option.
0.86.
I thought you meant like.
Rebuys are done.
Stephen
I thought in your
Chidwick.
head you meant
Rebuys
like
are
five-
done. No more rebuys.
This way?
I thought you meant like.
Looks like he just bought in. I think registration
Yeah,
is
the
closed.
Time to
literal-
play tight, Ben.
The literal
It is up.
version of free roll, not potentially cost yourself, lose yourself, you know, like 100,000 pot and.
I'm still a little bit shocked that he folded a gut shot to the nut straight.
Yeah, I would think that if you bet smaller, it's much better for you because you don't want to maybe call like a pot-sized bet for inside straight draw. And they were very deep, so I'm a bit surprised. Maybe he was just like, well, registration's about to close. I don't know. Maybe sometimes you just have these moments where you just want to like fold.
Yeah, you just like screw it and.
But that was very surprising, I would say.
Yeah.
Especially from Ben Lamb, because I think he's been kind of like going after pots here and there.
No, that can't be right.
Exactly 30, yeah.
Chidwick just registered before registration closed. He's all in on the very first hand he's been dealt, ace queen.
Boss man.
Joanda with jacks. I would say this is kind of a tough spot here. You're up against 50 antes. He's lays it down.
Joanda's definitely played a lot of short deck. You can tell from his pre-flop decision making.
Yeah, a no-limit player would be like, yeah, I'm all in and
Yeah,
pocket
yeah,
jacks. I think there, like, it's fine to fold the jacks.
Yeah, we see it time and time again.
Drawing dead from the first card.
Like 50 antes is pushing it a bit too much. You know, if you're up against, say, king, queen, ace, king, I think you're a slight dog, actually. And of course, overpair is terrible for you.
Yeah.
2 million, 1.1 million, 1.
I'll go to Peter and John, it looks like.
And something important is there's players active behind you.
That's very true. Yeah, you don't close the action. Makes a big difference. We saw that a few times already. It's just very easy for people to pick up a hand.
Yeah, he is here.
Seth Davies here.
Yeah, he doesn't play short deck.
Looks like he just bought into the tournament as well.
Which Nick? Showman?
Nick EP.
I thought he sent some.
I think some of the guys want to register at the very last second because they don't want to be in for multiple bullets. So looks like total entries is 64, if that's accurate.
Oh, you're thinking Schulman.
No, he was saying no, he thought you said.
Oh, Nikita. No, Nick.
He thought Nicky P was Nikita.
But they're actually pretty much like on very opposite ends of the spectrum as far as two people
personalities.
Similar. Not just personalities.
I get this vibe that Divorce is going to get trapped here. Like, he looks like he wants to push it in. He does. I don't think both of the king queens are going to fold. One of them's going to call.
Yeah.
Is it the first one or the second one? That's the question. I can see Joanda being a little bit worried about Greenwood because Greenwood actually has a lot of chips behind him. So that is going to make the reshove.
Make things easy for me. I don't have much, just gambling.
Kind of true.
Yeah, don't have much, but you got the best hand, Joanda.
I had.
It's good enough now.
Oh, you have a finesse?
That's nice because that means you didn't have clubs.
I had the queen of clubs.
I'm not smart enough for that comment.
I had king of spades, queen.
Don't worry, it's hard to make flushes anyways.
Yeah.
Not even sure if I looked at my hand.
2 pair.
Boom.
Immediately forgot what it is.
So we know one of the queens are dead.
I'll take a 10. That's fine too. Maybe an ace now, or a queen, or a 10.
Oh yeah, ace. I forgot about that one. Even though it's right there on the screen.
But not a jack.
Divorce gets lucky, doubles up.
Yeah, I was just stressed out right there.
205, right?
I was just stressed out about that run out. I'm not even.
205. Yep.
Like 3 to come.
I didn't even realize the.
A 2. Oh, okay. This is one.
You didn't realize what?
The ace would have gone up for John.
Yeah, ace was a good river.
Oh.
Or would have been
Yeah.
a good river.
He might have got Dan to like pull back his chips and think they were chopping, and then like.
Peter Jett in here with over 1 million chips still. He's really been grinding that big stack, and John Joanna took a big hit there, but he still has well enough for second place. You see everybody's really gradually moving down. Everybody's pretty close, following each other up, but I think we can expect a lot of action from the bottom few players. You're just going to get in a lot of situations where you just have to put the money in.
Mm-hmm. Stephen Chidwick and Seth Davies did just enter. So just about a fresh starting stack.
Oh, yeah, King Queen.
And I thought it double payout on the turn. I didn't think I made quads, and then he made a flush in the river.
Alright, so 3 10s out there. 2 aces, 2 9s, and a queen.
I'll take 10-9 suited any day here, I think.
Yeah, I was going to say the queen 9 suit, but queen 9 suit never wins a hand, right?
Yeah.
This really doesn't. We'll throw an ace 8 offsuit.
Ooh.
That's
Say
why.
10-9 suited.
Yeah. So many boards that are advantageous for you.
Only one player has a pair. It's very weak. Look at the equities. So it's check to Stephen Chidwick here. He's got middle pair. Backdoor ace high flush draw. He knows his hand is very vulnerable. Probably thinks not too many people have a king since they just checked it to him, so he does bet. If Jetton plays his hand aggressively right now, he'll win the pot with just 10 high. The good news is Chidwick, it's not that deep. He's on a dealer button in the limp pot, so he can have a lot of weak hands like king 9.
Yeah. And Ben Lam already checked the very drawy boards.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's mine.
The funny thing is you can't really go wrong.
I like this play a
Yeah,
lot.
I really like this. This is really smart.
Gets a pair of 8s to fold. We've been saying this over and over again. Straight draws, they play pretty well. You play it aggressively. If you get called, you're flipping usually.
Yeah.
Seems like a win-win situation to put more chips in.
Is mine?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll have number 2, please. Yeah.
What'd you get?
The chicken.
Look at the disdain on Greenwood's face. He's like, really, dudes?
Better play.
I don't know. I've been avoiding the Western food here.
I was thinking of doing that. And then it was like I got the chicken and it was pretty clean and like very delicious.
I remember the chicken being good.
Yeah. Yeah, I think like the Korean and Chinese side of the menu, like with that, I'll get like very experimental. Like probably have like the pork intestines, like some other other stuff.
I'm like super tuning into this food conversation. Yeah. Tell me more.
You too.
So Chidwick does shove all in of ace jack king queen for Jeton.
40 antes. It's quite a bit. He's very live, but
yeah, it's tricky spot.
Yeah. Being live here is more of a surprise than it is expected.
It's too hot right now to tell. Let me take a look.
So Jeton's thinking, okay, does my opponent shove queen jack, queen 10 suited, king jack? If the answer is no, then he should be folding. So he's going to lay it down.
Good decision.
Have you had the Korean dim sum chicken soup?
Like here?
Yeah.
No.
Or like anywhere here?
No.
Like a whole chicken and the broth. Like a whole, like,
I mean, it's meant to be shared, presumably.
But like, I got it at the table, and it's incredibly difficult to eat at the table.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like poker food.
I mean, I think it's more poker food than like a burger or something, because at least you're still using utensils to eat it. Might just take a while to dig at it.
So Greenwood doesn't know how to eat out of a soup bowl. But they give you a whole chicken here, by the way, for that ginseng chicken. Like the whole chicken.
Wow, that's a lot.
Every single piece of the chicken.
I was very enthusiastic once in ordering a whole chicken. I was not able to finish it. so much.
We got 2 limps, ace 8 for Seth. He's going to make the call. Chidwick 10-9 suited.
Okay. I'm gonna call too.
All right. 6 people in there.
See those sixes.
You want 6s?
He's not lying. Oh, massive flop here for Greenwood. Couple people with a gut shot. Chidwick with top pair and a gut shot. No flush draws out.
Alright, attention please. We have just confirmed your prize pool. We have a total of 65 entries for this event. We're gonna pay 8 spots with a winner of event 1 taking on 4.6 million. The prize pool is shown on the screen. Best of luck, everyone. As a reminder, today we're going to
Wow, Chidwick going for it. He blocks a lot of very important 2-pair combinations. It's very hard for people to even call with 6-7 here. We know that Greenwood's not going anywhere. But I still really like the move from Chidwick. He's just like, I don't think... It's really hard for people to have 8-9.
How much?
Especially when you're holding one of the 9s.
Exactly, yeah. And with this price, people cannot call you with flush draws either.
Greenwood's thinking, are you really just open shoving with 8-9?
Yeah.
Then again, Greenwood looks at all the stacks around. I gotta risk my whole stack with 3 people behind. That's a little bit annoying. Then you're like, I got a set. See what Greenwood thinks. He's really hating the fact that Jeton's behind him that has him covered.
Yeah, for sure.
So he's in the tank. 1 minute and 15 seconds so far.
I can't really blame him. If he goes all in too quickly, he's never going to get hero called behind him.
All in.
So here's the all-in. Pretty good amount of equity, I'd say, up against a set.
Yeah. It's Some runner on her boat. Oh, we already know that the 8's hitting on the turn, right?
And here we come. Okay, one more chance. 14%.
Oh my goodness.
Close, Lex, close. The river. That's a big double for Chidwick.
Wow.
Just bought into the tournament. Just silence.
Yeah.
Just look at those cards.
I'd be so tilted if you lose that pot and my opponent doesn't even show like the least bit of surprise, you know? It's just like, oh yeah, that's according to plan. I'd be like, you know, at least crack me a smile. Come on. What a river.
Sorry? Yeah, well, you're going to be button, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to be the button.
So if you guys didn't hear the announcement, there was a total of 65 entries. Top 8 will make the money. The winner will win 4.6 million Hong Kong dollars. 586,000 USD.
Wow. That's incredible.
And this is their smallest event at this series. The buy-in tomorrow will be double the buy-in for event number 2.
Yeah, so I think that we're gonna be finishing this tournament tomorrow, and then we'll probably like tune over to whatever is going on in the bounty short deck tournament.
That's very likely. Of course, unless this tournament takes all night, but that's unlikely because as you can see, the action is very heavy in this game. So, who knows? We could be at the final table very quickly if people just want to go all in.
Yeah.
Look at this, Ben Lam just all in here, ace queen. It's got 51 antes. Seth Davies here, King Jack. I think it's a bit too weak.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, this is also a spot where you're not really looking at your own stack, but how much somebody else is wagering. And you have to realize that somebody is putting in 50 antes.
Yeah, so like some of the hands you want to play against is Queen Jack. But then I would look at my opponent's stack size. Well, Queen Jack's kind of like a 30 ante play. 51 ante play, maybe it's probably not Queen Jack. So that's why, just look at the stack sizes. You can probably figure out what's the best play. Ben Lam gets pocket nines to fold, which is, this is what you want to happen. You want hands that have equity to fold against you.
Yeah, that's what it's all about.
Pretty good, isn't it?
Oh wow.
Call.
Okay. For a second there, I thought he thought about going all in.
Let's see what I got.
It's kind of as bad as the hands can get.
Yeah.
In this game.
This is pure trash. Yeah.
The funny thing in Nolan Hold'em, you're like, oh, these are all great hands to play on the button in the big blind. So Chidwick first act got top pair. It wouldn't surprise me if he bets here. Just trying to clear out the opponents. It is tricky. It's a very small bet. You know, if your opponents play straightforward, it's a pretty good bet. If your opponents like to call and then like make plays at you on a turn, it gets pretty dicey when like a 10, a jack, or a queen comes.
Yeah, I like putting a lot of pressure with hands like that. Just like what we saw earlier, it just makes your life easier. That's what it's all about. Plus, if you have a strong hand, you're gonna bet reasonably big as well to avoid gut shots from having too good of a price. It's just like whatever pot, you know.
Yeah, the bigger the bet you make, the less like your opponents will make a play at you too.
Yeah.
So you can feel like really comfortable when they happen to put in more chips.
Haven't heard from Joanna in a little bit after he lost that massive pot with King Queen against King Jack. Excellent situation here for Greenwood.
$121.
Wow, runs into Ace King though.
That's all up being a short stack. You're like, yeah, get in good. Nope.
Nope.
Yeah. 228.
John Joanna, King Jack. It's pretty annoying because they're not that deep. So you're like, oh, they really want to fold King Jack suited.
228, huh? All right, let's gamble.
All right.
I'm probably taking the worst of it. Let's do it.
Yeah,
Okay, as long as you say it's a gamble, it's all right.
Yeah, as long as you, at least it's.
I mean, I don't like it, but it's pretty
You know, if it's the wrong call, it's okay. You're gambling.
Yeah, yeah.
If it's the right call, well, great.
What can we say?
10 would have been much better.
That's the truth.
Tough to get Jack 10, you know.
Hard to get a hand that good.
It's not easy
How
to
to
get
get a
Jack
hand
10,
as good
man.
as Jack 10, yeah.
Oh, we all suited. I don't mind if somebody make a flush here.
If someone make the flush, yeah, like
You
it's
happy?
fair, they deserve it. I don't know.
Oh, wow.
That's not a bad flop.
Not too shabby.
Still take someone make a flush.
This could be a double knockout.
John the only one that his backdoors too. Here we go.
Okay. They'll definitely have some sweats.
What do you got?
Yeah, Greenwood's got more equity now.
15% still.
Nope.
No. That is a double elimination.
Double bounty.
GG, boys.
Yeah, so save this for tomorrow.
Preparing for the bounty tournament tomorrow.
So Seth Davies didn't play too long here. Chow all in with pocket eights against Ivan Leo's pocket queens.
6-7.
Chow needs an 8. Only got 12%. One more card to go or Chow's eliminated. GG for Chow.
Really took a turn for the worse for him. But this game is so volatile, like the stacks change around so much. You really have to run incredibly good to win a short deck tournament.
Yeah. You need to play it well and run well. Tell you, if you hang in there long enough, keep it like Chun there. He's got some chips too.
Yeah.
He was struggling all day and just found a nice rush of cards. Ivan Leo, probably about 1 million chips. In Jeju last year, he had 3 final tables. He won the short deck ante-only, 500,000 buy-in, for about $1 million USD. Final tabled the first event, which was 100,000 Hong Kong dollar buy-in. He final tabled the other short deck event, $1 million. He final tabled every single short deck event in Jeju last year. And I know he final tabled, like, I think the main event, but he bubbled, or the 6-max. Those ones, yeah. He's doing really well here.
Yeah.
Don't forget, in Montenegro last year, he also final tabled 2 events there. I'd love to see how he does this series.
Besikowski there. In position, shoves 60 antes.
You sudah mau jam, you kasih dia jam, you call saja. Hah? Kalau ini bola besar macam tu lah.
I want an audiobook by Ivan Leo.
So Makita Bodzikowski did win a main event
what's up, man?
in Montenegro and Jeju.
I saved you a seat. Yeah, man. Good to see you.
28 players remaining. Bodzikowski has 20 million in live earnings.
Wow, he's been on fire too. He's been crushing the last 2 years. It really seemed like he needed to adjust a little bit to the live play, the way people played in that player pool. But he's just doing what he's done his whole life. He's just crushing again. It's really, really impressive. Just knows how to adjust, knows where to go. Been crushing it online. As soon as that was no longer interesting to him, just goes to the live scene, crushes there. It's getting really good at short deck. It's very impressive. Just one of the poker's top earners in the history of the game.
Yeah, let me tell you about some of his scores. So he won the main event in Jeju last year for 5.2 million. He also won the main event in Montenegro Triton Super High Roller Series for 2.5 million. That's 2 events alone. He shipped about $8 million USD. And he final tabled $1 million short deck ante-only event, 5th place. Yeah, he also seemed to have final tabled the Montenegro event in 2017 for 8th place.
Wow.
So it's safe to say he's very good at No Limit Hold'em, and he's making his own in the short deck events as well.
So true.
So Pogorski's really going for it. King Jack, he has nothing.
I really like how aggressive Pogorski can get. It's so tough to play.
Ivan Leo's got pair of aces and 9s. The 7 plays on the board.
Are you thinking about bluffing?
Trying to talk him out of it. Gets Ivan Leo to fold the best hand. Shows him the King Jack high.
Good bluff.
Action player, I tell you.
Yeah.
Is Tom coming? I think so. Or he was supposed to be here yesterday, and now he's going to be here in 3 or 4 days. So who knows?
Well, there you have it, the latest.
Yeah, you keep asking about Tom Dwan. Well, Pogorski knows.
You missed out last Jeju, right?
It's Rakimov. I remember him from Montenegro.
You let Ivan and Nikita win all the money.
Again, these guys, they only show up to the Triton Super High Roller Series. They don't play any other series.
Yeah. They're just like, oh, this is the usual gang that I play with. Are y'all
Mhm.
gonna go there? That sounds like fun. I'll come too.
Yeah, do you have ultra high stakes? Do you have short deck? Okay, I'm gonna show up.
Yeah.
You don't have short deck? I'm not gonna show up. So Chun almost sitting on a 1,000,000 chip stack. 5-way to the flop.
So Makita here with the top and bottom pair. Bogorski betting the gut shot. He needs a 6 for a straight.
Ante-Only trying to decide, does he play for all of the chips now? Does he play slow and kind of see if someone behind him has something? I mean, he knows he could be up against ace-king because people actually do limp ace-king in early position. So it's like, it's an annoying spot because you can't just outright fold 2 pair.
Exactly. But it's, in some cases, it's very tempting.
Yeah, because the stacks are very deep.
Huh?
I think, for instance, a hand like King 9, you can actually multi-way comfortably fold this 5-way.
Yeah, I think King 9 wouldn't really be much of a decision. So Ante-Only in the tank. I mean, I think he's considering all his options right now. And I think they're all reasonable. He still has 3 players to act behind him. He's just going to shove and just pray his opponent doesn't have ace-king plus. And he's got to love the no snap call.
Yeah.
Not my pot.
Crazy UFC card, right?
Yeah, pretty excited about
This
it.
night, right?
Yeah, it's like maybe 8 a.m.
8 a.m.
I think it's 11 a.m. It's 11 a.m. Hong Kong time.
I don't know what the difference is.
It's 1 hour, so here it's going to be 12.
Yeah.
Is there a chance that's the main card, not all the early fights?
Yeah.
Maybe the early fights start before, yeah. Yeah, I haven't slept in a couple days, but my plan is as soon as it's over, go to sleep, and then wake up and bet the fuck out of it.
What does the machine say?
The machine says...
These cards are huge. I'm all in.
I haven't slept in a couple of days. So usually say I haven't slept for 24 hours.
Yeah.
Couple of days.
Couple of days.
I'm not sure if he's going to wake up for day 2.
Yeah. Let's not forget.
Yeah, look at this. You cannot fold these queens. Here we go.
And this is pretty sick. This is for 60 antes
Yeah,
each.
this is
60.
You have to remember, Chidwick had 10-9 suit against a set earlier.
Yeah.
Got there. He's going to be one of the biggest stacks.
I prefer the small cards, so what can you do?
Jason Kuhn as well at the table now.
Yeah.
I like to just...
He's got dodge and ace.
I think ace jack suited here has 40%.
Yeah, it's about 40%.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Oh my days.
Mackerel.
Holy mackerel.
Who's got
the
what?
short deck
Ben,
turn
you have
too.
ace
It
jack?
always happens. It's 8 of spades on the turn every single time.
Close.
Somebody out.
So close.
Wow,
There's
just
the
got
flush.
there. Whew, that's really lucky.
Yeah. That was a huge pot.
Yeah, it's quite insane.
440, 467.
The thing is, there's so much variance in this game. You know, yes, queens is the best hand, but it's only 60-40.
There's 4, 40, 65, 67.
Yeah,
You see?
this is not helping my whole... lack of sleep, jet lag situation.
67. Yep. Okay.
Oh, short deck.
You're dirty.
Dirty.
Oh, you've been here for a little while?
Well, I didn't soul play my flush.
Oh, well, okay.
Yeah, you could have checked free.
That was smart. That was smart.
Man, that was a massive pot. I think if you look at it in a vacuum and you tell people, oh, 60 antes, ace jack first queens, we'd be like,
You kept adjusting your schedule, so who's to say? Okay.
That's a face I haven't seen in a while. David Benefield.
It's more fun to be behind in this game.
Yeah.
At least you have something to root for.
There are like like
155
pounds.
Oh my, Kings versus Aces.
What?
You know they have 1 million chips each last time I saw.
Yeah, he's got some moves. Ooh, I almost.
This is the biggest pot of the tournament. Almost 2 million chips.
Wow, what a setup.
I was just stuck in a queen 10 suited. Let's see. Let's see if I would have worked that way.
I'm taking 8-7.
Oh my, Ivan Leo.
9-7. I'm taking hearts.
It's got Chun covered slightly.
Yeah, you should consider take the spades.
25% for pocket kings here.
7 hearts. Let's go.
Okay.
Still got some chances.
Right, but I really want to do it. I was like, man, I could just go to sleep. Maybe win a flip. Fuck it.
King and a king only.
Big sweat right here.
Doesn't do it.
There's always a sweat.
Right. And short deck, that's why we flew all the way here. So we could have sweats all week.
Chun, 1.997 million chips. This guy was losing every single all-in. He's now the chip leader of the tournament.
Yeah.
I really like Woodley.
Yeah, it really is all about winning the last few all-ins. The first ones really don't matter.
No one likes Usman. No one thinks everyone just thinks, okay, Woodley and him are the same guy, but Woodley's been.
So Ivan will be left with a short stack. Over to this table, Ben Lam and Jason Kuhn both have not much. I mean, Ben Lam does have the double gut shot and is betting. Jason Kuhn just has a pair of 8s.
No more hands?
I know Jason Kuhn's been playing a lot of this game a lot more. He did win that big short deck event before. The $1 million buy-in.
We've seen Jason also make some really technical, cool bluffs. There was a really big triple barrel bluff he pulled off against Rui Kao last time in Jeju. Some people that watch the highlights might remember that one.
Yeah, Jason Kuhn is very solid. It's a 15-minute break coming up, seems like. Registration is closed. 65 players playing for $586,000 up top.
Break.
Chinwei Lim has 2.5 million chips. Oh gosh.
Wow, what?
Okay, so all these short stacks are like, yeah, I'm a big stack now.
Yeah.
Come play.
Everybody's got a big piece, so don't go anywhere. The action will be very hot and fast after we come back. We're gonna catch you up in the break with some highlights on how these guys got to these stacks. So don't go anywhere. You won't miss a thing, and we'll be back before you know it.
Haxton's like, I don't want to put all those chips in with pocket tens.
Call.
So he's just going to call. That could have been dicey. Yeah, I don't think Haxton would want to shove all in case Divorce wakes up with a hand. Greenwood Jack-9 suited. Given the hands he's up against, would actually be okay to make the call. He doesn't know it. As you can see, it's very split, 28, 28, 27% between those 3 of the 4 players. So Greenwood Jack-9 suited.
Let's change that before there's a mistake.
It's really seems to be on the cusp here, and he's going to go for it. So we have a 3-way all-in here. Jack-9, King-Queen, pocket tens. Actually, no one really has like a really premium hand here. Very even chance for all of the players. So far, a total of 32 entries. 7 eliminations. You can see out in the bottom right. So Greenwood flops the best hand. Isaac Haxton needs one of the 3 9s remaining. Turn card is a 6. Greenwood just hoping to hold. And there's the king. So Dong Chun is going to triple up here.
3 more than the... Yeah.
Pretty fair fight.
Yeah, he's got 13 more than the all-in was.
13 more than the all-in was?
The all-in was 66, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So pay him 66, pay him 68, right?
68.
Yeah.
Oh, 68, okay.
So
then 11.
Pay him 68. Yeah. And you have...
Straight back to the action here. Chun's trying to increase his short stack once more. I mean, when you are on the button, you almost are priced in against a 7 big blind
Sorry,
stack.
hold on. I flicked in like... Oh, you already took all of it. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Wasn't that the problem? And so Chun pulls out ahead and locks it up there. Ace-10 is very shaky in short deck all-in situations, but if you get a price that good, you're gonna really like your hand. Especially knowing that people, oh, like if you lost a hand yet, he's like, no, but you know, you could tell from his reaction as well that he knows there's a long way to go. Wow, this is very unfortunate for him. This could be a massive pot here. Daniel DeForest dominating Haxton. It's a little bit less tragic than it is in No Limit Hold'em. Ace Queen has a little bit more chance, of course, because there's less blanks in the deck.
All in.
My best guess is that Ace Queen has a little over 30%. Could be a straight 70-30. Pulls out ahead on the flop. As you can see, it's so crazy. Still 40%. That goes down now because the king is no longer any good. and finished it in style. So Isaac Jackson with a massive pot there. So back to the run good. Nothing we really could do with the hand though. You can either limp and play it for all in, but or just open shove.
I thought you said 249. All in.
That's a very small all in. Jacks is definitely not. That is a big move with Ike still behind you. Ike is very close to fling stack. That was pretty dangerous. To go all the way there with pocket jacks. Don't forget that in short deck, Ace King is actually a small statistical favorite over jacks. Needs a jack to take the force stack.
70.
Actually, it makes that pot a lot more massive. Ike just won off the force.
Got one fold. Just a little bit too short to get Chow to fold, so comes an all-in situation.
Look, they're already smiling.
Yeah.
They're already smiling. Ah, nice, I got to do it.
This is like a home game. I think all these guys just play with each other all the time.
For sure.
So 265,000 in the middle. Chun versus Chow. Here comes the flop. Ooh.
It's a fair fight. Well, not really, but.
Supposed to hit that jack.
Right. Now this is a pretty fair fight.
Wow. All right. So 43% for Chow.
That includes chops, I believe. Boom.
Boom. It's over.
Yeah. That would be a typical short deck run out.
Yeah. I think we've seen this several times already. So Tong Chun, again, just cannot win a hand. So Jetton's going to limp ace-10 offsuit. Pocket queens, Wailan Chan.
Man, this game is just so much action because you just know there's going to be people limping and you know there's going to be flops and nobody believes each other.
Yeah.
At the same time, everybody has a big chance to win. That's why I love this. Man, I love this game so much.
Oh, pocket kings for Greenwood.
Wow.
So, you know, in this game, people don't 3-bet that isn't all in. It just seems too suspicious. You make it like, say, 110K. Even though you don't want to make 110K. You don't want your opponent to be calling to see a flop with like ace-jack and flop an ace. So I would say that almost everyone would shove all in here, pocket kings. I don't know what Greenwood's going to do. I mean, definitely has thought about this game, probably in a different way as well. But all in is the standard play. He is going to make it. So Chan with pocket queens. It is a lot of chips. Then again, you put in 50,000.
Yeah, queens is a very tough hand to play. Like the way people always complain about pocket jacks and hold'em.
Yeah, queens is that one when you're deep enough in this game.
Yeah, and queens is even worse probably, because people overreact to pocket jacks and limit hold'em. And queens is legitimately tough.
You know, if Greenwood only had like say 250K, I think he would call pretty quickly. I think here it's a lot, and I don't fault him for thinking about it.
Yeah.
Blue free? How much is it?
Yeah, so he's got to make this call. I think if your opponent ever shoves like ace, queen, ace, jack, you just got to call here.
Yeah.
300, right?
So we saw Wylon Chan has 25% equity here, pair situations in this game. So a little bit better than in No Limit Hold'em. Hey.
Boom.
It's going to need some straight cards.
There's always a sweat to this game.
Not this time.
Again, wow. Proving me wrong time after time.
That's 2 times it'll ever happen, just because you said that. Guarantee, you don't say it, there's a 10 on a turn.
Yeah, just when everybody feels comfortable. That's a big pot, so down to the trenches now for Wylon Chan.
First ever short deck tournament luck.
Oh man, ace, queen. Pocket aces.
What do you do? 430-ish. Maybe 450.
I think Greenwood should be happy that Kenny didn't raise, because then he might accidentally reshove and get in bad.
Whoa.
What?
Whoa, what?
What did you just do?
That is 90 antes.
Oh. This is not even a raise in front of him, it's just a limp. I think that's a bit of a misstep there. It's a little bit overdoing it. I mean, I know there's a lot of antes in the middle, but it's too big of a risk when your opponent... He even asked Jeton how much he had behind, which is quite surprising.
I also think that if you make it like 80,000 or 100,000 there, you have the same opportunity against Bryn, but nobody's gonna go all in with a hand worse than yours.
Yeah.
And if they do, it's Jack 10 suited what you're flipping against.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Greenwood definitely a big misstep here, and he's in big trouble.
7-8.
There's an 8. He can chop with a 7.
It's gonna hit for sure. Wow.
Would have been so cold.
Yeah.
It was gonna hit.
So many outs.
All right, we are back. I hope you enjoyed those highlights. We're live here from Shinhwa World Resort in Jeju, South Korea. As you can see here, this is the first stop of the 2019 season of the Triton Poker Series. Starting off with some hot and furious action in the $32,000 short deck event. How are you liking the action so far, Randy?
Action's been good. We're seeing a lot of re-entries. Registration actually is closed now. 65 players. They're playing for 4.6 million Hong Kong dollars, which is 586,000 USD. Ben Lam is the table chip leader at this table. We did see another player had 2.5 million chips, so Ben Lam is actually not even close to that. But registration is closed. Chidwick, he bought in at the last second, ran up his stack, got it in good, back to his starting stack, but he's still in it.
Yeah, he's played some big pots. He's played some big pots, but you know, stack size has changed dramatically every blind level.
So we got David Benefield here at the table. Haven't seen this face in a while. Peter Jeton, John Juanda, Ben Lam, Jason Kuhn, and Steven Chidwick. These guys can play a no-limit game together, actually.
Yeah. This is
Raptor never forgets.
Some old school people at this table. This is what a random WSOP pot limit hold'em 10K could look like at the final table.
Yeah, we all are.
John Juanda.
Oh yeah, I got this one.
So the ante is 10,000. Button ante 20,000.
Don't do it, John.
I'm surprised
Don't
defending
fucking do it,
champion
man.
Nick Shulman didn't.
Okay,
I'm mic'd up. I
do
can't
it.
be.
I want to do it. I'm going to call.
It's
You
20,000.
haven't done it yet.
Now you done it. Now you went and did it.
I did it. Sorry.
Well, John has been really opening up the last few levels. Made some big calls pre-flop. Ace-9 offsuit now.
You could leave in the 16 and fold.
Oh, wow.
Get your 4, get save 4.
Wow, let me think about it. Wow. That's pretty generous.
It's Jason Kuhn. He's the Triton ambassador.
I would like to raise all in.
All in pocket kings.
Yes.
Definitively.
Just setting the tone right away.
Yeah, 60 antes
Should
right
I
there.
listen to you, Jay Kun.
That was sick. I summoned the monster, just telling you not to do it.
Let's see. How big?
I got the monster. I got the second, number 2.
Number 2.
Number 2.
From what scale? Which scale?
I got number 2.
From the bottom or?
Yeah,
from
yeah,
the
7,
middle?
7, 8 off. I had 2 kings.
2 kings. Wow.
It's a good hand.
I have just the perfect hand to beat 2 kings.
You're the 9, 7 of clubs, huh?
No, I had an ace.
It is the perfect card to beat pocket
They
kings.
take my table with.
I just wasn't trying to mess around with you guys, you know. I wasn't about to hit you with 100,000. Scared me too much. I can't throw the poop emoji at you, you know?
That's fun, right?
That's great.
How much are you stuck buying poop emojis?
Probably a few hundred.
That's a lot of chips there. Wow. Yeah, those red chips are 25,000, so a stack of that is 500,000, I believe.
Wow, great.
Yeah.
That's impressive, Randy.
Like the question mark.
Very glad you're here.
Paul Fall's back in the tournament. So Chua, 10-8 offsuit. Okay, I already like this guy. He's just being aggressive.
Yeah, that's pretty aggro.
Yeah. Justin Bonomo, first time we've seen him. Just, okay, show up with 1 million chips.
Yeah, so I'm here. The slight eyebrow raise. What's this you try?
I believe this is his first Triton Poker Super High Roller Series short deck event. You on the dealer button, Queen 10. We're going to take a 3-way flop.
3 players.
Wow, look at the used picture. Very saucy.
Okay. Look at that flop.
Yeah, that face matches the flop.
This flop trip 10s. You're the pre-flop raiser of 10-8. You're loving this flop, but you're actually way you have no chance.
I love how he just bets 125,000. Man, this is a disaster.
Yeah, this seems like the fun table to watch.
Yeah.
Don't know Bonomo's cards. He pitches it. So you're you here for Queen 10. I like to see him slow play it.
Yeah, it's just too good.
Yeah, you're too strong. If your opponent has ace-king, you don't want him to fold it.
Yeah. And nothing really matters. It's not even a flush draw.
I like a little bit of thinking, try to make it look like you got a tough decision with like a queen-jack. So maybe your opponent can try to think he's got the best hand.
Wow, that wastes no time.
Yeah.
Oh, yo. Yeah. Chop. That's actually an out, yeah?
Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah. No, queen. Yeah, draw that.
No, he's dead.
Oh, yeah, he's dead.
Wow, oh my god, they got me. This is
They
the
got me
worst.
too.
Alright, yeah.
You guys on the team or what?
I was like, what, 100%? Why is this at 0%? Oh, this is so bad. Oh my god.
Tricked.
Yeah.
Got baited.
All right, so insane setup here has us all our heads spinning. It's probably the dumbest thing I've said in a few days.
Yeah, thanks. You made me join your machine.
I was so happy. I was like, oh yeah.
96.
You just gotta sound confident, and
Yeah.
it works.
It works.
For Stevie in this game, there's a couple secrets. When you're all in, you look at your opponent's face, not the flop. You stare at them. You will, just stare at their face and get a read on their reaction before you look at the flop. It adds a couple points to your all-ins for sure.
That's strong.
Register the pain.
That's a pro tip right there.
You'll see me unleash it.
Yeah, he better live up to that.
I've yet to face that. The energy might be too much.
So we got a few limps. Chidwick of ace-8 offsuit. Gonna make the play here. This is not gonna work.
Test this new knowledge.
I imagine the ace-jack of Ben Lamb will get in there because Chidwick is so short.
Yeah. Super aggro. I said all in.
This is pretty aggressive.
All in. All in.
Ace-jack's a perfect hand to snipe the short stacks because they're gonna get desperate with like queen-jack, jack-10, ace-10.
I beat you to it. I'm not gonna even look at it.
I'm really sorry I
Every
did
time
this
they
to
do
you.
that,
All right.
they never lose. You know,
That's what
when
I'm
they look at
saying,
the
bro.
face.
I know. How did you know about it?
Of course, I've been around.
Look at this. Look what I just did right
Flopped
here.
it.
Oh.
I like
Flopped it.
Straight draw.
Straight draw. You turned it?
Straight draw.
Open-ended now.
No, you're not turning it.
Chop it up.
I slow rolled myself.
Stop saying chop.
Yeah, that.
I don't think
That's
so.
100%.
I think I'm gonna win.
The jack plays.
I think that kicker's.
I haven't played a ton of short deck,
The kickers are
but I know how to do it.
That's it. Chop it up.
And I said, yeah.
All right, brother.
See, Stevie.
GG.
Good luck.
I slow rolled myself. For some reason, I thought he turned it straight, which makes no sense.
I thought I did too.
So I wasn't even sweating in the river. How could I win?
Tournament.
Don't worry,
Pros
buddy.
think they had it straight.
The people not in the hand should be able to
Make a
bet on
comeback.
who thinks they have the
Terminal
best
over.
hand.
He wasn't making it out alive. I was calling if you didn't.
Still have a live betting at home, right? Audience can bet, you know.
What'd you have? King Queen or something?
King 10.
King 10.
So Chidwick officially eliminated. Moving back to the red table. Registration is closed. So these players that are eliminated will have to join tomorrow's event number 2, a 500,000 Hong Kong dollar buy-in bounty event.
That's gonna be so much fun to watch.
It's gonna be a good one because every single bust out is some money back as a bounty.
Yeah.
And you love to play bounty tournaments yourself, so they're definitely a lot of fun, right?
Yeah, it's really cool because there's always that extra sweat. People play a little bit more crazy as if that's needed in short deck to begin with, but it's really cool that for every single bullet that you knock out, you get some money back. So not just for the last one.
I think that tournament's going to end very quickly.
Yeah, I think so too.
So you here of Queen Jack suited opens up. Ace 10 for Ong. Looks like he made the call.
Luca, what's the last level tonight?
11.
It's a coin flip. Just got queen high.
Yeah.
It's not even an open-ended straight draw. It's just a cut shot.
Yeah. Oh, I like this move. Just lock it up. I mean, if he gets a hand like Queen Jack here to fold,
this is a big win, actually. Yeah.
that is an insane win. Somebody would have to throw away 51% equity.
27?
Sorry?
Is it 270?
This is. I mean, you doesn't know that he's 50% here. It's.
Yeah.
No, usually your opponent is going to have better than Queen Jack.
I'll be very impressed if he calls this, because I think if he calls here, he does assess the situation very well.
Yeah, that means he knows the odds perfectly. I mean, because if your opponent has like Jack 10, Queen 10, that's terrible for you. Then again, he probably doesn't think his opponent has Jack 10 too much, because they probably would just reshove. Good call here.
Wow, that's a really good call. That's exactly what he's hoping to see.
Yeah, that's definitely some experienced short deck play.
Who's the wizard that immediately set Queen Jacks ahead? Who's the wizard at the table? Yeah.
It's final 46%.
Oh
no
God,
way.
it's
It's only one
insane.
card.
Wow, what a brick.
9 Jack Queen or so much.
9 Jack Queen Ace.
Yeah, forgot the ace. Tell me 46% with one card remaining?
Yeah, it's incredible, man. This game is all about the straights.
Nice hand. A little bit better.
9.
A little better.
Just a shove. If you do shove, 180.
This looks like Ben Lamb up to 1.5 million after getting rid of Steven Chidwick.
Peter Jetta now. I think this is might be the first time we see him as the shortest stack at the table.
Yeah, a bit shorter, but still in very good shape. 70
True.
antes. Definitely not a short stack.
No, everybody's getting really deep. I think after the rebuy closed, everybody had to put in their extra bullets. Then we saw a lot of crazy all-ins, and then it kind of evens out for a little while again. And then it might settle down a little bit, and then we're going to have a very crazy period again. Even though I don't think it's going to slow down anytime soon.
Yeah, they are very far from the money still. So action on Ben Lamb. Trying to decide, should I limp? Should I raise? Try to put pressure on Jeton.
That's a nice flop. Jason Kuhn.
Jeton trying to just get his opponents to fold and not make some big bets against them. Jason Kuhn just calls here. It's a full house. Don't got to be worried about anything now. So Jason Kuhn with the foil. I was trying to decide, does my opponent have a queen? It looks like he is going to try to hope his opponent has a hand like Queen Jack, King Queen. Maybe like King Jack sometimes. He's going for that smaller bet because he thinks Jeton isn't that strong.
You should be able to bet here very convincingly with a bluff as well on a board like this. You could also go very small. It's kind of a pot where you expect Jeton just to either call or folds.
Oh, he makes the call here of ace-7.
Yeah.
Thinks that Jason Koon would float sometimes on the flop, looking to take a stab. Card is the 8.
I just always expect something sick like an ace.
So Jason Koon, when he sees his opponent bet the flop and check call to turn, he's just hoping his opponent has a hand like King Queen, Queen Jack usually. He probably doesn't expect a hand like ace-7 to call here, so there's no reason to target a size against them. So he is going for a like half pot, looking for a crying call from like Queen Jack, I would say usually.
I really like the way he's kind of roping him in here. I mean, when you're Jeton, you're really considering this like, well, he's not gonna bet an ace, so I'm not gonna lose against ace king ace jack. So I'm pretty much losing against the queen or king jack. Good folds.
Yeah, Jeton doesn't think too much about that. I think it'll be kind of a heroic bluff. Nice pot for Jason Koon.
Yeah, so Jason now approaching that 1 million mark.
You called it. Spin up's coming on.
Hey guys.
Here we are again, guys. As you can see still here, what are your biggest takeaways, Randy, so far from what we've seen today?
I think that players here are kind of getting warmed up in this first event. They want to kind of get their feet wet. We see like a lot of these no-limit players come in playing short deck and trying out their strategies. Their binds are getting bigger every single event, trying their best, and I think players are playing pretty good, and I like to see the different strategies.
Yeah, I think it's really cool too because it's a smaller buy-in. I mean, like we said earlier, it's crazy to keep saying that, but it is. It also kind of treats it as a warm-up event, you know, like people that haven't been playing short like that much kind of get a refreshing course. People that want to maybe jump in a later event to kind of want to get their feet wet, see what's happening. And I really think that it's perfect that way that everybody has 3 bullets at the start. So you get like 3 stacks to play with, see if you like the game. And I think that a lot of those guys are adapting really well.
Yeah, it's a good structure here for the Triton Super High Roller Series, and it's going to be fun.
Yeah, I think more action, especially with all these big stacks. There's a few guys with 1 million, a few guys with 2 million, and we're nearing the end of the day, so I can't wait to see what happens.
So we got a 4-way pot coming up.
4 of us?
Ben Lamb has an open-ended straight draw, Jet top pair of 10s. Jason Koon is actually the one reaching for chips. It's a very small bet.
You see a lot of people do this. It's like, you know what? I get to first say there's a big chance that I'm all right in this spot. I mean, it's very opportunistic here.
Yeah.
Let that be clear.
Usually we see it on when there's a paired board. That's when someone takes a stab. It's like, if so, I never see it check around when it's a paired board.
No.
And they usually never have the trips too. So this is a limp pot. There is a bet and a call. Ben Lamb has an open and a straight draw. He's debating whether he wants to play aggressive. Wow, he's actually laying it down.
Yeah.
I think it's a pretty big laydown.
Definitely, I think this stems a little bit from the PLO background that he has, where on those boards you just don't get out of line too much. We see him in a lot of situations adjust really, really well because of his PLO background.
Yeah.
And there it is.
Unfortunately, there's a straight.
Always gets the needle, too.
Yeah, it's a bit surprising considering it was such a small bet.
Thank you. Thanks.
You know, sometimes you're like, oh, I just want to stay out of trouble. Yeah, you regret it now. Jason Koon here did bet at the pocket sixes. He knows he's behind on this card. And he looks like he's going to reach for chips. He's basically thinking his opponent is going to have king 10, ace 10 a lot. And I don't actually think they're going to call a turn bet.
Yeah, and this demonstrates again that if you're going to fire, you're usually going to have to fire multiple bullets. Otherwise, you're kind of burning money because so many people stick around. And this just shows kind of the next level that he's willing to turn it up. It's impossible for Jeton to continue here.
Yeah, quick fold. Very nice with the pocket sixes. You know, before in the previous series, people would take stabs here with like pocket sixes, sevens, and they would always give up whenever, whatever turn card comes, right? But now, actually, we've seen different players have been multi-barreling here, realizing as long as the card is scary for the flop call, then it's a pretty reasonable bet. So there, the queen overcarded the 10. It makes hands like king 10, ace 10, just like, whatever, I just fold.
Yeah, it's just not worth the headache.
You know, short deck is one of those games where you can easily make someone fold like a middling pair or top pair that turn into second pair. If you don't make that adjustment, you're going to be missing out on too many pots.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty strong hands here.
Two 10-9 offsuits. Queen Jack suited. Chin Wei Lim with ace 7. He's going to call.
So many multi-way pots now.
All right, let's see. Is someone going to stab on this paired board? Someone wants to do it.
Yeah.
Actually, no one has anything, though.
I think that the flush draw kind of deters people from doing it. Well, I mean, Wei Lin.
He really wanted to. You saw that.
Yeah,
Lam's like.
Yeah. He has the ace of hearts, so he can set up some cool future bluffs by starting to bet. Oh, there we go.
So turns to 7. Benefield has open-ended straight draw of a 9 of hearts. Jeton has the open-ended straight draw. Chin Wei Lim has a pair and a nut flush draw. It's actually the best hand.
Yeah. It's weird because he could bet if it was a 6 of hearts, I'm sure he would have bet, but now it's just kind of like, well, I could win. It's very hard for a 7 to be good on the river.
That's a really good card for your 7.
Yeah, that is a really good card.
Yeah, I think some people are. There's just too many players in this pot. I'm not going after it. It's really hard to represent. You know, a king giving it just check through the flop, check through the turn.
Yeah.
This should go check.
It's probably good.
What?
It's always such a disappointment when somebody else shows a 7 as well, too.
I think Ben Lam's looking at this flop.
Yeah.
I should have bet that flop.
Yeah.
I really wanted to.
Yeah, it's a heart or diamond? Hearts. Diamonds?
Hearts.
Hearts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to point out that betting the paired board like that actually is pretty good because it's hard to. It's even hard to make a flush draw.
See how lucky you got.
And people would fold an 8 there.
You just want to see how lucky you got. It's a relief. Feels good. Does feel good.
So Jeton, pocket jacks. He did have 1 million chips previously. He's down half his stack.
And these are the kind of spots I'm really wondering about. Just thinking about, you know, how it could possibly, you know, Ben Lam raises 50 antes deep, and then what I'm really wondering is Jeton going to put in all the money here with pocket jacks?
Yeah, we've seen a lot of players limp the pocket jacks and actually call to raise because they think it's too much to put it all in, but they think it's too strong to fold.
Yeah.
But pocket jacks actually plays. It's actually very hard to play post flop, especially out of position. Like if you don't flop a jack, well, it's probably an overcard out there. So I think that's kind of one of the hands that people are trying to figure out what's the best way to play it.
I think that you could get into a situation where everything up until 40 antes is an all-in, between 40 and 60 is a fold, and above it is a call.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. That could be a reasonable strategy. Jeton here, if he thinks Lamb is messing around here, then I can easily see him going all in, right?
Yeah.
But he is. Every single player has opted to do this limp call line. It hasn't actually worked out that often, but it's quite interesting. But we'll see what kind of flop we get. And just too often you get these flops. Ben Lamb has 46% with just ace high.
Yeah.
40%. If he puts pressure here, he's certainly going to get Jeton to fold.
Yeah, but it's really tough too.
Yeah. I kind of actually prefer limp shoving than limp calling. I just feel like too often you fold the best hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Lamb's trying to think, should he risk all the chips here? I think if he was to just blast it all in.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good.
He would expect, and as long as he knows his opponent's going to fold jacks here. If he folds like 10 jack to ace 10, it probably would, right? There's a king on the board. So the only hand he's really worried about is like king queen. I say is the most likely, but he's just going to check. He thinks there's too many chips behind.
Yeah.
Turn card is at 8.
That kind of shows again how handcuffed you are here with jacks. Can't really bet again. You have to give your opponent like every single free card there is.
This is one of the good cards for Jeton in the deck, because actually I would expect if Lamb raised pre-flop with king queen, king jack, ace king, he probably would have bet the flop. So Jeton's loving this check right now.
Yeah.
So I think Jeton probably thinks he's got the best hand, but probably doesn't think it's strong enough to bet for value. I think he'd be better off checking and expecting a check back.
Yeah, it's very hard.
Yeah, that was a very interesting pot, because I think that hand could have played very differently if you give it to different players. Whether it's post-flop, pre-flop.
Just a reminder, if you want to use your cell phone, can you please step away from the door?
Thank you. Thank you. I have a plan.
Looks like it.
Yeah, so that could have been a huge pot, but actually it's quite medium-ish. I think if, Tan Schwen there, actually, I think he would just shove the flop.
Yeah, I think so too.
That's the difference in strategy. Aces, this is the perfect hand to get right now. Most players have been just limping here. He knows.
He knows.
What's new with you, Ben?
Huh?
What's new with you?
Well, no one has anything.
Nothing. Same guy you knew last time you saw him.
Oh yeah? It hadn't been that long.
No.
Check.
Not much.
That's top set. Straight draw for Jeton as a gutter.
Yeah, you're always like, oh yes, top set. Oh wait, I got a bet because someone might hit a straight.
He did it.
Yeah, unfortunately his opponents just didn't have anything.
At least when it goes check around, you're very happy to see top set. Even if you don't get action, there's very few boards where you could just be super comfortable taking it down.
Diamonds this hand, and I'm the call the ante, and then I don't know what's gonna
Excuse me, sir. You folded last hand. You really should have called.
I don't think I should have called that one.
From there, anything can
That's the dream, right?
Let's see. I fold.
Not to none of diamonds.
No, I don't think so. That would be a little out of the question.
Jet and ace jack suited. 67 antes.
On.
Shoving all in here.
How much is that?
I think it just simplifies the play like, well, I don't want to raise fold the best hand. It's definitely a high variance play, I would say.
Yeah, I think so too.
677.
It's like until there's a better solution, then it's like the course with the least headache.
Yeah, it's kind of like small blind versus big blind plays. Like, well, all in or fold in no limit hold'em would makes it much simpler. He does get ace jack to fold, so he does actually. It works out pretty good in this spot.
Yeah.
Oh, you and Ong, queens and aces. Yeah, very similar stacks. So he's just gonna 3-bet very small here. This looks like aces, and it is aces this time.
215. 215.
One queen is in Paul Fwall's hand. It's bad news for you. Paul's like, man, this hand's so good, but...
Oh, that's so pretty.
Oh. Sometimes you see like King Queen suited trying to make excuses to play, but there's no queens left in the deck.
Yeah, the Queen 6 as well. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
So you here. Can he read into his bet sizing that this is aces? This would be a very, very nice read if he can do it. It's so hard to fold pocket queens, though.
That's so insane, yeah.
Okay, you know, I do like that he's actually taking this slower rather than just shipping all in, because he's very suspicious right now. It would have been next level if he just went straight to the fold, but, you know, it's a step closer.
Yeah.
This is one of those flops, like, you got an inside straight draw. You actually have 33% against aces.
I mean, this is as soon as Ong sees his flop, he just thinks to himself, why didn't I just go all in?
Yeah. Well, Shen Ong here, aces. I think you just got to go, I'm all in. There's too much in the middle, 480,000. You have just over a pot size bet.
Can't overthink it too much.
Yeah. It's one of those scary boards, but then again, there's too much in the middle. It's a 3-bet pot. I mean, it doesn't change much if you bet 200,000. You give your opponent the chance to suck out. That's not what you want. You want to fold out the equity.
You don't want somebody to peel with this exact hand.
We know there's no more queens in the deck, so you actually has less equity. Needs a jack.
Yeah, the 33% is based on the fact that both queens would still be in.
Well, it's a very small bet here.
It is.
I think it's a little bit greedy. It's just like he's trying to like get calls from like Jack 10, you know, Ace 10.
Is it greedy or is it scared?
It could be both, right?
Yeah,
like if your opponent just shoves on you, I definitely would not be happy. And I can definitely find an excuse to fold, I'll say that. I'm curious to see what you will do. I mean, against the hand he's up against, this is a good bet. If he knows his opponent has pocket queens. I mean, he doesn't know that. if I'm you here, this looks insanely strong. To me, this looks like kings or ace king. So there's the all in from you, semi bluffing. Wow, this is. I think you actually thinks his opponent has ace king or aces and is making this play. Or like, no, he can really only have aces and kings, right? An ace king, I mean. Oh, even ace king seems so unlikely because a lot of people just 3-bet all in.
Yeah, I agree.
And like you said, it's this 140,000 is kind of showing it's kind of a I need to bet. I don't want to bet at all because it's scary.
Open the door for you.
These are the pots I would love to see because they just don't happen too often in this game. This is
true.
Yeah, this is a cool one.
It's really cool to see a flop play after a 3-bet.
I'm telling you, the more you think about, the more you make up hands that beat you. And to be fair, I think Queen Jack suited could be here. It's a realistic hand.
Oh, for sure,
because the 3-bet was very small. It was about 3x. You know, we've seen people 3-bet to like 5x plus at least.
I win so many hands.
Yeah, he's saying he beats too many hands. He makes the call.
Right there.
6 out there.
It's not really 6 ounce now. It's 4 ounce.
Kappa.
I think if Ong had more chips, this play could easily work.
Have 3-bet, have 3-bet.
Turn card is a 10. Use that jack.
No, Picture lah.
Whoa!
Silence.
Yaks. Yeah. Did you cover me?
Ouch.
Yoink.
Ugly.
I want a twin.
我知道佢孖煙咗，但係我又唔知點樣推鳩走佢啊！我覺得孖煙可能冚到呢個 flop。
佢唔會冚到啦。
但係如果冇冚嘅話，如果冚到嘅話，我都未攞啲嘛。
佢唔會冚啦，佢打出嚟咗點樣冚？如果
佢先推出嚟，你去唔去啊？
佢先推出嚟啊！
可以推噶啦嘛，入邊50萬啊嘛。
This is usually when everybody starts calling you stupid. What were you thinking? Come on. Oh wow,
You know,
big pot here too.
Yeah, it was that. Sometimes you ask for action with the small bets, you get it, and that's what happens.
Yeah.
He shoved the flop, that hand's over.
Yeah, I think so too.
Ultimate pro move. John, I got tons of hats if you need one. Let me know.
Yeah, I forgot my head. I was like,
I got a lot of hats.
in my mind, I was gonna bring it, you know.
Yeah.
And
they need to just have Triton hats by the seats at the table.
yeah, this table without hat is ridiculous.
Yeah.
So Ben Lamb versus Jetton.
I got the blue light blockers and the hat on.
You're crushing.
Jetton slow played pre-flop.
You have anything?
Check called the flop.
Here comes a 9.
Check calls the turn.
Here comes a 9.
To Ben Lamb. Hoping his opponent has
You say you have
king.
a lot of hats left.
Actually,
Can
has
you bring
better.
one for me tomorrow?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Thank you.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Thank you.
Your queen?
Check.
Oh, well, you win.
Okay.
Text me in the morning.
Wow, all the draws missed. There was a big chance he could get paid by a king even.
Do I have your number? I don't know if
Yeah,
I have your
I-
number.
I'll give it to you. I think you do.
He's
but I'll
like,
give it to you just in
I hope
case.
you don't have king, queen, or pocket kings. I
Yeah,
checked.
a little bit shocked there to not see a bet out of Ben Lamb.
I would have preferred betting 20,000 and
Is he
checking.
working now or is he still in Seoul?
Yeah.
I think he's still in Seoul.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's also very hard for people
ready
to
to call him
turn a hand into a bluff. If you have a king, you're just going to call. If you don't have a king, you're not going to turn it into a bluff either. Because there was action on multiple streets.
Give him
I
a
don't
big
know if
present.
you're gonna call a big bet. I wasn't even gonna bet big.
Tournament here is
It'd be hard for you to call a big bet.
Ante-Only
I think that was very safe play there. sometimes you're thinking, oh man, I'll make the sick check back, and then you feel like, oh man, I should have bet. You get shown aces, you know, like, oh man.
Alright guys, this is going to be your last level for tonight.
Alright, so last level of the night. This tournament will continue tomorrow, but I'm sure they're going to see plenty of action. We saw the field getting decimated as well last year at the last level.
And they started late too.
17 players remaining.
I'm still
about
shocked.
600,000 USD for first.
Watching him playing on the stream, and they're like, we gotta let this guy sleep. It's just not right.
Shit ain't right.
Mincing aces. What is he thinking?
It's not power poker.
I'm more interested in the check back Queen Jack.
Let's talk about that one.
All right, so on to this hand. Ben Lam, Queen Jack suited, going to take a flop here. Jason Kuhn using the power position of Ace 9. Doesn't work.
Still there?
Both players flopping a straight draw. You know, you're raising Ace 9. If you don't hit your pair, this is the type of board you're kind of looking for.
Yeah, this is a great flop for Ace 9.
Gonna take it slow. This does now open the door for Ben Lam to take it down with the worst hand. Just checking.
At least the last level I could count the pot.
What I'd like to see Ben Lam consider a bet.
Yeah, it's tough right now.
I think Ben Lam feels like his opponent has a king too much, so he checks.
Putting it out there.
But I think he can get hands like Ace Jack and Ace Queen to fold if he bets big enough.
Add a random number of antes or something. Just go with it.
Jason Kuhn betting Ace 9 here. Just doesn't have much at all. Just trying to represent Ace King, King Queen. And to be fair, that's a good bet because it would get hands like Jack 10 and Queen 10 to fold a lot.
Yeah, I think so too. Very hard for those cards to peel. Not just because they think they're beat on a turn, but they're also going to have to play on a river.
Yeah, they're worried about the big river bet that could come. You know, hands like Ace Jack and Ace Queen, they're probably going to check fold to you on the turn. I actually like this bet a lot if you're going to play this hand aggressively pre-flop. Ben Lam actually looks like he doesn't like it. It's 400,000 in the middle right now. Looks like he's going to take a card off. Yeah, it's interesting he took the more passive line rather than being aggressive himself.
Yeah, it's hard because now if you hit the elite the river, I guess you could. It's very not expected that you have this holding. He gets there, but will Jason let him get the showdown?
Yeah, it is the best hand. Jason Kuhn, now here he would be worried about King Queen. That could call a big bet on the river.
But that's pretty much the only thing.
Yeah.
Maybe Queens takes the same line.
But Queens, I actually think
raises pre-flop.
Would re-raise pre-flop
Yeah,
or
you're right.
just fold the turn sometimes. So Ben Lam is like really tanking here because he wants it to go check. He's trying to like, hey Jason, I've got a good piece, but I'm checking it to you.
Yeah. Jason might go for it. It's very hard to put Ben Lam on, especially Ace Jack and also Jack 9.
I think if Jason Kuhn really thinks about it, he'll realize his opponent can really only call King Queen. King 10, they probably would have bet the turn into you.
Yeah, or check raise.
You know, a set, bet just checks.
But it just kind of like cuts the harshness of the light. I think they're designed for.
Yeah, I think that that's a missed opportunity.
Yeah. I think that tank actually helped Ben Lam in favor. It's just like, let me put some doubt in your mind. It's kind of like a live tell kind of thing.
Bright lights and flashes and stuff. So it just kind of reduces the impact of that corner. I feel like it helps a fair bit.
Okay. You got it.
That's worked?
Yeah.
That's sweet.
Yeah, I like it.
Ben Lamb at 1.7 million chips.
It's weird for you to be
In a
evaluating
place like
her.
this, I feel like it's kind of perfect as well.
Finding any sort of non-drug solution for that kind of problem is really nice.
I think Jason Kuhn actually, he didn't like to see that card that could make a 2-pair for the king, right? The Jack or Queen was not the card he was looking for.
Yeah.
I think any other card he probably would actually bet.
Those are the two things that I've changed.
12?
12,000.
You want me to give away my yellows?
And 24,000 for you,
play.
Jason.
Or do I get rid of a rack of those?
Yeah, even though there's like less cards in the deck, hand reading seems to be very important in this game. Because a lot of guys, they just kind of seem to play it like simple, like, oh, 30, 40 antes, just go all in pre-flop. The post-flop, I think, is where the edge really is. And if you can really think about it, you can really narrow down someone's hand pretty easily, I think. But of course, you got to be willing to put the big bets in. Otherwise, well, you can't win the pot.
And it's tough too, you know, like people vary their play and they're smart enough to trap and stuff. Just the fact that Ben Lamb is willing to check call with Queen Jack, that means he is also willing to do it with Jack 9.
And I'll say this, Ben Lamb is the one player who has been just calling turn bets with very strong holdings. And calling the flop with very strong holdings. So I would say that if you want to kind of like not bet, Ben Lamb's one of the guys you want to do it against because he actually does show up with the goods.
True.
The blinds are 12,000, 24,000. This is the last level of the night. If I was to say one of the no-limit player or just non-short deck players that have adapted very quickly, I think Ben Lamb's been one of the most impressive.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, I mean, pretty much from his first adjustments in his first short deck tournament last time in Jeju, he immediately made really, really cool moves and just showed like some great intuition.
This one does check around Jason Kuhn. He's got the nut flush draw. A draw to the straight. He's under the gun. I would like to see him blast a bet in here. I think he could easily represent, you know, a set, the nut straight.
Yeah.
It's a lot of hands. Looks like he agrees.
75?
75.
Yeah, great bet there.
Yeah, we go with the big bets here.
Yeah, really love this bet.
Oh, what is this? Oh, yeah. There's 700 right there.
So again, top 8 will be making the money. 8th place will be about 80,000 US dollars. The winner will be crowned 600,000 US dollars. Sixteen players remaining.
Fold. Fold.
I almost don't even want to see a free flop with 7-6 off. So it's like, just want to pitch it.
Yeah.
Don't need to check. 11%. John Jawanda mid pair.
Check. 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 Check.
Turn card is a jack. John Jawanda makes trip jacks.
Check.
Gonna keep checking.
Check.
Maybe thinks that he looks too strong if he bets here. Man, you just see Ben Lamb just fiending for these multi-way spots where he's just like, I want to bet, I want to bet.
He's got a lot of chips, so it's definitely very tempting.
Check.
He's gonna check.
Check.
Jason Kuhn with the nut low. That is quads.
It's actually a very good card for Jawanda because someone has like ace 5, or ace 5, it's not possible. Ace 6, they would like their hand and pay off a bet. I like that he's reaching for chips and just betting out. He's not going to get paid off, but I think this is the right play.
That's 125.
Actually goes for an overbet, trying to get maximum value out of an ace, but no one has it.
Ben Lamb not considering it with a 10, very good. So this last half hour of play is really going to decide the setting for tomorrow. There's no telling what's going to happen. It's very different from what you're used to with a regular No Limit Hold'em tournament. You see a big chip leader, somebody that's cruising and control. I mean, Ben Lamb could be out before the end of the night. That's how crazy the variance in this game is.
Hold.
Ben Lamb now with the aces. That 126, 130. Okay, yeah, of course. All right, I like it.
Yeah, the norm has been about 10 antes. Very disciplined fold there of King Jack suited. You know, King Jack offsuit I think is a pretty easy fold. When it's suited, you're like, oh man, maybe I'm gonna push it.
Yeah, yeah.
But I think that's very good discipline. 9-8 suited, John Jawanda in position.
I said earlier that I thought that Jawanda's strength was his pre-flop game. We'll see if he makes a misstep here. Nope. Gonna see a flop. I really like it. Incredible hand, 9-8 suited in this game.
Yeah, he's got position. I mean, of course he doesn't want to be up against aces. The good news in this game, if you're deep, it's actually your opponent of aces won't go too crazy post-flop because there's a lot of tricky flops.
Yeah. Man, that's like the best flop you can wish for with aces. I think we're going to see a straight up jam here from Ben Lamb very often. Just print the money that you make right now. If people have a draw, they have to pay for it. Pretty much unplayable. The only safe cards are an ace, a king, and even 7-9 makes a straight on an ace, though it's very unlikely in this situation, but still.
Yeah, he's going to put a big bet out there. I mean, he's not worried about pocket sixes, pocket eights. Those hands just fold pre-flop. Queen 8, Queen 6, 8-6. People don't play those hands.
Kaboom.
So there is the all-in. It's a good prediction.
$1 million.
He actually wants his opponents to just fold their equity.
I mean, Triton is going to have to call here, I think, with the money invested.
Yeah, there's so much in there. 32%. pretty annoying. You know, you call pre-flop, you got top pair. I mean, if you have to fold top pair here, then maybe pre-flop wasn't the best option.
So true. That's such a good point. A lot of the time. Oh, is he? I thought he was reaching. Yeah.
This is a tough board because your opponent isn't just shoving the flop with pocket jacks.
Got a hand. I wish I just.
I just folded.
Yeah, exactly.
My God, I fucking made an outrageous fold, and I want to know that turn and river so bad. Yeah, let me see turn and river. See turn and river. Yeah, let's see it. All right.
Well, that's me.
All right, I think I'm good.
All of a sudden,
I think it was good. It worked out for me. I don't know.
Ben Lam, Peter Jetten untilted immediately.
Yeah.
But I think you make a really good point.
King Jack of Hearts.
A lot of times in games where equities run so close, if you get to a really tough spot that is just a headache and you don't really know what to do, that means that you probably could have gotten out or done something different earlier in the hand to avoid getting in that situation.
Yeah. The man had 2 aces.
Sure looks like it.
He's got that lion face.
Huh? Nah, I think he was a man with 2 aces. I think he had 2 black aces.
You think so?
Yeah.
I hope so.
Damn, I must have played him wrong.
Otherwise, I'm gonna feel bad about this.
We saw it earlier with Isaac Axe's situation too, when he bet aces on Queen 9-6. Turn is a 7, and you're like, okay, so what do I do now? That usually probably means if there's so many cards that make your hand unplayable that you should not bet the flop. And that's kind of how you kind of deduct it down to a point where the going down the bad road starts.
We just rabbit hunted in a poker tournament and feature table is incredible. Thank you. Thanks for that rabbit hunt. I appreciate that. I think that's against every regulation.
That's good for TV.
No, come on.
Amazing. I fold. Yeah.
Dealer's like, oh shit, what did I do?
Yeah. Please don't tell me that.
Supposed to have fun here. Supposed to rabbit hunt. You guys are talking about all these skills and making flushes, and I just didn't make a flush.
RNG would have been way different.
Oh yeah, that's true. I would at least turn the 10 for the mega draw.
So no one has top pair, just one pair for all 3 players. Ben Lam's betting here, bottom pair. And I remember you pointing out, like, you like that people bet out with these bottom pairs because sometimes they're the best hand, but at least you can take initiative, maybe get some people to fold middling type hands.
Yeah, I think what's really cool about them is that they block 2 pair combinations.
They block sets.
And I think that with an ace, you're going to get trapped a lot in the fact that, you know, you actually want, when you bet into people, you want them to have top pair. Like if you bet at Jack 10 here or something, you want people to have ace queen because they're going to have to fold so many turns and they're actually going to do it as well. But if you have an ace yourself, that just makes the chance of somebody having a draw bigger, and that's just much tougher to play against.
Look at this, John Juanda. He's going for a raise.
See, I think this is incredible. I think this is...
Most players don't do this.
Yeah.
That we've seen.
240.
Wow, this is amazing. I think this is an amazing play. That's next level.
And the thing is, okay, Ben Lam, he's going to limp hands like ace, queen, ace, king here. Even if he has ace, queen, ace, king, I don't even know if he can continue.
Yeah.
Because John Juana will actually have ace, jack a lot.
Exactly.
Show one card.
10 of clubs.
Show the jack.
Just one. Just one.
Show the 10 of clubs.
Yeah, it's the 10 of clubs. Or the 8 of clubs, the queen of clubs.
And his read is completely wrong, too. It's not 10 of clubs.
Yeah, it's great.
Not even close.
Yeah, it's really, really, really good.
Whatever, dude.
I mean, you block jacks, ace, jack, and jack 9. What more do you want?
Yeah, in this game, if you can get someone to fold like ace, king, ace, queen on a board, even though they didn't have it, I actually really think they would fold because they're too deep.
Yeah. And think about this. If somebody flat calls your raise, you know they have a draw. So if the turn doesn't complete any draw, you can fire again.
Yeah. Raising actually makes your opponent play very honestly.
Yeah, that's a really good way of stating it. Yeah, you force your opponent to play honestly. I really love that wording.
John Juanda, definitely moving up on my list of favorites to watch in short deck. I think he's got a lot of tricks.
Yeah, I think so too.
Jeton just kind of bleeding down. 370,000. He had 1 million chips at one point.
Big sigh from him.
So Ben Lam usually likes to actually bet out from first position with these like straight draws on ace-high boards because he knows he limps ace-king type hands and ace-queen.
True, yeah.
You know, pocket aces.
Having the queen of hearts is really valuable for him.
Yeah, he's going to do it again.
Yeah, great reads.
But, you know, against a player like Juanda, you know, he might raise you on the flop, just like last time. Except this time you got top pair, you're like,
Yeah. It's just like blocking a weak top pair is actually a very bad thing in most of these situations. Gets it through.
So you can see very situational play. It's not like, oh, every time Ben Lam bets an ace-high flop, I'm going to raise him with a pair. You know, you can't overdo it. Otherwise, it's like,
yeah, it's too much.
Suspicious.
What was that? Oh, I'm just planning who you're doubling through first.
Yeah. Sharp.
I always like Ben Lam at the table. You can tell that he plays a lot live. He's very chatty. Makes like really excellent poker small talk. After hands, makes a little comment, shows a hand here or there.
Yeah, he's just like Jason Kuhn. They're the same.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
they're
yeah,
always
exactly,
commenting, and you know, it's good. It's fun to be around someone that like just chats. Or
Yeah.
You give action, of course, make some plays.
Yeah, it's very pleasurable to watch.
All right, so this is as bad as it gets. Jeton trying to pick up any pot. He's dwindling down.
Jeton definitely with a reasonable hand here. I mean, Dave Benefield with 2 people behind him, also not too bad.
Yeah, and you get this flop, and everyone's like,
Yeah. And now it's kind of an issue. I mean, we talked a lot about betting the middle pair, and it's great and all, but it's really tough with Jeton's stack.
Yeah.
Because you're just going to have to go all in on the turn if you want to do something significant, and that becomes really scary.
And, you know, say he bets like 60K right here. It's actually very important to a stack. If he bet folds here, it's quite detrimental. So you tend to see the stabs more from the bigger stacks. So Ben Lam on the dealer button. I think he's got the feeling that his opponent's very weak. Then he's also thinking, what hand does he have that's good? And I would say King 7 and that's about it.
Queen 10.
Yeah,
you can have Queen 10.
It's possible, but it goes down in strength.
Yeah, you know Jeton doesn't have anything because he's so short that he needs to, you know, just win the middle. It's very important for him now.
Benefield, he doesn't think his 9s are good. He's thinking about making a play. Wow, nice.
I like it. It blocks 2 straights. Unlikely somebody has Queen 10.
It's unlikely someone has an ace. They probably would have bet the turn by now. They had 2 chances. This bet is designed to get hands like Queen Jack, King 10, these very weak hands to fold. One of them's out. And that's going to be out of there too.
Yeah, good bet.
Yeah, as this game develops, you're going to start to realize that people are playing more than just the cards they're dealt. They're playing the positions. They're doing really good hand reading for post-flop play, and that's what's going to separate, you know, a good player from a better player.
Yeah. By the way, I love how receptive Ben Lam is after every pot. He's always looking around like, what could I have done different? What happened there? what's going on here. Like you can just see the wheels turning after every single pot. I love to see that. You know, that shows a genuine interest. It's also really cool that somebody who's been in the game that long is still approaching it that way.
Yeah.
Because it's very easy to get complacent and lazy about that and just tune out as soon as you're out of the hand.
Yeah, and this is definitely a game that some players don't have as much experience. So if you're putting in the effort to, you know, try to find new creative ways to win pots, you can really create a big edge.
Yeah.
So Ben Lamb's got the worst pocket pair, pocket sixes. King 10. It's one of those hands where kind of like seeing a flop. It's not a pot. It's not a hand you want a big pot with. It's also not a hand you want to get blown off of.
Good players.
So no one has a piece.
Let's see if we can see the trend continuing with the underpair stabbing.
I think Ben Lamb is probably going to consider betting, actually.
Yeah, it's not so bad, sure.
When you got 2 million chips, I think it's worth the risk.
And let's not forget, the tournament's coming very close to the money now. We're only 8 spots away.
There's the bet.
Oh, we're finishing right now? Pre-flop or on the... You're supposed to mess me on the flop.
Wow, we saw so much action today.
3 has been drawn, so he has completed hand drawn and do the last 3 hands per
Ah, so we're 3 hands more.
3 more hands.
Okay, Zendias. We're gonna have a cheap raise of the 1,000 value chips. So we kindly ask one player at each table to buy all the yellow chips from the other players to make a single transaction on hand.
Vote for Ben. Well, one of you two should buy them because they're all on that side of the table.
How many hands are we playing? 3?
Looks like you have a lot.
Okay, I'll buy them.
No, that's fine. Yeah,
I'm not trying to get out of buying them. I think it's more logical that I move 3 stacks than you guys move 4 stacks. It's 2 people moving 2 stacks.
Don't try to
and
make
one
it about
person moving 3
efficiency.
stacks. Huh?
Don't try to make it about efficiency.
All right. Give me
All right, so Benefield limps
Big pride.
pocket 8s.
That
Jeton with King 10 suited. He's short stack. He's going to make the move here.
Yeah.
I don't blame him. He's got less than 30 antes. Ben Lamb seems to always wake up with ace-jack in these spots.
That's so true, actually. Yeah, we've seen it like 4 times already.
Yeah. And Ben Lamb tends to never fold ace-jack in the spot, and I don't think he's going to fold here either. It's annoying that Benefield has 1.3 million, though, under the gun. That's 110 antes, so...
358.
I think Ben Lamb, he does fold ace-jack, and the reason he folds is because Benefield is just too deep here.
Yeah.
358.
John Juanda, Queen-Jack suited on the dealer button. He also has to worry about Benefield, who limped under gun. The thing is, you put in so little in pre-flop, is it worth the big risk of someone picking up a hand? So it actually works out for Jeton there that everyone was so deep stacked that he got away with this King 10 suited.
I really like that Dave Benefield folded the 8s. It's definitely a little bit of an equity trap that some people step into.
Yeah, I think we've seen previously in some tournaments, people were like snap calling off like 9s and 10s and losing every single time. Like literally like 100% loss rate all in.
Yeah.
Although that's not the true equity.
I think that what is like King Queen suited or King Jack suited against 8s is like 70-30 or something, right?
Yeah, it's something like that. It's at least 65%.
And it's like the lower, every step lower the pair gets, you lose like 3 or 4% equity.
Yeah,
because there's more straights and
it's
counterfeits.
worse that you're calling it off with. At least if you're going to go for those hands, at least be putting in the aggression.
Yeah.
Pocket jacks for Jason Kuhn. He's got 50 antes. He's just going to shove all in here. He's got 2 players to act behind him.
Yeah, so it's really only us to go through 2 players.
Yeah, it's kind of like the simplest way to play the hand. And I like this better than like limp calling a raise pre-flop because of how tough it is that we see to play post-flop.
622, yeah.
It seems like 40 to 50 antes is kind of the sweet spot too, or the sweet spot is where people kind of draw the line on, you know, where they start considering different options, but still going all in a lot with the tough to play hands.
Yeah, we have seen players play pocket jacks in the spot very differently.
Yeah.
You know, limp calling, limp raising, just open shoving.
What'd you fold? What'd you fold?
2 big cards.
Yeah, okay. 10 is a big card now, huh?
Yeah, it's not even a picture.
That qualifies as lying.
Jason Kuhn chips up.
I feel like they're calling it pretty early tonight. They won't build those around for much.
I believe there's one more hand to go.
I think so too.
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
Calling it?
And guys, make sure that you follow the channel so that you're aware when it goes live and when it is online. And for the people that are too ADD and immediately check out after a broadcast is over, just make sure that you tune in tomorrow. We're actually starting earlier tomorrow than we did today. It's going to be online at 6:30 a.m. CET for all the Europeans that get up early. And for all the NA people that stay up late, it's going to be online half an hour after midnight Eastern time.
Yeah, we are starting earlier, and Jason Kuhn all in on the last hand of the day at risk against Ace King.
Wow, that's very brutal, possibly. It's a really great spot there for Benland pre-flop, but the battle hasn't been won yet.
Let me demonstrate the technique. Hey, you watch the flop. Let me look at you.
Can we do it?
Yeah, stare at the flop.
Oh man, it's already working.
Man up.
Voodoo.
Don't be afraid of the flop.
Maybe.
I'm about to see the disappointment in your eyes.
Well, it's not
Pretty
bad.
excited so far. So far, so good.
21%.
I think I can turn you. Hold up. Let me sweat it face down. Let me sweat it face down. That's a 10 for sure. 10.
Oh wow.
GG.
Last hand of the day, Jason Kuhn's been eliminated.
I feel like you run hot in JG. Did you run hot last time you were here?
I lost.
He's bad. Never mind.
A lot of money playing poker tournaments.
For some reason, I thought you ran hot.
At the beginning.
Yeah, I like that. All right, so Jason Kuhn unfortunately gets knocked out. We won't be seeing him back tomorrow, which is a shame. Always fun to see him around, but it's definitely not the last that we'll see from him this series. Probably in for everything that we have to offer here.
250K.
Yeah,
Play
Jason Kuhn.
Every hand on day one.
Excellent
Use
player.
all your energy in the smallest buy-in tournament, and then bust last.
He's a very positive guy. Always very chatty.
Nah, it's okay.
He'll be in the future events, guaranteed.
100%. Triton ambassador now too. Very deserved.
Yeah, don't forget he won the Montenegro $1 million short deck Ante-Only for 3.6 million USD. Just can't win them all.
Yeah. Yep. So again, guys, tomorrow we're starting at 6:30 a.m. CET, half an hour after midnight Eastern time. But fear not, even if you can't watch those times, just go to the channel, click on videos, and you'll be able to see the full VOD from the start. You'll be able to watch everything. Everything is open for you guys. No reason to miss any of the action.
Yeah, we'll be starting about 2 hours earlier this time tomorrow.
I got my spares here.
A little bit earlier, actually, because we start a little bit later today.
Yeah, won't be happening tomorrow because we're on a day 2. Clock starts running if you're there or not, and
are we gonna
trust me, everybody will be there. Gonna start very close to the money, of course, close to $600,000 first place money tomorrow.
I think we're tied.
Wait, don't we just both get chips?
I think we all have 4 chips. Seems like we should all get one. Yeah, I think we're all just gonna upgrade.
Ben Lamb has 2.7 million. I think that's probably the chip leader of the tournament.
Could
Very
be,
likely.
We did have somebody at the other table with 2.5
this
million.
Is like for 10%.
That was Chow, right?
So I got
Well, he did lose a big pot, and then you won that big pot against.
Oh, you might have a lot as well.
Yeah, so
I get them all.
it's pretty close.
Do I get them all or just one?
You're just sorting out the little yellow chips.
Fuck you.
I want them all.
You
I want them all.
I have a queen too.
Whoa, TOS.
Oh, hey.
Oh, look at this.
What the?
Okay.
What happened here?
It looks like... Oh, this is a massive setup here. Flush versus flush.
Yeah, Bunwell had a straight. So it looks like Yu has a ton of chips in front of him, actually.
Yeah. Does look like a lot. Wow, the Serenity.
Yeah, so we are wrapping up here, guys. Thank you very much. Don't forget, we'll see you tomorrow soon.
Yeah, lots of action tomorrow. We're going to start, of course, with day 2. We have, at the very maximum, we have 14 players left. Here you see the chip stack. So, in fact, Yu is chip leader with 2.8 million, followed closely by Ben Lam and Chun. Man, I'm excited about tomorrow. We're going to be starting with a bubble immediately.
Yeah, it's going to be high-stakes action. Don't miss it, because we're also going to play the 500,000 event number 2 bounty tournament. That's the first of its kind. You don't want to miss that. So we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Have a great night. I'm Lex Veltes.
Randy Liu, Nanonoko. See you guys.
See you tomorrow.